Raute C551 war Trampling.
With a full-strength attack, the second skill of Blood Demon General can cause 1000% physical damage to the target. Faced with such an attack, Xiao Han did not dare to take it head-on. At this time, the purple flame thunder wing horse also flapped its wings very quickly and dodged to the left dangerously. Whoosh! The blood-colored spear passed by and whistled towards the Tang dynasty. Emperor Taizong and others. Quickly dodge! The roar sounded, and the archers shouted loudly. They had seen all the attributes of Blood Demon General just now and knew clearly how powerful the flying blood-colored spear was. No matter who was hit, it would be killed instantly unless there was an invincible skill. But such skills at this stage are almost impossible to learn through skill books, and most of them are skills that come with equipment. But stunts are only available on legendary equipment and above. This means that there will not be many people who can block this attack, and even on legendary equipment, the probability of invincible skills appearing is extremely low. Puff! The blood-colored spear flew at an extremely fast speed, giving everyone very little time to react. In less than a second, the first person to be hit appeared. The archer standing in front of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty was shot through the chest despite having made a dodging move. A damage value of more than 10,000 points immediately floated on his head, and he was killed instantly. The blood-colored spear that penetrated the body did not stop because of the obstruction of a body. After the blood-colored spear head penetrated a body, pierced into another body. Puff, puff, puff. 3 consecutive sounds, instantly killing 4 people. Fuck! Seeing this scene, Xiao Han couldn't help but curse, and at the same time he was more afraid of this full-strength attack. If the blood-colored spear also had a full-strength attack stunt like the blood-colored demon spear that he had snatched from the Black Demon General before, then the attack power of this attack might be far more than 1000%. The grade of the blood-colored spear should be at least legendary, so the special skill it possesses may increase the damage by 1500% or 2000%. Coupled with the full-strength attack of the Blood Demon General, the damage of this attack may be 2500% or 3000%. Even if his health value is now as high as 330,000, he can't withstand such a blow. Perhaps only Zhu Shang, the perverted guy, can withstand it. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han patted the purple flame thunder wing horse and flew straight to the Blood Demon General. Da, da, da. The running sound continued to sound. If he couldn't lead these 2 guys away, maybe Tang Taizong and the archers around him would not survive. These guys just helped him, and there is a possibility of cooperation in the future, so it is necessary to lead these 2 Emperor-level boss away now. Boom! Flying in the sky more than 10 meters high, a thunderbolt spell smashed down, directly, instantly hitting the Blood Demon General who had just thrown out the bloody spear. But its hatred did not shift because of this. Damn, this is actually a legendary equipment. I picked up a legendary equipment. At the same time, excited shouts also sounded in the distance. Xiao Han turned his head and saw an archer player holding a bloody spear, looking at Tang Taizong with excitement, and the players beside him all showed an unbelievable look. Really? Is this spear really a legendary equipment? There is another Blood Demon General over there, and it also has such a spear in its hand. Will it throw it directly over later? Although 4 people died, it is also a profit to exchange for a legendary equipment. No, that guy rushed over, and Han Xiao failed to hold its hatred. Run! Amid the discussion, Tang Taizong and nearly 100 archers immediately dispersed in all directions in a very tacit understanding. Roar! This scene made the running Blood Demon General roar. Almost at the same time, the blood-scale beast, which had been very quiet, suddenly wowed. While running at high speed, its 2 front hooves suddenly raised high, and then stepped hard on the ground paved with bluestone. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and a blood-red light suddenly spread all around. In less than a second, nearly 100 archers who had just scattered were dead. Even if they jumped high, it was useless. The blood-red light instantly scraped across their calves, killing them. Instantly, the guy who had just picked up the blood-red spear exploded again before he even warmed it up. At this time, only Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty survived by chance, because a yellow shield flashed across his body when the blood-red light passed by. Da, da, da. The sound of horse hooves continued to sound, and the blood-scale beast took a few steps and rushed forward dozens of meters, and the blood demon general on its back also swung out the whip and rolled up the blood-colored spear on the ground. Damn! Luckily I flew high enough. Although he had known that the blood demon general had a skill like war trampling, when he really saw it used, Xiao Han was still shocked. This abnormal lethality is really unreasonable. There are nearly 100 archer players. Not only do they move fast, but many of them also have high dodge attributes. But even so, they were all killed instantly. The damage of this kick is at least 350,000. There is another blood demon general over there. It seems that he can't go down. Muttering softly, Xiao Han saw that the blood demon general who had just picked up the spear ran straight towards the Tang dynasty Emperor Taizong. After a slight hesitation, he rushed over. All the skills of the purple flame thunder wing horse were on cooldown at this time, so only he could attract hatred by doing it himself. Chirp! With a neighing sound, the purple thunder wings suddenly slapped and rushed to the side of the blood demon general in an instant, and Xiao Han, holding the tiger roar flame knife, also chopped it over. Yang! With the deafening sound of metal clashing, a knife chopped on the head of the blood demon general, and at the same time a critical damage of more than 300,000 points immediately appeared. But the next second, the life value that had just been lost was instantly replenished. Looking back at this scene, Xiao Han was more or less depressed, but for now, there was no good solution. At this time, the purple flame thunder wing horse had circled in the sky and rushed towards the blood demon knight again. With a boom, the thunder spell that had just cooled down came down directly, and while the paralysis effect was triggered, Xiao Han's long-prepared fiery 5-strike slash down heavily. Roar! The roar sounded, but the blood demon general continued to rush towards the
Tang Dynasty Emperor Taizong Brigade.
Fuck! Why can't I hold back this hatred? One blow knocked off more than 2 million of the blood demon general's health points, but he still couldn't hold back its hatred. C552 Blood Evil Magic Spear. Faced with this situation, even if Xiao Han wanted to save him, he had no good solution for the time being. Roar! The dull roar sounded again, and the blood-colored spear that General Blood Demon had just held in his hand was raised again. Fuck! Here it comes again! Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with helplessness. Fortunately, the direction that the blood-colored spear was pointing at was not where he was, so there was no need to worry at this time. But within 100 meters, there were only 2 people still alive. If Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty was also killed, then the next target of General Blood Demon should be transferred to him. Such a high damage value, and this skill has no cooldown. With a flash of solemnity in his eyes, Xiao Han looked at the blood-colored spear that shot straight at Tang Taizong with a whoosh sound, and whispered softly, "This skill cannot be used all the time. Otherwise, even if I fly in the air, my life safety will not be guaranteed." Thinking so in his heart, he immediately called the purple flame thunder wing horse and ran straight to Tang Taizong. Even if there is no way to save it, you can pick up the exploded equipment, and even snatch the legendary spear. Ha! The purple thunder wing slapped violently, and with the blessing of the thunder wing's ecstasy, 1 person and 1 horse appeared 100 meters away in an instant. Even if their speed at this time could not catch up with the blood-colored spear, it was much faster than the blood demon general. Kacha! Suddenly, the figure of Tang Taizong in front flashed and instantly appeared, more than 10 meters away, while the stone house behind him was directly pierced by the blood-colored spear. "Oh my. This guy has a lot of ways to save his life," muttered a little surprised. Xiao Han was a little surprised, but thinking about the 3 legendary equipment on him, he felt relieved. Chiu! At this time, the purple flame Thunderwing's horse retracted its wings and landed steadily beside the stone house. Since it had decided to abolish one of the Blood Demon General's skills, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all and directly pulled out the blood-colored spear. The next second, the purple flame Thunderwing's horse was already flapping its wings and flew high into the sky again. Roar! The Blood Demon General, who came from behind, did not take back the weapon he threw out and roared angrily, and the blood-colored eyes that had been attracted by the great Tang Taizong finally looked up at the sky. "Oh my! Is this the only way to attract its hatred?" Muttered softly. It was safe in the air at this time. Xiao Han quickly looked down at the blood-colored spear in his hand. Blood Demon Spear, Legend level 90. Attack plus 8,800, Strength plus 4,400, Stamina plus 4,400, Energy plus 4,400, Defense plus 4,400. Special skill, Full Power Attack, throwing a weapon causing 2,000% physical damage to the target and having a 100% armor-breaking effect. Special effect, Armor Breaking, ignoring 50% of the target's physical defense. Special effect, Critical Hit, increasing the critical hit rate by 50%. Special effect, Demon Breaking, ignoring 50% of the target's magic defense. Fuck, the damage of a full power attack has really increased, and it has doubled directly. Seeing the attributes of this legendary weapon, Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaimed. Although this weapon has nothing eye-catching, the full power attack skill alone is already very coveted. With his current attack power, if he can throw this weapon out, even if it is not a critical hit, it can cause more than 7 million damage to the target. Even if Zuoshang had a passive skill that could prevent 99% of damage, he would probably be killed instantly. It's a pity. It would be so cool if this weapon could be exploded from the Blood Demon General. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han actually wanted to throw the blood-colored spear down, but after thinking about it, he put it in his backpack after all. Now that the Blood Demon General's hatred has been finally pulled, he can't throw it away again. 300 or 400 meters further north, there are more than 30 members of the Veteran Guild. If these 2 Emperor-level bosses run over there by accident, no one will survive. Although the loss of experience is nothing, it will take at least more than an hour to get here from Stormwind City at their speed. So now, it's better to lead it to other places as soon as possible. Roar! The Blood Demon General, who lost the Blood Demon Spear, is still roaring. But the Bloodscale beast under it has no ability to fly, so it can only watch. Even if he shouted at the top of his lungs, he could not cause any harm to Xiao Han, who was in midair. Duh, duh, duh. At the same time, the sound of horse hooves also sounded rhythmically, and another Blood Demon Knight, who was a little behind, also ran over. Boom! Hovering in midair, Xiao Han was not polite at all, and the purple flame Thunder Wing horse's cooled down Thunderfall technique immediately smashed down. On the other side, after escaping death, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty finally realized that these 2 Emperor-level bosses were not something he could provoke. Seeing that the attention of the 2 Blood Demon Generals had been attracted by the figure in the sky, he ran away without hesitation. While running away, he shouted loudly, "Zuoshang is in the south, you can lead these 2 bosses over." South! Hearing this voice, Xiao Han's eyes flashed. At this moment, he didn't know whether he should believe the Tang dynasty Emperor Taizong, who suddenly came to show his goodwill and even put aside all prejudices to seek cooperation. After all, their previous relationship was not friendly, and even Zuoshang and him were hostile. In the Grey Mist Valley, he not only killed that guy once, but even after returning to the city, he used the sealing technique that could last for an hour to tease him. He might not care about the loss of 50 million Yanhua coins, but he couldn't just let it go. With such a big grudge, Xiao Han really didn't believe that Xueshang would not care at all. But now that he has the flying purple flame thunder wing horse, even if he is surrounded, no one can keep him. Since there is no danger, it doesn't matter if he goes over to see what's going on. If he really lets it go, it's not impossible to cooperate once. After all, without the help of that guy, he wants to kill the blood demon general alone, and the possibility of success is really not high. If he doesn't let it go, maybe he can only experience the feeling of being sealed again. With this decision in mind, Xiao Han immediately communicated with the purple flame thunder wing horse and led the two blood demon generals while flying towards the south of the city. At the same time, the energy in his body continued to flow into his ears. At this time, more than 200 meters away, the voice of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty also entered his ears very clearly. #C553 Survival is the most important thing. Brother, you have told me more than once about the last time you were killed. I already know all the details very well. I won't stop you from seeking revenge, but you have to consider some practical issues. The level 7 mutant scorpion in the depths of the desert has started to move again. If nothing unexpected happens, it will attack the city soon. Have you forgotten what Lord Ding said? In this chaotic world, why bother about such a small matter? How to survive is what we should consider most. Desert, is Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty in Liangzhou City? Xiao Han muttered in confusion as he listened to the voices that kept coming from his ears. There are not many cities built near the desert, and there are even fewer cities that can resist level 7 mutant beasts. As far as he knows, only Liangzhou City has this strength at present. Although the road is blocked now, the satellite in the sky is still working, so there is more or less understanding of the situation in Liangzhou. According to the information that can be searched on the internet, there are 2 level 7 evolvers in Liangzhou City. The Mr. Ding mentioned by Emperor Taizong of Tang Dynasty should be Ding Zhen, a level 7 werewolf beastman, if nothing unexpected happens. The other one is Huang Li, a level 7 female earth magician. In addition to the two of them, there are more than 20 level 6 evolvers in Liangzhou City. If there is only one level 7 mutant beast attacking the city, they should be able to deal with it easily with their strength. But in Liangzhou, once the mutant beast attacks the city, there will be more than just one level 7 mutant beast. There are too many powerful beings in the depths of the desert. Fortunately, Kyoto has an aerospace vehicle that can carry more than 100 people and directly support Liangzhou City from outer space. But many times, support takes time. So once a siege occurs, the casualties in Liangzhou will be very large. Among them, because of their strength, even if the level 6 and 7 evolvers are not opponents of the same level mutant beasts, they are still difficult to be killed if they try their best to save their lives. However, low-level evolvers are not so lucky. No, you have to understand first, only staying alive is the most important thing. At this moment, the voice of Emperor Taizong of Tang came again. I was also killed by Han Xiao once. Did you see me care? If he is willing to sell Peiyuan Dan to me, let alone such a little sarcasm. Even if I am slapped 10 times, I can bear it. Don't forget, we are not alone. There are not only parents in the city, but also wives and children. For them, I must live, and for them, I can endure anything. Listening to the quarrels getting farther and farther away from him, Xiao Han finally understood the thoughts of Emperor Taizong of Tang at this time. After all, his parents, wife and children are still there, which is the greatest luck in misfortune in such a world like the end of the world. As the largest city in the west, Liangzhou City has 2 level 7 evolvers. Although there is still a risk of being breached, the probability of this is extremely low and almost impossible to happen. Because as long as they can hold on for 3 to 5 hours, the support from Kyoto will arrive. Therefore, for the current Tang Dynasty Emperor Taizong, how to survive every time he defends the city is the most important thing. After all, with the desert behind it, Liangzhou is not a good place For an evolver of his level, every time he defends the city, he is risking his life, and the risk of death is still very high. Now with the game Perfect World, as long as you get the embodiment symbol, you will have the opportunity to quickly improve your strength. So Xiao Han can also understand that that little bit of humiliation is nothing in front of living. Hey! Compared to Liang Zhou, Jing'an is much more dangerous. With a depressed sigh, Xiao Han's eyes instantly became solemn, and at the same time he remembered the level 7 mutant wolf that destroyed Jiangqing. Its existence is an extremely unstable factor for Jing'an. After all, Jiangqing's strength is also extremely strong. Not only is there a level 6 evolver, but there are also more than a dozen level 5 evolvers, far more than Jing'an. But even so, it couldn't hold on until the support from Kyoto arrived. If a level 7 mutant wolf attacks Jing'an, perhaps the city won't be able to hold out for even half an hour. And by that time, tens of millions of ordinary people will have nowhere to escape. Half a year. Just give me half a year. While muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately looked down at the two blood demon generals who were chasing him, and his eyes became dangerous. In order to quickly improve his strength, he must kill more such bosses. Although he himself cannot quickly become a level 7 warrior, the purple flame Thunder Wing Horse under him can be materialized into reality. Now, it is already level 31, much stronger than when the Iron-Eating Beast was materialized. With Peiyuan Dan, Diling Dan, and the inner elixir of the Earth Fire Armor, Piercing Beast, it should be able to be cultivated to level 70 or even level 90 soon. By that time, it will be almost equivalent to having a level 7 combat power. It's just that, during this period of time, other types of materialization talismans have exploded a lot, but pet materialization talismans have never exploded. If you don't have such a trump card in your hand, you will always be unsure. Okay, I'll listen to you. Staying alive is more important than anything else. Flying in the air. Another familiar voice came into his ears. Don't worry, even if I have any ideas, I'm no match for him. By the way, have you talked to him about the reward? I'll talk, that's fine. The guy riding the purple Pegasus is coming over. I won't talk to you for the time being. Hearing the direction where the voice came from, Xiao Han immediately turned his head and looked over. A figure wearing yellow armor was running towards this side quickly. Because the distance was a bit far, it was not very clear, but he knew it was Zhuoshang, the guy who he chopped with all his strength, but the damage was less than 500. The damage reduction effect of his passive skill has reached a terrifying 99%. Such a perverted skill, I wonder if he can withstand the full force attack of the Blood Demon General. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han was actually a little envious. After all, the skill was too awesome. If it weren't for the sealing technique, he would definitely not be Zhuoshang's opponent. Because of the 99% damage reduction, even if he doesn't wear any equipment, more than 90% of the players can't kill him at all. Hee, what a lucky guy, but compared to my 100 times reward, it's far behind. While muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately took the two blood demon generals behind him and flew straight to Zhuoshang. C554 bargaining. The distance of 1,000 meters because they were walking in opposite directions, they met quickly. Although the two Emperor-level blood demon generals were both very powerful, Xiao Han was not worried at all about Zhuoshang being killed instantly and just hovered in the air. Seeing that there was still some anger on his face, I felt more or less understanding. After all, what he did last time might have really stimulated this guy. But now, no matter who it was, they tacitly agreed not to mention this matter. After all, compared to that trivial matter, killing these two blood demon generals was the most important thing. As for whether this guy will seek revenge on him in the future, that is not something that needs to be considered now. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Although General Blood Demon was slightly slower, he was already chasing after him. Xiao Han no longer wasted time and asked directly, Taizong of the Tang, Dynasty just told me that you can help me hold off a boss. You two should have discussed what benefits you want. Well, we need the manifestation talisman. Zhuoshang paused and said directly, without thinking, a boss of this level can almost 100% produce the
Manifestation talisman.
Your explosion rate is far better than ordinary people. Everyone knows this. So I'm not qualified to ask for an equal share of the proceeds with you, so no matter what general blood demon explodes, we don't have to. But a manifestation talisman is the bottom line between me and Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. Ha! I'm afraid that won't work. Xiao Han shook his head and refused. Directly, the manifestation talisman exploded by the blood demon general will definitely not be given to you. It's just a matter of holding back one of the bosses. It's not worth the high price I pay. And even if I agree the manifestation talisman exploded by the blood demon general is not something you and Tang Taizong can get your hands on. Seeing Zhuoshang's expression suddenly change, Xiao Han continued with a smile. Don't worry, just listen to me first. The demands you and Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty have made are just a
Manifestation.
But you can only get one from the blood demon general. It's not easy to distribute between two people. I have a suggestion. I wonder if you would like to consider it. Suggestion. Zhuoshang frowned and repeated in a low voice. After thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, then tell me first what the suggestion is. This is all you want. Xiao Han raised his hand and took out 2 gold manifestation talismans from his backpack and continued with a smile. Although this thing is rare, I still have some stocks on hand. If you can help me hold down one of these 2 blood demon knights, I can give you these 2 as a deposit first, and after the matter is over I will give you 4 more gold manifestation talismans. 2 for potions and 4 for items so that you and Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty can easily divide them. In addition to these, I can also give you 2 more Peiyuan pills. Once they are realized in reality, they should also have some effect on breaking through the bottleneck. There are still 6 golden talismans? Zhuoshang stared at the yellow piece of paper in Han Zhao's hand and suddenly became a little excited. Because of the domineering passive skill of Golden Bell Cover, he killed a lot of boss during this period, including 5 at the Overlord level alone. But there were only 7 gold manifestation talismans that were revealed. And among them, there are 3 skill manifestation talismans which have no effect on him at all, and are still sitting in the warehouse gathering dust. He was really excited that he could get such benefits just by containing an Emperor-level boss. More importantly, you can also get 2 Peiyuan pills. If this thing were realized in reality, he might have a chance to break through the current bottleneck and become a level 5 evolver. But there is a high probability that the Emperor-level boss will reveal the Dark Gold Talisman. Although the value of 6 gold manifestation talismans is very high, it is still slightly inferior to 1 dark gold manifestation talisman. Although he wanted to fight for it again, Han Xiao had clearly refused and would definitely not give in. There should be no room for negotiation on the aspect of materialization. But in other places it may not be possible. After squinting his eyes and thinking for a moment, Zhuoshang also remembered the instructions of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. Zhuoshang said directly, I can accept this price. But you should also know very well that the price of 6 golden talismans is really not high. This blood demon general is an Emperor-level boss. He can almost 100% explode. Dark gold-level manifestation talismans. Even diamond-level and legendary-level talismans have a very small chance of exploding. So, you want the dark gold talisman? Xiao Han's eyes flashed and he breathed a sigh of relief. With a 100-fold increase in rewards, the manifestation talisman he exploded from the blood demon general was far beyond the dark gold level. If you're lucky, you might be able to discover a spiritual weapon level manifestation talisman, even if it's a treasure level weapon. That way, he could bring the flaming purple gold armor into reality. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han showed a smile and said directly, "You are right, the Emperor-level boss can indeed explode the dark gold.
Manifestation talisman.
Since you want the dark gold manifestation. Talisman. You misunderstood. I don't want the dark gold talisman." Before he finished speaking, Zuoshang interrupted him and said, "The manifestation talisman is very precious, and I'm sure you won't give in on this. So I can take a step back on this matter. But after the matter is over, I hope you can also take a step back on the number of Peiyuan pills. 2 is too few. The day before yesterday, when you attacked Tangzhen in revenge against Xing Kai, you took out 50 or 60 pills at once. I'm sure this thing is not too precious to you." "Hee, you guessed wrong." Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "It is extremely difficult to refine Peiyuan pills. But since you said so, I am willing to take another step back. How about this? I will give you 6 Peiyuan pills, and I can also give you a deposit for 2 first. But you must hold one of these 2 blood demon generals tightly for me. If I fail to kill it because of you, I will take back the deposit." "No problem, it's what I should do," Zuoshang said quickly, looking at the blood demon general who was running over. At this time, Xiao Han did not hesitate and immediately took out a porcelain bottle from his backpack, put 3 Peiyuan pills in it, and then asked the purple flame thunder wing horse to lower its altitude. When it flew over Zuoshang's head, he threw it over and said, "There are 3 Peiyuan pills in the porcelain bottle, one of which is for you to use when you deal with General Blood Demon. As for whether to use it or not, I don't care. The remaining 4 Peiyuan pills and 4 golden materialization talismans can only be given to you after the matter is over." "Hey, you are really nice." Reaching out to grab the materialization talisman and the porcelain bottle, Zuoshang immediately pulled out the bottle stopper and took a look and said happily, "If it weren't for the Gray Mist Valley, maybe we could still be friends. Don't blame me. It was your people who started it first. Forget it, it's all in the past. There's no need to mention it anymore. I'd better get to work first. It's completely meaningless to talk about this now." Zuoshang didn't want to mention the depressing past, so he just moved his feet and rushed straight to General Blood Demon. #C555 Domineering Full Strength Attack. With 99% damage reduction and 3 Peiyuan pills, Xiao Han was not worried that he would be killed instantly, and rode the purple flame thunder wings horse into the air again. Da, da, da. The horse's hooves stepped on the bluestone slabs, making a dull sound. At this time, Zuoshang had also rushed to the front of the blood demon general and launched the skill charge without fear. Boom! The 2 sides collided with each other, and a figure wearing yellow armor was immediately knocked out without any resistance. Damn! Even if you want to attract hatred, there is no need to be so fierce, speechlessly said. Xiao Han controlled the purple flame thunder wings horse, and a thunder spell instantly hit another blood demon general. Roar! The roar sounded, and hatred was instantly attracted. If 2 Emperor-level bosses were together, the risk of fighting would be too great. He didn't have the abnormal damage reduction like Zuoshang. Since he had already attracted hatred, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately let the purple flame thunder wings horse fly to the northeast. Da, da, da. But he had to stop after just 2 steps, and floated in the air more than 10 meters away with a depressed face, looking at the 2 bloody figures chasing behind him. Farther away, Zuoshang was still dizzy at this time. Taking out the blood demon breaking gun from his backpack, Xiao Han whispered softly, "Is it because of this thing that they chased me closely and ignored?" Zuoshang, thinking so in his heart, his eyes flashed immediately. At this time, the figure who was knocked out finally recovered from the dizziness. Seeing his indifferent look, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment before throwing the blood-colored spear in his hand over, shouting, "Put this thing away, it can attract the hatred of the blood demon general." "Fuck, I was a little surprised just now. Why are the weapons of these two bosses different? It turns out that one of them is in your hand. Excitedly picking up the blood-colored spear stuck on the stone slab in front of him, Xueshang didn't care about the blood demon general rushing over at all and looked directly at the attributes of the weapon in his hand. At this time it was just as Xiao Han expected. Because the blood demon spear was thrown out, the sight of the two blood demon generals was immediately attracted by Xueshang. One of them even raised his right hand quickly, and the blood-colored blood demon spear was also raised high. Fuck! Seeing this scene, Xiao Han only had time to curse, and then raised his hand, and threw a guard over. Although Xueshang's passive skill has a 99% damage reduction, he doesn't think this guy can withstand the damage of a full-strength attack. Unless he has a passive life-saving skill like the Medal of Life, just like himself. A 3000% damage bonus, multiplied by the Blood Demon General's basic 180,000 attack points is 5.4 million damage. Even if it can only cause 1% damage, it is still 54,000 points. And this is not the most abnormal part of this skill. After being hit by the Blood Demon Breaking Gun, a serious injury effect will occur, and 5% of the total health will be lost per second. At that time, no matter how powerful this passive skill is, it will be useless. Xiao Han was extremely depressed when he just paid 2 manifestation talismans and 3 Peiyuan pills, because once Xueshang was killed, today's matter would be ruined. No, he can't use this skill. After muttering softly, Xiao Han's eyes immediately lit up, and at the same time his left hand suddenly stretched forward, shouting, "Come here!" The dragon-catching hand used before has now cooled down. As the roar came out of his mouth, an illusory dragon head immediately grew in the wind and headed straight for the spear in the Blood Demon General's hand. This skill can not only catch people but also objects. Whoosh! A sharp whistling sound was heard, and the Blood Demon spear flew out of the Blood Demon General's hand and headed straight for Xueshang. The illusory dragon head also flashed directly and swallowed the blood-colored spear. Xiao Han was about to retract his left hand, but the huge force made it impossible for him to do it. Even his body and the purple flame thunder wing horse under him were involuntarily pulled several meters away. The next second, a puff sound came from the dragon head, and the blood demon spear directly penetrated it and continued to fly towards Xueshang. Fuck! Full force! At this time, Xueshang had already read the properties of the blood demon spear and looked over with a shocked face, but there was no panic in his eyes. With the damage reduction of the golden bell cover, it was only a tenfold increase in damage, which was not a big threat to him. Seeing the yellow shield suddenly appearing on his body, Xueshang looked at the figure in the sky and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Is there any other trick to this attack? Han Xiao must know more about the strength of the Blood Demon General than him. Since that guy added a shield to himself, he certainly felt that he could not withstand this attack. With such a judgment, Xueshang no longer dared to be careless. He quickly took a defensive posture and used his strongest defensive skills. An illusory golden bronze bell suddenly appeared out of thin air and covered it inside. The moment it appeared, the blood-colored spear was like a swift lightning, and it smashed the golden bronze bell with a crack. At the same time, the yellow shield inside was also shattered by a blow. Then, it directly hit Xueshang's chest, and with a puff sound, it went straight through his chest without any obstruction. 49,326. A dark red number of nearly 50,000 points appeared, and at the same time, a damage value of more than 6,000 points appeared on Xueshang's head. Fuck, with such a high attack, if I don't have the golden bell cover, wouldn't I be killed instantly? Although the blood-red spear was still stuck in his chest, Xueshang still said it calmly, and then held the spear in his chest with his backhand and pulled it out directly, and then continued, "Hey, another legendary spear. But it's not that easy to kill me in one shot." 6,448. As soon as the slightly excited voice fell, another damage value appeared on his head. Although this damage value is not much, the damage reduction effect cannot work on it, and the 5% damage value loss actually appeared. At this time, Xueshang's health value was only half left. This sudden change stunned him. He quickly opened the attribute panel to take a look, and then his face immediately turned ugly. #C556 Unknown Danger. Fuck, the heavy injury effect of losing 5% of health per second, and the duration is unknown. Seeing such a negative state, Xueshang couldn't help but curse, and the joy of getting a legendary weapon just now disappeared. Losing more than 6,000 health points per second, with his current total health of less than 130,000, he can only last about 20 seconds. Although there are several players in the guild who have learned healing, they can't get through at all. The damage range of Blood Demon General's War Trampling reached a terrifying 100 meters, and it spread in a circular shape. Although there are some signs when this skill is activated, it only takes less than a second. In such a short time, even if you know in advance that War Trampling is about to be used, it is not enough for any priest to run out of the attack range. So now he has few choices. Do I really have to use Peiyuan Pill? Muttering softly in his heart, Xueshang's face suddenly became ugly, and his mood became extremely depressed. The 3 Peiyuan Dan that he just got, but he planned to materialize them all into reality. Even a few seconds ago, he thought Han Xiao was very generous. He helped to contain a Blood Demon General, and he even had a Peiyuan Dan to take. With the 99% damage reduction effect of the golden bell cover, this pill can be saved. But now, before the battle has even started, he has no choice. What the hell, what's this? Although Xueshang didn't want to do this, he could only pour out one for the remaining 4 Peiyuan Dan and 4 materialization talismans. With the Peiyuan Dan that can restore 20,000 health points in 1 second, it can at least buy him half an hour. But the Blood Demon General's health points were as high as 220 million points. He was not sure whether Han Xiao could kill him within half an hour, so he raised his head and shouted, "This is trouble. I am seriously injured. My health points will lose 5% every second. Even if I take the Peiyuan Pill now, I can only last for half an hour. In such a short time, are you sure you can kill the Blood Demon General? If not, you can only wait until I come back to life." Half an hour? Xiao Han frowned, calculated silently in his heart, and immediately said, "If there are no accidents, it should be enough. But you have to throw one of the 2 Blood Demon Spears to me so that you can take away the hatred of one of the Blood Demon Generals." "Okay, go on." Xueshang didn't waste any words. He raised the Blood Demon Spear that he had just pulled out of his chest and threw it directly to Han Xiao. At the same time, the Peiyuan Pill that had just been poured out was also thrown directly into his mouth by him. 6,448 plus 20,000. 2 numbers, one red and one green, appeared almost at the same time, which immediately restored a large part of Xueshang's remaining life value. Then his face darkened and he rushed straight to one of the Blood Demon Generals. At this time, Xiao Han also controlled the purple flame thunder wing horse, facing the flying Blood Demon breaking demon spear, and grabbed it in his hand. Roar! Almost at the moment when the blood-colored spear was in hand, the Blood Demon General below roared. Seeing Xueshang entangled one, and the other sight fell on him, Xiao Han did not hesitate and turned around and left immediately. Peiyuan Pill can only last for half an hour, and he does not have much time left. If the Blood Demon General cannot be killed within half an hour, then there is no possibility of killing him today. Although 220 million life points are a bit too much, half an hour should be enough, Xiao Han said softly while leading the Blood Demon General to run away. Although his current physical attack power is only 160,000 points, he has a 100% critical hit probability and a 50% critical hit effect increase. As long as a critical hit occurs, it can cause about 400,000 damage to the target. Even if the Blood Demon General may have a critical hit-free attribute, it will definitely not exceed 50%. So in 10 attacks, there should be about 5 critical hits. Although in this way, the damage per second will be less than 400,000, but he still has skills, combo effects and violent stunts, and the damage per second can still be maintained at more than 400,000. So if nothing unexpected happens, half an hour is enough. Leading the Blood Demon General, Xiao Han rode the Purple Flame Thunder Wing horse and flew at a moderate speed. On the other side, Zhuoshang also led another Blood Demon General and ran in a completely opposite direction. Flying in the air, Xiao Han could see that some players were looking at this side from a distance and even heard their discussions. The two bosses are separated. What does Han Xiao want to do? Is he strong enough to kill the Emperor-level boss alone? That's impossible. The Blood Demon General just now recovered more than 300,000 health points in 1 second. How can he kill him? It's hard to say. If it were someone else, it would probably not work, but Han Xiao is different. Maybe he can really kill him alone. Hey, I'm afraid you all have poor eyesight. With 400,000 damage per knife, what boss can't be killed? The discussion sounded in his ears, but Xiao Han didn't pay attention. After flying forward for 5 minutes, the roar of another Blood Demon Knight could no longer be heard even with his hearing. It's okay. It shouldn't have any impact. While muttering softly, a cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. After letting the Purple Flame Thunder Wing horse lower its altitude, he immediately turned over and jumped down. Roar! The roar sounded again, and the front hoof of the blood-scale beast was raised high at this time. Humph! You still want to kill me instantly? The attack of the War Trample can indeed cause fatal damage to him. If he didn't have the Siming Medal, he might even be killed instantly, but that would have to hit the target. Seeing that the hoof of the beast had already stepped down quickly, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, took a step forward in the air, and then ran at full speed. In less than a second, he was already suspended in the air more than 10 meters high. When the red light passed by his feet, Xiao Han was about to run over, but his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, his left hand immediately stretched out, and an illusory dragon head suddenly jumped out of his palm and rushed straight to the Blood Demon General. Hundreds of meters away, densely packed players were looking at the cold owl in the sky, with a look of amazement on their faces. Among these players, there were also a dozen special ones. Although they opened their mouths to speak, they did not make any sound. But everyone's face showed different expressions. Some were excited, some were solemn, some were hesitant, and some were even impatient. But Xiao Han, who was fighting with the Blood Demon General, did not notice their existence, let alone the unknown danger. #C557 Come up to me. More than 10 meters in the air, the illusory dragon head grew in the wind, and soon extended more than 10 meters forward, rushing straight towards the Blood Demon General. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, 2 thunders sounded at the same time. 2 purple lightnings, one thick and one thin, just flashed and hit the Blood Demon General, who had just used up his skills. The paralysis effect produced by the Thunderfall technique and the thunder strike also immediately froze him. At this time, the illusory dragon head just rushed in front of the Blood Demon General and swallowed him in one gulp. Seeing that the skill hit accurately, Xiao Han's face flashed with ecstasy, and then his left hand shrank back fiercely, directly pulling it off the blood. Scale beast, come up to me! While roaring, the 3-meter-tall Blood Demon General flew uncontrollably into the sky. Even if it is an Emperor-level boss with strong strength, once it is caught by the dragon catcher, it will be directly imprisoned. At this time, even if you want to use skills, it is impossible. Although the Huang-level dragon catching hand is far inferior to the Xian-level sealing technique in terms of effect, it is also extremely domineering. Chirp! With a neighing sound, the Purple Flame Thunder Winged Horse has already flown over. When Xiao Han climbed onto the horse, an unusually clear seal word appeared on the palm of his right hand. The moment the dragon-catching hand was retracted, he also printed a palm on the chest of the Blood Demon General. The next second, the white seal word appeared on his forehead. Fly up quickly. Fly as high as you can. The beast control technique that has been upgraded to the 3rd level can still clearly express its meaning. After receiving the order, the purple flame thunder-winged horse slapped its purple thunder wings fiercely and flew straight into the sky like a purple lightning. He held the Blood Demon General's neck tightly with one hand. Although it had been sealed and could not call on any energy in its body, its struggling power was still very strong. Feeling that he could no longer hold on, even the flying posture of the purple flame thunder wing horse was affected. Xiao Han no longer insisted and immediately released his palm. Ha! More than 100 meters in the sky, a bloody figure fell straight to the ground. Fuck! It can be like this? This height is probably 150 meters. Blood Demon General was thrown down. Directly like this. Wouldn't he die directly from the fall? Hey, even if he doesn't die, the damage caused by this will not be small. As expected of the great demon king Han Xiao, this method of killing monsters is so fucking different. Although he didn't deliberately listen to what the onlookers were saying, the distance between the two sides was only a few hundred meters, and they're amazed. Discussions still entered his ears. Xiao Han didn't care about this. What he wanted to know more now was what kind of damage would fall from such a high place caused to Blood Demon General. Boom! As he was expecting it, the bloody figure had already hit the ground. As the blue stone slab was smashed, a violent roar spread far away. 142735898. More than 8-digit red damage also appeared at this time. Xiao Han was stunned, and then couldn't help but exclaimed, "Fuck! More than 10 million. Damage!" He never thought that the idea that flashed in his mind would lead to such a result. More than 14 million damage value, this is not a small number. If it happens 10 more times, maybe the Blood Demon General can be directly thrown to death. And this idea has a high possibility of being successfully implemented. After all, the cooling time of the Dragon Catcher is only a short 60 seconds, which is enough for him to kill the Blood Demon General. 11000000. As he was calculating in his heart, another bloody damage value suddenly appeared. Oh my god! Is General Blood Demon seriously injured? Looking at the damage value that suddenly appeared, Xiao Han's face flashed with surprise, and a gleam of light immediately appeared in his eyes. The next second, General Blood Demon's data and current state appeared clearly. In his eyes, minor injury, all attributes decreased by 10%, and 5/1000 of life value will be lost per second. After receiving such information, Xiao Han's face flashed with excitement, and he immediately let the purple flame thunder wing horse lower its flying altitude, turned over and jumped directly down. The state of minor injury will last for a total of 60 seconds. The loss of 1.1 million life value per second, in total, will be about 66 million. By then, General Blood Demon's life value will be less than 150 million. After 60 seconds, the cooling time of the Dragon Catcher is up again. Without the life value recovery effect of the Blood Ancestor's blessing, it can be killed with just 1 or 2 more times. Hey, although they are both Emperor Boss, the difference in strength is still huge. Although the Blood Demon General is also very strong, he is much weaker than the level 110 Red Flame Cracked Armor Beast. At this time it has been sealed. Xiao Han will not worry about being killed. Instantly, holding the Tiger Roar Flame Blade and rushing forward directly, 5 red afterimages appeared on the blade, and the Flame 5 combos immediately slashed over. Bang! 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 Amid the violent collision, the combo special effect was also triggered, and 8 slashes were made in a row, 5 of which were critical damage. Because of the attack bonus of the violent special skill, the total damage value of Blood Demon General was more than 5 million. Such a scene instantly made the players 100 meters away speechless. After a while, someone shouted in shock, "Fuck! 5 million damage per second. Can Han Xiao be more perverted? This is not right. His critical damage just now was only over 400,000. How come it has soared to 800,000 now?" Compared to this question, I am more curious about the white word seal on the head of Blood Demon General. What is going on? Yes, I am also curious about this. It has been a second. Why didn't the recovery skill of Blood Demon's blessing take effect? If this goes on, Han Xiao will be able to kill Blood Demon General soon. Amidst the many discussions, some players were shocked, some were confused, and some looked eager to move. In a stone house in the northeast, more than a dozen players with good-looking equipment suddenly opened their eyes wide, their faces full of disbelief. After a long while, someone shouted, "Fuck, are you sure? Lord Wang asked us to deal with this guy. With this damage, his Tiger Roar skill that can attack a group of people can kill us all in an instant. Well, what can we do?" In the crowd, a slightly low voice said depressedly, "If it weren't for him, do you think there is anyone in Stormwind City who can make Lord Wang send 3 teams to carry out this mission?" #C558 Blood Demon Beast. The Blood Demon General has a high HP of 220 million points. I thought it would take at least 10 to 20 minutes to kill it. After all, even if it is sealed, its physical attack is still as high as 180,000. Without the abnormal damage reduction skills like Zhuoshang, it can only deal with it slowly by taking advantage of speed. If one is hit by mistake, more than half of the HP will disappear in an
instant.
So even if his HP is as high as 330,000, he can't withstand such damage, let alone stand and fight with the Blood Demon General, because it is no different from seeking death. Because of this, it is often only every 2 or 3 seconds that effective damage is caused. Fortunately, the Blood Demon General has been sealed, and all the energy in his body cannot be called up, and any skills cannot be used. Only ordinary attacks can be used. Chirp, the neighing sounded. The purple flame thunder winged horse was only level 31. Even if it was an emperor-level pet, it was still no match for the blood-scale beast. But even so, it was still entangled with it with all its strength. Without the speed boost from the mount, the Blood Demon General's strength dropped by at least 30%, which made it easier for Xiao Han to deal with it. Roar! Angry roars continued to sound, and 2 bloody figures were slowly approaching. Although he wanted to stop them, Xiao Han did not dare to do it openly. After all, the Blood Demon General's attack power was not something he could withstand. But it was facing away from him at this time, so it was different. Yang! 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 Holding the Tiger Roar flame blade, Xiao Han chased after the Blood Demon General and chopped him down one after another. -395,876. -7,000. -401,582. The crazy attack stunt was turned on, and the attack speed had doubled directly, and the damage to the Blood Demon General was also doubled. Roar! At this time, the blood-scale beast finally knocked the purple flame thunder wing horse away and ran towards this side with a roar. Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he immediately looked over. Blood Demon Beast, Overlord level 71, HP plus 36 million, attack plus 42,400, physical defense plus 55,800, magical defense plus 39,200, skill Savage Charge, movement speed increased by 1,000%, knocking away all targets along the way, causing 200% physical damage, and producing a 2-second stun effect with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Skill War Trampling, stomping on the ground, causing 200% physical damage to all targets within a radius of 100 meters, and stunning for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 300 seconds. Skill Human-Beast Integration can improve the various attributes of the rider and the Blood Demon Beast by 50%, lasting for 15 minutes with a Cooldown of 60 minutes. Introduction. The transformed Blood Demon Beast is the exclusive mount of the Abyss Blood Clan, which can greatly increase the strength of the rider. Non-Blood riders have a probability of more than 80% being backlashed. Xiao Han was still a little surprised to see such data in the corner of his eyes. Although he had known for a long time that the mount under the Blood Demon General should be a dominant boss, he always thought it was a blood scale beast, because the mounts under the Black Demon General and the Black Demon Knight are the same, except that one is an ordinary mount and the other is a leader mount. But when the detection technique was used, Xiao Han frowned slightly when he saw the attributes and introduction of the Blood Demon Beast and muttered softly, "NND, it's actually the exclusive mount of the Blood Clan." When Lu Yen killed the Black Demon General, he also killed a leader-level Black Scale Beast, and at the same time a Black Scale Horse card was exploded. So naturally he would also want to get a Blood Scale Horse card. But the mount of the Blood Demon General turned out to be a Blood Demon Beast. And it was even an exclusive mount of the Blood Clan, so even if the horse card was exploded it would be useless. "Ah, war tramples, what a pity," muttered a little depressedly. Xiao Han watched the Blood Demon General climb onto the horse, and he also turned around and rushed towards the purple flame. Thunder Wing Horse. Blood Demon Beasts will also trample in war, so it is better to avoid them. After all, once they are stunned, their lives may not be saved. Anyway, even if they do not attack, the health of the Blood Demon General is also dropping rapidly, so he only needs to wait for a few dozen seconds. Roar. Time passed by, and the angry roar continued to sound. At this time, the lightly injured state of the Blood Demon General's head, which lost 1.1 million health points per second, finally disappeared. Seeing this situation, Xiao Han did not hesitate and immediately stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Boom! Thunder sounded, and a lightning bolt accurately hit the Blood Demon General. Under his feet, while he was paralyzed, an illusory dragon head suddenly jumped out of his palm and swallowed him in one gulp. Chirp. After such an experience, the purple flame Thunder Wing Horse also became smarter. Before the Blood Demon General was pulled back, it had flapped its purple wings and quickly flew into the sky. 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. In just 2 or 3 seconds, it had risen to a height of more than 500 meters. A cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and his left hand loosened immediately. The bloody figure, whose neck was tightly pinched, immediately fell downwards. Boom! A violent roar sounded, and while smashing the bluestone slab, the health value instantly decreased by more than 22 million points. At this time, the health bar of the Blood Demon General was less than 1/3. -22000000. The lightly injured state reappeared, even more serious than the first time. But Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he whispered softly, "Hey, 1% of health is lost every second. If another Blood Demon General is also brought to an altitude of 500 meters, wouldn't it be possible to ignore its blood ancestor's blessing?" Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han suddenly became a little excited. In fact, although the Emperor-level boss is very strong, many of them can be killed by human wave tactics. If there is no blood ancestor's blessing that restores 2.2 million health points per second, I believe that any big guild with a little strength will choose to attack the Blood Demon General. After all, the Emperor-level boss is almost certain to explode the
Manifestation Talisman.
As long as you have it, you can materialize some things such as elixirs, equipment, pets, etc. into reality. In such an apocalyptic world today, whether it is an ordinary person or an evolver, the manifestation talisman has a strong appeal. This almost represents strength, and also represents the hope of survival. I hope I can get a pet manifesting talisman this time. Muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately jumped off the horse and rushed straight to the Blood Demon General. At this time, its health value was less than 50 million. In fact, even if it did not attack, losing 1% of its health value per second, in the lightly injured state would be enough to make it bleed to death. However, there were many players watching around, and the longer the time dragged on, the greater the variables would be. People die for money and birds die for food. This is an eternal truth. He didn't think those guys would be afraid of his strength and would always watch. Like this, the energy in his body kept pouring into his ears. Xiao Han listened to the sounds around him, and 5 red afterimages appeared. On the tiger roaring flame blade in his hand. #C559 Full Strength Attack. Unable to call upon a single bit of energy, and without the powerful life restoring effect of the Blood Ancestor's blessing, the Blood Demon General's red health bar was rapidly decreasing. At this time, Xiao Han also heard the discussion of the onlookers in the distance. Boss, should we kill him? That Emperor-level Blood Demon General is dying. Heard that such a boss can at least explode a diamond embodiment. It's easy to go over, but have you forgotten Han Zhao's other nickname? What's there to be afraid of? If you want to get benefits, how can you not take a little risk? Even if you can't grab the embodiment, it's also good to grab a piece of equipment. Don't be too impatient. The first wave of people rushing up must be cannon fodder. Han Zhao's group attack skills, could it be that you have already? Damn, what is that guy doing? The discussion drilled into his ears, and Xiao Han couldn't care too much at this moment. His face sank, and a yellow shield immediately appeared on his body. This is the protective skill on the Panlong Heart Mirror, which allows him to obtain a shield with a value equal to 3 times his own health. With its protection, as long as there is no critical hit, he can at least withstand the attack of the Blood Demon General for 5 seconds. Kill. In order to prevent accidents, Xiao Han must kill him in the shortest time. Standing and shooting is the most convenient and quickest. Seeing the blood-colored long sword stabbing over, he had no intention of dodging at all and directly chopped it with 3 consecutive slashes. -405,486. -7,000. -412,582. -2200000. The blood-colored damage value appeared 10 in a row, but all added up it was not as high as the damage caused by the light injury effect to the Blood Demon General. Losing 1% of health value per second, this should be at least a serious injury. With such a guess in mind, Xiao Han said softly, although he wanted to use the detection technique, it was not appropriate at this time. The cooldown time of the guard skill is very long. The next time you use it, you have to wait for 5 minutes. So now, it is most important to kill the Blood Demon General as quickly as possible. Seeing a ripple flash across the yellow shield and it instantly became thinner, Xiao Han immediately raised his hand and slashed again. Bang! Amid the sound of metal clashing, the Blood Demon General's health value became less and less, and his health bar disappeared quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. 40 million, 30 million, 20 million, until a certain moment, its body suddenly stiffened and fell on its back. And Xiao Han also heard the long-awaited system prompt in his ears. Ding, you killed a Blood Demon General Emperor and gained 4.85 million experience points, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained 485 million experience points. Ding, your level has been upgraded to level 61. Please allocate free attribute points reasonably. I wish you a happy game. Ding, you killed a Blood Demon General Emperor and gained 316 gold coins, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained 31,600 gold coins. Ding, you killed a Blood Demon General Emperor and gained the manifestation Talisman Instrument Legendary, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained the Manifestation Talisman Instrument Treasure Instrument. Ding, you killed a Blood Demon General Emperor, obtained the Materialization Talisman Medicine Diamond, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the Materialization Talisman Medicine Legend. Ding, you killed a Blood Demon General Emperor, obtained the skill Throw Advanced, triggered a 100-fold reward and you obtained the skill full. Power attack, advanced. Ding, you killed a blood demon general emperor, obtained the skill charge. Advanced, triggered a 100-fold reward and you obtained the skill wild. Charge, advanced. Ding, you killed a blood demon general emperor, obtained the legendary. Equipment blood coagulation wrist guard, triggered a 100-fold reward and you obtained the treasure equipment blood demon wrist guard. Ding, you killed a blood demon general emperor, obtained the legendary. Equipment blood coagulation armor, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the treasure equipment blood demon armor. Ding, you killed a blood demon general, emperor, obtained. A series of system prompts, more than 30,000 gold coins immediately turned the surrounding ground golden. On top of these gold coins, there was a shining materialization talisman, which was extremely conspicuous. Hey! I can finally materialize the fiery purple gold armor. Xiao Han muttered to himself with some excitement, and immediately picked it up while quickly digging through the pile of gold coins. There was not only this materialization talisman in it, but also the legendary potion materialization talisman which he was determined to get. A dark gold potion materialization talisman could only materialize one level 5. Earth Spirit Pill. Even a diamond level 1 could only materialize 10. With this legendary potion materialization talisman, he had the capital to use the Earth Spirit Pill to practice unscrupulously, and even had extra pills for Jiang Xiaoyun to practice with. Clang! Amid the sound of gold coins colliding, a red book appeared in sight. All-out attack. Looking at the 4 big words on it, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with joy, and he immediately stuffed it into his backpack. At this time, there was no time for him to learn skills, because the footsteps 100 meters away were running towards this side. Quickly, everyone shouted excitedly. Fuck, what level of materialization talisman is that? How can there be white light coming out like a light bulb? Is there any need to ask? It must be a diamond level or higher. Materialization talisman. If I had known that such a materialization talisman would explode, I would have rushed over as soon as possible even if it would explode all my equipment. What the hell, what is that? How could there be a diamond level or higher materialization talisman? Amidst the many discussions, Xiao Han could hear their eagerness. But he didn't care about it. He immediately reached out to grab the legendary level potion materialization talisman. Put it down. Suddenly, a roar sounded in his ears. Although he had already guessed it, he couldn't help but be shocked. The voice was behind him, and the distance should not exceed 3 meters. It is impossible to cross a distance of more than 100 meters in less than 3 seconds except for skills such as flash and teleport. And none of the guys who can use such skills are weak. Humph. My things are not so easy to snatch. While snorting in his heart, Xiao Han did not dare to be careless. He immediately put on a layer of ice shield, but his palm did not stop and he firmly grasped the materialization talisman. Bang! At the same time, the attack from behind also came. The moment his back was hit, he immediately felt dizzy. #C560 speaking so scary. Once the blood demon general was killed, someone would come to snatch the spoils. Xiao Han had guessed this long ago, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Fortunately, his luck was pretty good. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he had found the 2 most precious talismans from the mountain of gold coins. At this time, although his body was no longer controlled by his brain, he still held it tightly in his hand. As for the remaining skill books and treasure equipment, it all depended on luck. After all, in this situation it was obviously impossible to take away all the things. Although the equipment on his body had 30% toughness, it only took 0.7 seconds to wake up from the dizzy state. But he always felt that things would not be so simple. Boom! As he was thinking this, the ground under his feet suddenly shook, and the dizzy feeling in his head had not even disappeared, and he was dizzy again. Bang! At the same time, the sound of metal clashing also sounded on his back, and a huge force came from behind, and Xiao Han couldn't help but walk forward a few steps. Minus 4,261. The moment the red damage value appeared, a surprised voice shouted, "Fuck! My attack of more than 40,000 points actually caused less than 5,000 points of damage. If it weren't for the 10% armor-piercing special effect, wouldn't it be impossible to even break the defense? How many legendary equipment does this damn Han Xiao have? This damage reduction is too outrageous." Hearing such a voice behind him, Xiao Han showed a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth, and a cold light flashed in his eyes at this time. In fact, his damage reduction is not as high as imagined. After all, equipment with damage reduction special effects is not cabbage in the field, which is so easy to get. Even if he has an immortal weapon, 3 legends, and 8 legendary equipment. But among all these equipment, only the Siming Metal, the Mysterious Black Gold Helmet, and the Angry Dragon Ice Shield have damage reduction special effects. In total, it is 31,000 points. Normally, an attack of more than 40,000 points, if it has 100% armor penetration, can cause more than 10,000 points of damage to him. But the Ice Shield skill can be immune to 50% armor penetration, and the physical defense provided by his current equipment is already more than 25,000 points. If there is no 150% armor penetration, even if the physical attack exceeds 40,000 points, it will not be able to break the defense. Facing the Blood Demon General, he is more or less afraid and dare not resist its attack. But if it is just a player, the result will be different. Even if he stands still, there are only a handful of players in the entire Stormwind City who can cause damage to him. So at this time, although he has lost control of his body, Xiao Han is still not worried at all. Whoosh! The harsh whistling sound of the wind sounded, followed by a light dang sound, and a chill also emerged on his body at this time. Fuck! It's a control chain. The dizzy state has not completely disappeared, and the body is frozen again, which makes Xiao Han's face slightly dark, and he has a bad premonition in his heart. Although he can't see the situation behind him, the dense footsteps are constantly coming. Clang! At the same time, the sound of picking up gold coins sounded in his ears. The player who just teleported over did not continue to attack him, but searched in the pile of gold coins. No way. It's actually a level 90 treasure armor. After less than 2 seconds, a cry of surprise sounded, and a blood-red armor was also pulled out of the pile of gold coins by a hand. At this time, Xiao Han finally saw the man's face clearly from the corner of his eyes and said in a deep voice with a cold look in his eyes, "Gao Hu, I didn't expect you to dare to attack me. So, Qian Hai, Su Shan, Lu Daqi, and Zhao Pingfeng are all here too? Alas, people die for money and birds die for food." Gao Hu sighed and said, depressedly, "I don't want to attack you either, but there is nothing I can do about it. I advise you to take out the 2 manifestation talismans. We have some friendship, but you really can't keep this thing in your hands. It will not do you any good." Heh, what a joke. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "You don't want to attack me, so it should be the so-called Lord Wang who wants to attack me. In reality, maybe I can only bear it. But in this game, with only 5 of you, you want to snatch things from me. Don't you think it's a bit naive? This control chain is good, but how long can it trap me? 5. Gao Hu shook his head and explained in a low voice, "You guessed wrong. This time, there are more than 5 people coming to deal with you. This time, we are determined to win. Even if the action fails, you can't keep these 2 talismans. That's scary, you can try." Although still frozen, Xiao Han's tone did not compromise at all, and he continued in a cold voice, "The consequences of going against me are not so easy to bear. I hope your control chain is long enough to prevent me from fighting back." Hey, how did it get to this point? Seeing the stubborn Han Xiao, Gao Hu sighed in frustration and didn't say anything more. Wan Long, Ding Zhen and others have already come. He doesn't need to be responsible for the next control chain, so it's more important to find some equipment, materials or skill books from the gold coin. Pile first. Clang. The sound of the gold coins being kicked away just sounded, and a crisp sound of dang immediately sounded in the ear. Han Xiao, who was standing aside, froze in place as soon as the blue frost on. His body disappeared and couldn't move at all. Although the control chain this time was extremely perfect, Gao who didn't think they could get back the 2 materialization talismans. With his physical attack of more than 42,000 points, he only caused less than 5,000 points of damage. Among the 15 people who came today, only Shi Tiandong's attack was higher than his, but it was just over 50,000 points. As for the remaining 13 people, because they didn't have the penetration special effect, they couldn't even break the defense. With Xiao Han's current health, if they want to kill him, they need to control him for at least half a minute. This is not too difficult for them. But the players 100 meters away have already come over one after another. Once they form a human wall, it will be very difficult to hit Han Xiao. More importantly, the purple Pegasus above their heads has been watching this place. C561 Burning Flames.
Yang.
Another light sound rang out on his body, and the petrification effect appeared again when the arrow hit the Kanglan armor. Although 3 pieces of equipment provided him with 30% toughness, the opponent's control chain was perfectly connected, and Xiao Han could not gain control of his body. Fortunately, their attacks were not high. Although he was controlled for 5 seconds in a row, the loss of life points was less than 30,000 points. This was just a drizzle for his total life points of 330,000. With such a damage value, even if the control chain lasted another 10 or 20 seconds, it would not be a big threat to him. Walala! The effects of dizziness, freezing, paralysis, etc. kept coming one after another. Xiao Han could not move a step, and could only watch Gao Hu on the side searching in the gold coins. At the same time, the players around him also ran towards this side quickly. They shouted and ran excitedly. Those with better equipment would of course be slightly faster, and at this time they were less than 10 meters away from here. Fuck! That bloody armor is actually a treasure equipment. Don't be so long-winded, rush over and kill that guy, maybe there is a chance to get the armor. I really regret it. If I had known this, I would have rushed over directly. Just now. What's the point of saying this now? That's an emperor-level boss. Isn't it normal to get this level of equipment? Amid the excited roar, the messy footsteps also ran towards this side quickly. Although the body was still unable to move, Xiao Han's face showed a touch of joy. Once there is a human wall blocking, it will not be easy for the arrows in the distance to hit him again. At that time, none of the people around him will survive. Gao Hu, pray that your luck will be better. Xiao Han muttered softly in his heart, and a cold light flashed in his eyes at this time. He can ignore the 2 treasure equipment that just exploded, because they are all level 90 equipment. Even if the attributes may be very good, they should not be used in a short time. But there is also a skill book of Wild Charge, which would be a bit depressing if it was taken away. This is an upgraded version of Charge, and it is also a control skill. If you can learn it, although it will not greatly improve your strength, at least you will have more means to deal with the enemy. In fact, Blood Demon General also has a similar skill that can knock away all targets along the way. If Wild Charge is the same as it, then this skill is very practical. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han stared at Gao Hu, praying that the skill book would not be found by him. Kill! At this time, the player who rushed to the front finally arrived. Although they all knew that the guy who picked up the treasure armor was very strong, they still killed him without hesitation. Flames burning! Suddenly, a roar came from dozens of meters away. The sound was not loud, but it had strong penetrating power. Whoosh! 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 The next second, dozens of fireballs fell from the sky at a very fast speed and hit the ground around him. The scattered sparks instantly ignited everything around. Even without any fuel, they could still burn fiercely on the pile of gold. Coins. Minus 45,870. Minus 35,980. Minus 52,140. A series of red damage values appeared, and dozens of players who arrived earlier were instantly killed. Whoosh! At this time, Xiao Han clearly heard another arrow flying, and in the flames, more than 10,000 points of blood-red damage appeared on his head. No, I can't continue to be controlled. Although he had 31,000 points of damage reduction and the protection of the ice shield, his magic defense was still several thousand points lower than his physical defense, and the damage he received would of course be higher. If he continued to be controlled like this, he might really be in danger. Seeing 3 players around him who had lost more than 50,000 HP but were still alive, Xiao Han's eyes lit up immediately and he shouted quickly, "Brothers, do you want equipment? Whoever helps me block the attack can get a gold embodiment and a legendary equipment. It is impossible for you to kill Gao Hu in this flame. Instead of doing this, you might as well help me. You should all know the reputation of the great demon king Han Xiao. As long as it is promised, it will definitely be fulfilled." Yang! Before the 3 people could reply, another dang sounded behind them, and the petrification effect that had just disappeared turned into paralysis. Again, Xiao Han was a little impatient at this time because he had been controlled and unable to move. Although he no longer had any extra legendary equipment on him, as long as he could regain control of his body, such equipment would be easy to get. Gao Hu, who was searching among the gold coins, had an attack power of more than 40,000 points, so he must have no less than 10 legendary equipment on him. Even the extremely rare legendary equipment should not be less than 1. Ahaha! The great demon king Han Xiao has finally issued another bounty. Just as I was thinking this, a young man in his 20s in front of me laughed loudly and said, "Since you are so generous, I won't be polite." After saying that, a damage value of more than 30,000 points suddenly appeared above his head, leaving only an invisible trace of the health bar. But the 2 players beside him froze at the same time, fell down weakly, and even exploded with 2 pieces of equipment. The flames burning on the ground are not something ordinary players can bear. The crowds of people running towards them 20 or 30 meters away were just standing there quietly watching, because as long as they took 1 step forward, it would be the difference between life and death. Such overbearing magical attack power also bought Gao Hu more time. Whoosh! At this moment another arrow was shot, and the young man with only the last trace of life left launched a charge and hit the flying arrow. "Damn it! What are you doing on horseback?" Although when Han Xiao shouted out the reward, Gao Hu had already stopped his movements and wanted to stop the troublemaker. But at this moment there was no way it would be in time. All I could do was watch the figure disappearing away at high speed, when there was a clear sound of gold and iron clashing. When the young man successfully blocked the arrow, a 4-digit red damage value appeared on his head, and he fell to the ground with a snap. At this time, a link of the control chain was blocked, and Xiao Han finally regained control of his body. Without any hesitation, he slashed behind him with a single wave of his hand. #C562 Golden Bronze Bell. Although it seemed that there was nothing behind him, the sound he heard was not like that. Even though he was constantly controlled by various negative states and could not even use any skills, the abilities brought in from reality were not affected by this. Zhao Pingfeng, you really don't learn from your mistakes. At the same time that the tiger roaring flame blade slashed over, Xiao Han saw a figure suddenly appear in the corner of his eyes. Skills that can make you invisible are actually rare. He only had the opportunity to see it once when he was in the elf ruins. And it was that time that made him remember the guy named Zhao Pingfeng, and he even went to look up relevant information. This skill is very powerful whether it is used to kill people or escape. But its use also has some limitations. Once invisible, the movement speed can only be maintained at 30% of the original speed. If it exceeds this limit, it will not be able to maintain this state. If his ears were not extremely sharp and he heard the extremely slight footsteps coming from behind him, he might have continued to be dizzy. When they surrounded and killed the charming queen, he clearly remembered that Zhao Pingfeng had a skill to chisel the back of the head, which had a strong stun effect. Now that so much time has passed, this guy's control skill is not limited to this one. If he is allowed to do what he wants, even if he is controlled for 5 or 6 seconds in a row, it may be a very normal thing. But now, since he has gotten rid of the control effect, he will not give them any chance. Looking at Zhao Pingfeng, who was retreating backwards at a high speed, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and he sneered with his eyes narrowed. Since you are here, don't leave. This equipment looks good, so leave it to me. Before the voice fell, the tiger roaring flame blade swept behind him, and it was not surprising that it chopped in the air. It is obviously impossible to kill such a practical master with one blow. But Xiao Han was not discouraged at all. While tapping the ground with his feet, he also chased after him at a faster speed. With the cloud-stepping boots and the speed boost of the stir-fried tendons, Zhao Pingfeng couldn't compete with him even if he was wearing boots of the treasure level. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment the piercing scream sounded again, and there were even more than one arrow flying. Humph! It's great to have more people. With a cold snort, Xiao Han did not continue to chase him. Instead, he turned around and rushed towards Gao Hu, who was still rummaging in the pile of gold coins, and slashed him with a knife. Whoosh! 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 The blazing flames made more than 10,000 points of damage appear above his head. At the same time, the burning flames also blocked many players who wanted to rush over. Even because of the overcrowding, people were squeezed in and then killed instantly. Even if he could still bear such damage for the time being, he would not be able to bear it if the time was delayed for a long time. So now it is better to find the wild charge as soon as possible, leave this place quickly, and then slowly settle accounts with Gao Hu, Su Shan, Zhao Pingfeng, and others. Boss, be careful. At this moment, a roar sounded. Gao Hu also sensed the danger, and rushed forward a few steps without hesitation. Yang! Yang! The arrow hit the gold coin, making a crisp sound. Xiao Han was about to kick the gold coin under his feet to find the skill book. But he saw that Gao Hu was already holding a red book in his hand. Then he turned his palm and disappeared directly. Fuck! You robbed my things, and sooner or later you will spit them all out to me. He cursed angrily. Although there was a treasure-level blood demon wristband in the pile of gold coins, Xiao Han didn't care anymore. There is more than one blood demon general, and such equipment can also be exploded. But today he must kill all these guys, let them know that the things of the great demon King Han Shao are not so easy to rob. Hey! Let's start with the mage with the highest attack. While muttering softly, Xiao Han glanced at Gao Hu not far away, wiped his finger on his throat, and said in a deep voice, "Don't even think about leaving. You all wait for death." Swoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh! Before the threatening voice fell, several more arrows shot. Since they had been on guard for such an attack, they would certainly not be hit easily, even if their archery skills were not bad. Hearing the whistling sound of the arrow piercing the air, Xiao Han immediately stepped into the void and ran quickly. While avoiding the attack, he also relied on the stepping air step to hover 100 meters in the air. Chiu! With a neighing sound, the purple flame thunder wing horse did not even need to be called, and immediately flapped its thunder wings and flew directly over. Sitting on the horse's back, Xiao Han immediately looked in several directions. In his memory, Ding Zhan, Wang Man, Bai Jun, are they all acquaintances? Looking at the figure standing on the stone house, Xiao Han's face suddenly darkened, and he looked at the 5 figures on another stone house. Although he didn't know the people there, he must be the same kind of people. as Gao Hu and Wang Man, and the guy holding the red staff, if nothing unexpected happens, should be the guy who released the flames. Since I found you, then go to hell. Seeing the archer on the stone house aiming his arrow at him, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a scornful smile, and he immediately communicated with the mount under his crotch using the beast control technique. Chirp, a slightly excited neighing sound was heard, and the purple flame thunder wing horse immediately turned into a flash of lightning and flew straight to the stone house below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment 3 more arrows were shot, and Xiao Han also saw Qian Hai hiding in the crowd. This guy was very wretched. As soon as he shot the arrow in his hand, he squatted down without hesitation and hid himself. Humph, is this useful? While snorting coldly, Xiao Han had no time to pay attention to that guy for the time being and continued to look at the mage on the stone house. Until this time, he had no intention of leaving, and his eyes even had a hint of provocation when he looked over. Whoosh, whoosh, the purple flame thunder wing horse flashed twice at high speed, and while avoiding the arrows, the distance between the two sides had been shortened to less than 20 meters. Heh, you're really looking for death. While muttering softly, Xiao Han slashed down with the tiger roar flame blade in his hand. A familiar red tiger immediately appeared above his head. Roar. The sound waves formed by the tiger roar spread around at a very fast speed, and instantly reached the magician holding the red staff. Bang! The next second, a golden bronze bell suddenly appeared and was struck. Fiercely, the tiger roar formed by the energy shadow was immediately dispersed by the sound of the golden bronze bell.
Almohadilla C563 no cooldown skill.
Oh my god! It can be done like this. Tiger roaring forest was cracked like this, and Xiao Han showed a look of surprise on his face. However, this skill did not kill those guys on the stone house, which was actually completely within his expectations. After all, those who dared to attack him were more or less powerful. The reason why he used the group attack skill just now was not to kill all those guys, but to force out some life-saving trump cards. Now that this goal has not been achieved, let's just do it directly. Floating in the air more than 20 meters high, seeing that the magician below had raised his staff and started chanting the spell, Xiao Han immediately stretched out his finger. A purple lightning immediately struck down at a speed faster than thunder. Boom! As the thunder sounded, the chanting continued, and next to the magician, Knight Player raised the spear in his hand and attracted the lightning. Heh! This is well prepared. After 2 attacks failed to achieve the desired results, Xiao Han narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately reached out to take out a book from his backpack and just quietly flipped through it. Whoosh! 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 The sound of arrows breaking through the air was still ringing, but he didn't need to worry at all. The purple flame thunder wing horse could completely avoid such attacks on its own. At this time, the sound of chanting the spell finally stopped, and the red staff was waved upward, and nearly 100 flaming arrows were immediately formed. Whoosh! 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 The sky was full of arrows shooting at high speed, but none of them could hit. Gather! At this moment, the magician's low roar sounded, and the 100 arrows in the sky suddenly all flew to one place in unison, collided with each other, and finally turned into a huge arrow with a length of more than 5 meters. Behind this arrow there was even a tail flame ejected, as if it had a tracking function, biting the purple flame thunder wing horse tightly behind. Chiu! A slightly panicked neighing sound was heard, and the wings of the purple flame thunder wing horse flapped violently, and the speed immediately soared, and it flew around aimlessly in the sky. But even so, it still couldn't get rid of the flaming arrows chasing behind it, and the distance between the two was getting closer and closer. If it weren't for the purple flame thunder wing horse's continuous change of direction, it might have been caught up long ago. This fast and irregular flight made Xiao Han, the rider, a little dizzy, but fortunately the book in his hand had disappeared. Seeing that the flaming arrows were still chasing him, he immediately communicated with the purple flame thunder wing horse. After the flight was stable, he immediately turned over and stood on the horse's back, and directly rushed towards the flaming arrows 2 meters behind him. At the same time, a golden light flashed on his body. Boom! A violent roar sounded, but only the 2 words immune appeared on Xiao Han's head, and he didn't lose even a trace of life value. However, because he had no place to use his feet, he fell directly downwards. At this time, the red cape on his back suddenly opened, slowing down the speed of his fall. Chirp! The purple flame thunder wing horse, which had already flown far away, had already made a big circle in the air and flew back again, catching Xiao Han. From below, sitting on the horse again, he had time to look at the introduction of the full-strength attack. Full-strength attack. LV0, 0/1000, throwing weapons, causing 200% physical damage to the target, and at the same time having a 100% armor-breaking effect, consuming 5,000 energy points. Only 200% physical attack bonus is still a bit disappointing. However, seeing the eye-catching LV0, Xiao Han's eyes lit up again. It is normal for the 0-level full-strength attack to have a low attack. If it can be upgraded to LV1, it may increase the physical attack power by 300%. And this is also an advanced skill which can eventually be upgraded to LV9. At that time, not to mention increasing the physical attack power tenfold, but increasing it 5-fold should be no problem at all. For other players, even upgrading it to LV1 is not an easy task. But for him, it couldn't be easier. This skill has no cooldown time. As long as there are enough spears in his hand, he can upgrade it to LV5, LV6, or even LV7 today. Thinking excitedly, Xiao Han immediately searched in his Rui belt. After a while, one after another golden and dark gold spears were put into his backpack. At this time, looking at the figures below who still hadn't left, Xiao Han curved his mouth and whispered to himself, "Hehe, I want to see if you can deal with all my attacks." Ki. The moment the voice fell, the purple flame thunder wing horse seemed to understand something and neighed excitedly. Then the purple thunder wings slapped violently, like lightning, and flew towards the stone house at a very fast speed. Putting the tiger roaring flaming knife into the backpack, Xiao Han reached out and took out a black spear. Humph, even if it's only twice as powerful, it's enough to kill any of you in seconds. Xiao Han snorted coldly, muttering softly, "What's more, my critical hit rate has been increased to 100%. If there is no explosion-proof special effect, then you will die." The speed of the purple flame thunder wing horse was extremely fast. In less than 3 seconds, the distance between the 2 sides was shortened to less than 20 meters. The chanting sounded again on the stone house. At the same time, the arrow flashing with cold light was also pointed at this side from a distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sharp whistle sounded, and the purple flame thunder wing horse flashed at high speed, easily avoiding such an attack. At this time, Xiao Han was too lazy to say any more nonsense, and threw the spear in his hand out. Whoosh! Consuming 5,000 points of energy, the spear also made a sharp whistle the moment it flew out of his hand. Its flying speed was even faster than the arrow just shot from below. Puff! A light sound came and the spear failed to hit any target, but it easily pierced through the stone house, leaving only a less than 30-centimeter, still, violently trembling tail of the spear. The first time using a full-strength attack, there must be no feeling at all, and it was normal not to hit. Xiao Han was not discouraged. He flipped his hand and took out another spear, and threw it out without any hesitation. Whoosh! Swish! Swish! Skills without a cooldown time can, of course, be used without restraint. For the little bit of energy consumed, a recovery pill can replenish it. Boom! At the same time, the purple flame thunder wing horse was not idle either. The bright purple lightning chain just flashed and landed on the knight's raised spear. Zila. Although the lightning did not hit the mage directly, the ricochet attribute played a role, causing the sound of the chanting spell to pause. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han threw the spear in his hand without hesitation. Swish! With a sharp whistle, the knight holding the spear suddenly stepped forward and blocked in front of the magician and raised the shield in his hand, posing a defensive posture. Crack! But the next second, the shield in his hand was shattered, and a 6-digit damage value appeared on his head at the same time. #C564 Level 4 Dragon Catching Hand. Ding, you killed Sure How, you got the legendary equipment Feather Light Ring. You got the diamond equipment Turtle Shell Shield, triggering 100 times. Reward, you got the legendary equipment Shenin Red Gold Armor. You got the legendary equipment Burning Flame Gun. You got the legendary equipment. The system prompt sounded in his ears. Although Xiao Han had expected it, he was still stunned for a moment. He didn't hear clearly just now how many pieces of equipment the knight named. Sure How revealed in total, but what is certain is that the guy must only have a pair of big pants left. The legendary equipment Feather Light Ring was directly exploded. After the reward was increased 100 times, at least one treasure was needed to ensure that other equipment would not be exploded. But the system prompt just now only revealed 2 pieces of legendary equipment. In addition, there are even 5 pieces of legendary equipment, which also brings Sure How's health to 240,000. But even so, he was still killed instantly. At this time, the sound of chanting spells on the stone house suddenly stopped. The magician holding the red staff was stunned and immediately stepped back, with a look of disbelief on his face. The soldiers and archers on the side reacted extremely quickly. Without any hesitation, they bent down and reached out, intending to pick up the equipment. On the ground. It's quite a beautiful thought. A flash of light flashed in his eyes. Seeing the figure grabbing the red gold armor, Xiao Han immediately controlled the purple flame thunder wing horse and flew towards the stone house. At the same time, his left hand suddenly volleyed forward and grabbed. Roar! An illusory energy faucet instantly sprang out from the palm of his hand. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, you used the skill Dragon Capture Hand to gain 1 skill proficiency point, trigger a 100-fold reward, and gain 100 skill proficiency points. Ding, congratulations to the adventurer Han Xiao. Your proficiency in Dragon Catcher has been reached and has been upgraded to LV4. I wish you a happy game. When such a voice suddenly sounded in his ears, Xiao Han's eyes immediately lit up, staring at the dragon head that had rushed straight towards the archer. Originally, he wanted to use this skill to directly imprison the magician. After all, as long as they are killed, the remaining others are also very powerful, but their skills and damage are all inferior by more than 1 level. The attack is less than 40,000 points, and even if he is hit, it is just a scratch to him. But the magician didn't give him any chance to take action. Sure How was blocking him just now, and now he was hiding behind the warrior. In this case, he could only attack with the archer first. Roar! After the dragon capturer reaches the 4th level, the illusory dragon head, condensed from energy, can even hear a faint roar while rushing towards the target. Level 3 and level 4 should be different, right? While muttering softly, Xiao Han's eyes narrowed slightly. Whether it is shock, sudden slash, or 5 consecutive slashes with flames, after upgrading from level 3 to level 4, the damage has suddenly increased a lot. In order to improve the skill level of Dragon Catcher, he has been using it continuously for this period of time. At this time, I finally got my wish. With a 100-fold reward, it is actually not too difficult to upgrade it to LV4. Get out of the way! Screams of exclamation sounded on the stone house, and although the archer's face darkened, there was no trace of panic at all. Seeing the illusory energy dragon head rushing towards him, his figure flashed and appeared on another stone house more than 10 meters away. Roar! But at this time, there seemed to be another roar in the air. The illusory energy dragon head was in the air, suddenly turned a corner, and rushed straight towards the archer who had just stood still. Damn it! This skill also has a locking function when riding a horse? Angry curses rang out, and the archer did not expect this to happen. Although he had tried his best to dodge, he was still swallowed by the dragon's head. At this time, Xiao Han also took the time to take a look at the attribute panel. The attack range of the 4th level dragon capturer has increased from the original 50 meters to the current 60 meters. Although it still cannot cause any damage to the target, the imprisonment time has been extended to 3 seconds. Hey, come here! Seeing that the archer couldn't move, Xiao Han immediately shouted and pulled back his left hand suddenly. Roar! The dragon roar sounded again, and the illusory dragon head retracted. Immediately, grabbing the archer's neck, Xiao Han still looked at the figures below, with a cold light in his eyes. Although I didn't get any of the pieces of equipment that were just revealed. But the equipment he is holding in his hand, once the equipment is revealed, will all belong to him, and the equipment on this guy should not be much worse than sure how. With this thought in his mind, the purple flame thunder wing horse immediately flew high into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it climbed to more than 500 meters. At this time, the confinement time had passed, and the archer in his hand began to struggle violently. Xiao Han did not say any nonsense, and just waved his hand with a knife. Ding, you killed Tang Kuan and got the legendary equipment Yinfeng bracers. Triggering a 100-fold reward, you got the legendary equipment Shenin Red Gold Armor, you got the legendary equipment Flowing Leather Armor, you got the legendary equipment. Amidst a series of system prompts, Xiao Han couldn't help but froze for a moment. It's not because of how good the equipment that was exploded was, but because, after Tang Kuan died, more than 40 pieces of equipment were exploded at once. Without special encounters, a player's backpack would only have 30 spaces. Fuck. Does this guy also carry a few sets of equipment with control effects? Xiao Han couldn't help but feel depressed while muttering in his heart. When he killed Tang Kuan, he was in mid-air. I thought that there were only a dozen pieces of equipment at most, and with a buffer of 500 meters, it should be possible to collect all of them. But now, it is obviously impossible. Fortunately, the 2 legendary equipment are quite conspicuous, so there is no need to worry about missing them. Faced with this situation, Xiao Han had no better way. He controlled the purple flame thunder wing horse and flew down with the equipment. Although the equipment fell very quickly, his speed was not slow. Maintaining this free fall-like speed, Xiao Han put the equipment he could touch into his backpack one by one. At this time, the players who looked up at the sky became agitated. So many items have been dropped. Is Han Xiao giving everyone a treat? Wow, every time I see the big devil being surrounded and killed by others, there will be unexpected gains. This time is no exception. The knight who was killed instantly just now had a life value of 240,000. The worst equipment on him should be diamond. In that case, the equipment that fell from the sky. #C565 As long as I want, I can cover the sky with one hand. The equipment dropped very quickly. Even though Xiao Han was busy all the time, he only took a dozen pieces. The remaining 20 or so pieces of equipment fell into the crowd, and a melee broke out immediately. Faced with this situation, he didn't care. He immediately opened his backpack with a happy face and looked at the equipment he had just harvested. After all, among them, there was a legendary Shenin Red Gold Armor. This was the equipment that exploded from the knight and was then picked up by the archer. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be an equipment with a damage reduction effect. Once a legendary armor has a damage reduction effect, it is at least more than 15,000 points. Calculated in this way, his damage reduction is almost 50,000 points. At that time, even the magician holding the red staff will cause him very limited damage. Even if he is controlled again by accident, there is no need to worry too much. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han immediately took out a black and red armor from his backpack and looked down at its attributes. Shenin Red Gold Armor, Legend Level 55. HP plus 75,000. Stamina plus 3,500. Defense plus 3,500. Strength plus 3,500. Energy plus 3,500. Special skill, Hegemony, passive skill, 20% chance to trigger Hegemony state. At the moment of using skill, immune to all control effects and reduce 10% of damage. Special effect, damage reduction when attacked, the damage received is reduced by 18,000 points. Special effect, toughness, reduce 10% of control time. Seeing such attributes, he couldn't help but brighten his eyes, and immediately took off the Kanglin armor on his body and replaced it with the legendary Xiaohan red gold armor. At this time, the HP directly exceeded 400,000, and the physical attack finally exceeded 170,000, and the damage reduction was only 1,000 points away from 50,000 points. But what made him happiest was the hegemony stunt, because the legendary Shenming Wujin helmet also has such a passive skill. There is a 20% chance to trigger the hegemony state at the moment of using the skill. Now the two pieces of equipment are superimposed together and the trigger probability has reached 40%. Although this is not high, it is actually not low. What's more, there is a toughness special effect on the Xiaohan red gold armor, which shortens the time to only 60% even if he is controlled. Hey, let's see how you can kill me now. After whispering excitedly, Xiao Han immediately looked at the remaining equipment. Another legendary level streamer leather armor has very good attributes, but for a warrior like him, both the special skills and special effects are not suitable. As for the remaining two legendary equipment, they are the longbow and boots. The former is useless, and the latter is not as good as the cloud stepping boots. Putting the two pieces of equipment back into the backpack, Xiao Han looked down again. On the stone house, the guys just now are still there. However, Wang Man, Su Shan, Gao Hu and others who were separated before have gathered together, and even Sure Hao, who was killed, has been resurrected. Hey, are you starting to band together now? Xiao Han knew most of these dozen people and knew that they were all strong. And judging from their previous actions, they should belong to three different teams. As masters, they all have their own pride. Before, they each did their own thing and had no intention of joining forces. After two people were killed, they wanted to unite. That Lord Wang, it seems he is not simple. Muttering softly, Xiao Han looked at the faces of Gao Hu, Su Shan and Wang Man and instantly understood their thoughts. Two people have been killed, and two sets of equipment have also exploded, but these guys haven't run away yet. He has a flying mount. As long as he doesn't commit suicide, they can't get the two materialization talismans that just exploded. But even so, no one wants to leave and they look like they will never stop fighting. In that case, then expose all your equipment. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Xiao Han raised his hand and threw a Peiyuan pill into his mouth, then took out a spear and threw it directly. Swish! The sound of piercing the air sounded, and Chen Hai moved half a step to the side and dodged the attack. The others on the roof did not even move. As early as the moment the spear was shot down, they had already determined the trajectory and landing point. Seeing that a spear appeared in Han Zhao's hand again, Gao Hu's eyes flashed with helplessness, but there was nothing he could do. Without a flying mount, it was actually doomed that their action would not succeed this time. But Lord Wang issued a death order, not only the embodiment talisman that exploded in the Red Rock mine last time, but also the one that exploded this time. What made him extremely depressed was that Han Xiao, this bastard actually, exploded too this time. If the last one failed to explode, it might be excusable, but this time the two embodiment talismans appeared right under their noses. If they can't bring it back, their life will not be easy. Ah, Wang Man, that stinky woman, really killed me. Sighing depressedly, Gao Hu raised his head and thought for a while and said, in a deep voice, Han Xiao, I know you are very strong, and we have no way to deal with you now. But you have to think clearly, a second-level evolver can't keep these things You exploded 2 legendary or higher manifestation talismans in public. Are those level 4 or higher evolvers in Jing'an City really just going to watch helplessly? Oh, you don't have to worry about that. Xiao Han curled his lips and said, indifferently, we know each other. Aren't you curious about where the panda went? Panda? Gao, who was stunned for a moment, then reacted, widened his eyes and said in disbelief, fuck, you didn't materialize him into reality? Hey, you're not that stupid. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Xiao Han glanced around and said, coldly, I know there should be a lot of people living in Jing'an around here. But you come before you come to me, you'd better think clearly. With only level 3 or 4 strength, do you have the ability to snatch the materialization talisman from me? Then he turned his gaze to Gao Hu and continued, I can tell you clearly that the panda is a dominant pet. After materializing, it directly beat up level 5 Kolei and 2 Ninkue. If it weren't for the fact that those 2 guys were tough, they might have died more than 10 days ago. I can also tell you that I just got another pet materialization talisman, which can materialize the Emperor-level Purple Flame Thunder Wing Horse under me. As long as I want, I can cover the sky with one hand in Jing'an in the future. Who do you think I need to be afraid of? #C566 killed again. Arrogant and confident words came down from the sky, making Gao Hu, Wang Man, Sure Hao and others' faces suddenly change. At the same time, the voices of some players' discussions also rang out. Immediately, fuck, a boss at the materialization level of the Overlord beat up 2 level 5 evolvers. This should be fake. It's possible that this is true. Have you forgotten that unlucky Sure Hao? Now that you mention it, I remember that guy picked up a dark gold materialization talisman, but just after the price was agreed, he was intercepted by Han Xiao and put Li Feng in jail. So, the Emperor-level Purple Flame Thunder Wing Horse under his buttocks is not the strength of a level 6 evolver. The sound of speculation and exclamation came from the crowd of onlookers. And someone shouted, fuck! Biaozi just found a place to log off and went straight to Tianshui Yaju went. The level 5 evolvers were all beaten down. Wouldn't he be going there too? Hey, who can I blame? It's all my own fault. Fortunately, I'm smarter and know that even if I go to Tianshui Yaju, that thing won't be mine. I also advised him like this, but that guy didn't listen. Speaking of this, I saw Kolei, Rongzhe, 2 Ninkue and others leave Jing'an, one after another some time ago, which can also explain it. There were many players and the discussions were very mixed. Xiao Han didn't care too much. He held a black spear and said in a deep voice, I know your responsibilities and you have to do this. But since you've already started, don't even think about coming back alive. And well, also, tell that so-called Lord Wang that he should think carefully before he attacks me next time. With a flicker in his eyes, Xiao Han continued, it's not easy to get all your equipment. If I expose them all, the progress of exploring the ruins will be immediately slowed down. In that case, all 3 of your teams may be ruined. Or maybe Lord Wang doesn't care too much. After all, Jing'an's team was wiped out, and there are people like you in Yuhai City, Huangsha City, and Hanbing City. Humph, what are you talking about? Get down here if you dare. Sure Hao, who had just been resurrected, was extremely unhappy because he had lost a legendary equipment and shouted, this kind of cheap provocation is useless to us. This is not provocation. You should all know that I am telling the truth. Seeing Gao Hu's face suddenly change below, Xiao Han smiled, touched the shining red gold armor on his body, and said with a smile, hey, you still don't give up. In this case, then do as you wish. The moment the voice fell, the lightning boots immediately appeared on his feet, and he didn't even need to let the Purple Flame Thunder Wing Horse land. Just a flash, and suddenly appeared on the stone house. Fuck! You can die if you don't say anything. Seeing this scene, Gao, who cursed with an angry face, and jumped up without any hesitation. But at this time this is all he can do. Boom! The moment he flashed to the stone house, Xiao Han's right foot had already
fallen 4 Celle.
minus 175,320, minus 85,460, minus 142,580. A series of red damage values appeared. Xiao Han, who had just resurrected, was killed instantly even though he took a defensive posture and even put a shield in front of him. Damn it! I knew it would be like this. After avoiding Han Zhao's shock, Gao Hu shouted with a lingering fear, but his face became completely gloomy, although the 5 of them escaped this disaster because of their timely reaction. But the members of the other 2 teams were not so lucky. One was left with 2 and the other was left with 3. A ray of golden light just appeared on Shi Tiandong's body. Otherwise he would have been killed instantly. More than 10 days ago, he already knew that although Han Zhao's fighting skills were not very good, his equipment was very good. It was still extremely difficult to kill him. And now, everything that happened in front of him just confirmed his original guess. In fact, with their strength it is difficult to kill him, but it should not be too difficult to save their lives. But the fatal thing is that there are too many players around, which limits their space for dodging and maneuvering. Fighting with Han Xiao in such a place is no different from seeking death. Looking in the other direction of the crowd, there is a slightly old figure. Over there, Gao Hu muttered depressedly, "Damn it! Just die. If you can perform better today, maybe there will be more resources in the future." But this appearance guidance expert is really fucking deadly. Seeing that Shi Tiandong also had a depressed look on his face, Gao Hu's mood was slightly balanced, and he lightly tapped his toes on the stone house and rushed over directly. In fact, although their strength is very strong, there is still a big gap. Compared to Han Xiao, if they could fight in groups, they would have rushed up when they stunned him for the first time, and they would not have waited until this time. That guy's group attack skill is not just a tiger roaring in the forest. Even Xiao Han, whose health is over 200,000, couldn't bear it if he stepped on casually, let alone others. The reason for using remote control is to avoid such a situation. But the order from the other side seemed to gather the power together, which would make it easier to kill Han Xiao. But it would also make it easier for them to be killed, just like now. When we are all dead, he should give up. While muttering in his heart, Gao, who had already rushed to Xiao Han's side, and his right foot was also raised high, and then fell down fiercely. Boom! As the sound rang out, he immediately saw Han Zhao's body shrink, and an illusory shield appeared. The skill that should have stunned him 100% did not work, and only caused him less than 5,000 points of damage. What's going on? This doesn't make sense. A trace of horror flashed in his eyes, seeing the red long sword waving towards him. Gao, who did not dare to hesitate at all, and immediately retreated. At this time, Su Shan waved the staff in her hand, and a green light immediately fell on Shi Hao's body, resurrecting him. However, his luck was very bad, and all his equipment was blown up, leaving only a pair of shorts. Boom! At the same time, a purple lightning suddenly fell from the sky and landed accurately on his head. When he just resurrected, he was about to reach out to pick up the exploded equipment, but his body froze in an instant and he was killed again. Hey, you unlucky kid. Why did you stand up? Isn't it better to lie on the ground? Hashtag C567 Unexpected Support. At the same time as the lightning technique fell, another chain lightning also fell. Gu Junsong, who was chanting a spell, paused and froze in place. Beside him, another green light flew out from Wang Man's staff and landed on Ding Zhin's body. Hey, resurrection! Xiao Han squinted his eyes and muttered, and there was a flash of excitement in Xiao Han's eyes. Although his shocking kick just now was unexpected, he only killed 4 people, and only Shi Han was the one who exploded with all his equipment. Now that Ding Zhin is resurrected, he can kill again. As long as this guy's luck is a little bit worse, even if only one piece of Equipment is revealed in the end, with the blessing of 100 times the reward. He will only be left with a pair of big pants. Killing them all will make the Veterans Guild stronger. Thinking of going to Ice City in a while, Xiao Han's desire to kill them became even stronger. Whoosh! Suddenly, an arrow whistle sounded in his ears. He didn't even have time to pick up the equipment. Sure how exploded, so he hurriedly dodged to the left. Whoosh! Whoosh! But before he could stand firm, 2 more arrows whistled. Because the distance was too close, it was too late to dodge at this time. He could only swing his sword and slash horizontally, using the angry slash that he had no longer used, hoping to trigger the domination again. When a soft sound came to him, Xiao Han felt his body stiffen, and a layer of frost immediately spread on the armor. 3 seconds, pay attention to skill connection.
After successfully freezing Han Xiao, Bei Yun immediately shouted excitedly.
His toughness should be between 30 and 50%. Charge after 2 seconds. Call. As the words fell, Shi Tiandong's voice of chanting a spell finally stopped. Then he swung the staff in his hand suddenly, and a huge stone ball burning, with blazing flames instantly condensed and smashed towards Han Xiao with a roar. At the same time, Gao Hu, Ding Zhen, Zhao Pingfeng and others also rushed forward and slashed with their swords. Minus 4,298. Immunity. Immunity. White Chinese characters mixed with red damage values appeared immediately from Xiao Han's head. Even if he was hit by 5 or 6 people at the same time, he looked indifferent. Even if the huge flaming stone ball hit his head, it could not cause any harm to him. Even the next second, a green plus 4,298 appeared from his head immediately, making up for all the health points he had just lost. The Peiyuan pill he had just swallowed allowed him to persist for at least half an hour while being controlled. This made him feel extremely calm, and he quietly looked at Lu Daqi, who had already assumed a charging posture.
No.
Seeing that he was the only one who could cause damage to Han Xiao, Gao Hu immediately shouted, "The damage we take out every second is not even as much as what he recovers. Then what can we do?" Ding Zhen looked bitter and said with a depressed look on his face, "Master Wang didn't say anything. How dare you go back? Don't think so much. It's just death here. This is not because our strength is not good, but because our opponent's strength is too strong. What the hell, more than 50,000 points of magic damage, but it still can't break through the defense." Shi Tiandong put down the staff in his hand, with a speechless expression on his face. At the same time, he also looked at the slightly older figure in the crowd. His brows furrowed deeply. In this situation, it is completely impossible to kill Han Xiao. No matter how perfect their control connection is, it is impossible to control them continuously for half an hour. This is simply unrealistic. But even so, the order to retreat still did not come. Thinking of Han Zhao's words to sow discord, Shi Tiandong's face instantly darkened, and he thought to himself, "Is he targeting me and not wanting me to join the elite team? With the level of our equipment, we definitely can't kill Han Xiao. There is obviously a more powerful elite team to perform this task. Why didn't Mr. Wang send them here?" With such suspicion rising in his heart, Shi Tiandong's eyes immediately changed. The number of elite teams in each city is fixed. Once he enters, others will inevitably be squeezed out. If he was killed by Han Xiao in this place today, it would be fine if his equipment would not be exploded. He would only lose some experience points, which would not have much impact on him. But if, like Shi Hao and Tang Kuan, all their equipment was blown away, by that time, let alone joining the elite team, you may not even be able to keep your current position. "No, I can't die in Han Zhao's hands." While muttering to himself, Shi Tiandong immediately raised the staff in his hand, chanted a spell, and slowly retreated towards the edge of the stone house. Bang! At this moment, Lu Daqi raised his shield and bumped into him. The frost on his body had just disappeared, and Xiao Han didn't even have time to make any dodge movements before his head felt dizzy again. More than 10 meters away, Qian Hai's long bow was already equipped with a blue-black arrow. Whoosh! Suddenly, an arrow whistle came. Among the crowd under the stone house, an arrow was shot out without warning, and hit the back of Qian Hai's hand with a pop. A layer of light blue frost immediately emerged from his body. Wake it up for me! Almost at the same time, a figure holding a red sword rushed under the stone house and stepped on a pair of intertwined palms. Then he threw it upwards, causing it to fly more than 2 meters high. At this time, Qian Hai had been frozen and the figure holding the red sword happened to appear behind him. Go to hell! A roar sounded, and the red sword slashed horizontally, bringing more than 10,000 damage points while standing on the stone house. On the other side, the stun time of the charge was only 1 second. Because of 40% toughness, Xiao Han woke up from the dizziness in just 0.6 seconds. Get up! At this time, another roar came from under the stone house, and another figure, holding a yellow shield, was thrown up. Whoosh! At the same time, an arrow flew over. Why are these guys here? Haven't they all gone to do the job transfer task? Looking at the 2 familiar figures on the stone house, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt, but he couldn't help but smile. For various reasons, he has been besieged more than once or twice. There has never been a time when someone was willing to help him for free. Even when he encountered danger, he often relied on his own strength to resist or money to open the way. Today he was a little surprised. But at this time, there was no time to reminisce with these 2 people. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud bang, and the shield warrior who had just come up was killed by a ball of fire before he could even react. You are looking for death. Seeing that the shield also exploded, Xiao Han immediately roared and swung his sword horizontally. Roar! The tiger roaring forest, which has a 30-second cooldown time, was finally used again. #C568 Unexpected Support 2. Roar! The tiger roared, and the sound waves visible to the naked eye immediately spread in all directions with Xiao Han as the center of the circle. On the stone house, a black dagger was almost stuck to the back of his head. Minus 85,420. But as the sound wave passed by, a red damage value of more than 80,000 points immediately made the figure holding the dagger freeze. It seemed that all the strength was lost in an instant, and it hit the ground heavily with a bang. At the same time, more than 10 pieces of equipment were also exploded. Lu Daqi and the newly resurrected Ding Zhun on the side also stiffened and fell down. Only Gao, whose head had a white immunity, popping up, and he was lucky enough to escape the disaster. But not far away, Qian Hai, Sushan, and Baijun were not so lucky. While being killed instantly, all their equipment was exploded. Dozens of pieces of equipment were scattered on the stone house, which immediately made Xiao Han's eyes light up. Although there were many system prompts and it was difficult to hear them, clearly he was still able to tell that among the pile of equipment there were at least 2 legendary pieces of equipment. Hey! I'm making a lot of money now, Xiao Han muttered excitedly, and immediately looked at Gao, who in front of him, and at the same time looked at Shi Tiandong, who was still alive, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. That guy had already triggered his invincibility skill once when he used shock. I didn't expect that I could still be alive now. And this also means that he has at least 2 pieces of invincible equipment on his body. When he thought of the magic attack power, which was at least 50,000 points, Xiao Han's eyes immediately lit up. If you don't count the buff status of Fried Tiger Whip, his physical attack is actually just over 70,000 points. Compared with Shi Tiandong, he is actually not much stronger. It can be deduced from this that he not only has legendary equipment on his body but also legendary equipment, and the quantity is not small. Hey! It would be great if they all came out. Seeing Chong Meng rushing towards Shi Tiandong without any fear, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately shouted loudly, I will kill that guy myself. You deal with this soldier. Good. The figure holding the red sword didn't say any nonsense. While dodging a rocket, he rushed towards Gao Hu. As for the equipment scattered on the stone house, everyone had a tacit understanding and did not pick it up. One side wants to kill and the other wants to escape. At this time, seeing that only 2 of the 3 teams who had gathered together following the instructions were left in just an instant, Shi Tiandong no longer had any intention of staying and fighting. Han Xiao had already broken through Gao Hu's blockage and rushed over, which made him more determined in his thoughts. He looked in a random direction and immediately raised the red staff in his hand high. Whoosh! But just as he was about to use flash, an arrow hit his neck with a pop sound. Although the damage caused was not high, the ensuing paralysis effect and the charging figure made his face darken. Fuck! He only had time to curse before the long red knife quickly grew in size in his eyes. Puff! At the moment of being hit, although Shi Tiandong did not see the health points popping up above his head, the feeling on his body made him immediately understand that he had been killed instantly. At this time, Xiao Han had already put away his sword and stood up, hearing the system prompts in his ears and the 2 extra pieces of equipment on the ground. He couldn't help but feel the joy on his face. It's a pity that only 1 piece of diamond equipment exploded, Xiao Han said with emotion, but Xiao Han was still a little disappointed. It's just a piece of diamond equipment. Even if the reward is increased 100 times, it will only be a piece of legendary equipment. And Shi Tiandong must have more than 1 piece of equipment of this level. If what was just exploded was a legendary piece of equipment, then unless he had a treasured piece of equipment, he would be completely blown away. Bending down, Xiao Han picked up a pair of boots and a necklace from the ground. Xiao Han didn't even have time to see their properties, so he immediately turned to Gao Hu and looked over. At this time, Cheng Meng actually fought back and forth with the opponent, not losing at all. You must know that whether it is level or equipment, he is more than inferior. To Gao Hu, his simple and unpretentious fighting skills really opened his eyes. Hey! I didn't expect that this guy wasn't bragging. Xiao Han did not expect that he would gain such a master through an unintentional move. At the same time, he turned his gaze in another direction. Over there, Long Jing was holding a long bow and set an arrow again, pointing at Gao Hu, who was fighting Cheng Meng from a distance. It seems that there are some benefits to forming a guild. Muttering softly in his heart, Xiao Han ignored the battle over there and immediately took a few steps to quickly pick up the equipment scattered on the stone house. The eyes of the people watching around him had changed a bit at this time, and even their comments reached their ears unscrupulously. Lao Hong, those guys look very strong. The equipment they exploded is at least diamond or above. Are we just going to watch helplessly like this? So what if I don't watch? Have you forgotten Han Zhao's abnormal explosion rate? The big devil of explosive equipment, my god. How can that guy have such a perverted ability? This is too ridiculous. Hey, if it's not like this, do you think these guys around will stand there without reacting? What a bunch of cowards. Han Zhao's 2 group attack skills have been used. Let's rush over now. We can at least grab half of them. The voices of discussion and quarrels continued to come, but the ones who really dared to take action have not appeared yet. After all, the players who can come here have more or less strength. A set of equipment may not be legendary level, but there must be a few diamond and dark gold level equipment. If there is nothing left and it is exploded, it is not an easy thing to replenish it. If you are born in a peaceful era, the gambler mentality of betting big with a small investment may be very common. But the world now is completely different from before. If you want to survive, you can't act impulsively at any time. Upgrading quickly and changing jobs quickly are the most important things. After all, if the strength in the game becomes stronger, there is a high probability that the strength in reality will usher in a wave of growth. If all the equipment is gone, how can we talk about upgrading and changing jobs? Seeing that no one came, Xiao Han was a little relieved and picked up the equipment faster. What he didn't know was that at this time the slightly old figure in the crowd had disappeared quietly. #C569 National Weapon. Hey, isn't this the golden bronze bell? Among the equipment on the ground, Xiao Han didn't know who he had just killed. To get this equipment that could resist the attack of the tiger roaring in the forest. This thing is extremely rare and should be considered a special equipment. Although he still didn't quite understand its function, he quickly picked it up with a little excitement and looked at its properties. City Bell, Legend National Weapon. It can be hung on the altar in the city. Special skill. Fixed sound. Ring it once. Remove all control effects. Immune to sound wave damage. Gain 20% toughness. Consume 10,000 energy points. Cool. Down for 300 seconds. Special skill. Bravest the three armies. Ring it 3 times and all the players guarding the city within a radius of 10,000 meters will have their upper limit of health increased by 20%. Physical/magic attack increased by 20%. Physical/magic defense increased by 20%. Consume 100,000 energy points. Last for 6 hours and cool down for 6 hours. Seeing such properties, Xiao Han's eyes widened and he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This equipment turned out to be a national weapon that can be used to defend the city. After ringing 3 times, it has a full attribute buff state. And the skill of Dingxing also made him understand. Why was the city bell that could resist the sound wave damage not taken out when the second time using Tiger Roaring Forest was used? With a cooling time of up to 300 seconds, even if they took it out, it would not have any effect at all. Where did these guys explode this kind of thing? Thinking that he would need to build a city in a while, Xiao Han immediately put it into his backpack and continued to pick up the equipment on the ground. Whoosh! At this time, an arrow whistled under the stone house. Gao Hu, who was fighting with Cheng Meng, immediately flashed and moved half a step to the side. While avoiding the arrow, he also jumped under the stone house. Humph! Since you are here, don't think about running away. Seeing that he wanted to run, Xiao Han immediately stopped what he was doing, said something to Cheng Meng, asked him to pick up the remaining equipment, and then chased him directly. This guy picked up a lot of the things that the Blood Demon General exploded. Not to mention the 2 level 90 treasures. Even the Wild Charge skill book has fallen into Gao Hu's hands. If he can't get it back, how can he be willing? Boom! At this moment, the purple flame Thunder Wings horse in the sky flapped its wings, and a purple lightning immediately fell on Gao Hu's head. Unfortunately, the paralysis effect was not triggered. At this time, the Thunderstrike could not be used, and Xiao Han had no way to stop the guy immediately. But he was not worried and jumped directly from the stone house. Chirp! At the same time as the neighing sounded, the purple flame Thunder Wings horse immediately flew under him, and the moment it caught it in the air, it had already chased Gao Hu. The players who were watching in front of them immediately shouted in surprise. Fuck! Why is this bastard running over here? Quick! Don't let him come over. Brothers with control skills, don't just stand there, otherwise Han Xiao will chop down with a knife, and whoever touches him will die. The panicked voice came from the front, and Gao Hu, who was running away, was stunned and stopped immediately. He turned his head to look at the sky, and said with a depressed face, "Hey, even though I know I can't run away, I still want to try. But these 2 legs can't beat flying after all. Han Xiao, can you let me go? I can give you all the things I just picked up." Swoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh! Before Xiao Han could answer, dozens of arrows flew out from the crowd on the opposite side, making Gao Hu, who was standing there without dodging, look stiff and squatted there without moving. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han was too lazy to say more nonsense, and immediately controlled the purple flame Thunder Wing horse and flew over directly. Suddenly, a roar sounded in the distance, and he couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. A few 100 meters away, a blood-colored warhorse had raised its front hooves high, and around it there were more than a dozen players surrounding it. The next second, the pair of blood-colored hooves suddenly fell down and stepped hard on the ground. Boom! Although suspended in the air, Xiao Han could still feel that the ground had even shaken slightly because of the war trampling. A blood-colored light wave quickly spread around with the blood demon beast as the center. More than half of the dozen players surrounding it fell down in an instant, leaving only 3 people standing there with almost invisible health bars. The next second, the remaining 3 people were immediately knocked out. Before they landed, they died. A blood demon beast with a physical attack of more than 40,000 points is not something that ordinary players can deal with. As the blood-colored light wave spread to the surroundings, all the players within a radius of 100 meters were instantly killed. Floating in the air, Xiao Han could clearly see that because of this war trampling, there were already 300 to 500 pieces of unowned equipment on the ground. Fuck! This is just the mount of the blood demon general. The exclamation sounded, and the players farther away all looked incredulous. And then they all ran over there at the same time. No one could resist the temptation of picking up equipment for free. Moreover, those guys who dared to attack the blood demon beast were extremely powerful, and the equipment that exploded would certainly not be too bad. What a pity! Looking at the crowd rushing away, Xiao Han muttered reluctantly. He was actually quite jealous of those equipment. After all, he was no longer alone now. Since he had established the veteran guild, he had to find a way to provide some of the core players' equipment. If Long Jing had a few more legendary equipment today, he might even have killed Qian Hai and Shi Tiandong with 1 arrow. As a warrior, if Wang Jun's health exceeded 60,000 points, he would not have been killed by a fireball just now. Although their strength is not strong, their role has been reflected. Hey! But today's harvest is not bad. Thinking of the equipment he just picked up, Xiao Han immediately showed a smile. The death of Tang Kuan and Li Jie was enough for Long Jing to change into a set of top-quality equipment. And Shi Hao's 2 consecutive explosions were all gone, which could also allow Cheng Meng to change all the equipment. In this way, the veteran guild finally has a few pillars that can be shown off. Retracting his sight from afar, and no longer entangled in the equipment that was scrambled by a group of players, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with cold light, and he looked down at Gao Hu. At this time, the figure that had just been frozen had disappeared. Damn, the freezing effect can obviously last for 3 seconds. Could this guy's toughness have exceeded 50%? Hashtag C570 Black Scale Saddle Forging Blueprint. Just a little distraction, and Gao Hu's trace was completely lost, which made Xiao Han very upset. But now, regretting it is useless. There are many players around, even if he can hear all the sounds within a radius of 1 kilometer, there is no way to find him. Damn! Don't let me run into you in the future. After a soft curse, Xiao Han's face flashed a trace of cruelty, and he had to look at the blood demon beast over there again. Since the wild charge and the 2 treasures can no longer be found, he has to find a way to stop the loss. And those demon beasts are the best choice. Although its health value is as high as 36 million points, it is not enough compared to the blood demon general. Even if it flies high enough, it is possible to fall directly to death. With 100 times reward, there is also a high probability that 1 or 2 diamond level or higher manifestation talismans will be exploded again, as well as legendary equipment. This will be level 70 equipment which will be used soon. Looking back at the stone house, the equipment that exploded over there had been picked up by Cheng Meng and Long Jing. Sitting on the back of the purple flame thunder wing horse, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and flew over immediately. At the same time, quarrels, insults, and fighting sounds mixed together and kept drilling into his ears. But he didn't care and hovered directly above the blood demon beast. All the players fighting for equipment below did not approach this side tacitly and even tried their best to avoid it. The equipment scattered on the ground has made everyone understand that it is not a master to be messed with. Compared to killing it and exploding top-quality equipment, more people still choose to pick up equipment more easily. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han didn't hesitate too much and jumped off the horse. Directly. Although it would be easier to throw it to death, the dragon-catching hand had just been used, and this idea could not be implemented at least in the next 40 seconds. Today in this place, it can be said to be full of twists and turns. If you continue to wait like this, you can't guarantee what else will happen. More importantly, with his current strength, he was fully capable of fighting the blood demon beast and even killed it before the dragon-catching hand had cooled down. Boom! The moment he fell to the ground, his health immediately lost more than 10,000 points. But the next second, it was immediately replenished. The state of Peiyuandan was still continuing, and Xiao Han was too lazy to do anything fancy, so he swung his knife and chopped. Minus 447,390. Minus 7,000. Minus 458,932. Minus 7,000. When he chopped down with a knife, not only did he suffer a critical hit, but he also triggered a 3-hit combo, instantly killing the blood demon beast's health of more than 1.3 million points. Because it had been besieged, the blood bar on its head was less than half left at this time. Hee. It feels good to get a bargain. Muttering happily, Xiao Han swung his knife back and was hit by the horns on the top of the blood demon beast's head. However, only a white immunity appeared on his head. After putting on Shi Hao's Shenin red gold armor, his damage reduction has reached 49,000 points, and he can completely ignore such attacks. Unless the blood demon beast uses skills, it can cause damage to him. But the two skills of Savage Charge and War Trampling have cooling time, and they can't be used whenever you want. Minus 448,596. Minus 7,000. The blade passed through the blood demon beast, taking away more than 400,000 points of its health. The feeling of standing and shooting is actually very cool. With the powerful strength given by the equipment, no matter how the horns hit him, he will not be hurt at all. As time passed slowly, the blood demon beast's health slowly changed from 17 million to 13 million and then to 9 million, until half a minute later, a familiar system prompt sound finally rang in Xiao
Han's ears.
Ding, you killed a blood demon beast, Overlord, and got 950,000 experience points, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you got 95 million experience points. Ding, your level has been upgraded to level 63. Please allocate free attribute points reasonably, and I wish you a happy game. Ding, you killed a blood demon beast, Overlord, and got 116 gold coins, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you got 11,600 gold coins. Ding, you killed a blood demon beast, Overlord, and got the embodiment of the talisman weapon, Dark Gold, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you got the embodiment of the talisman weapon, Legendary. Ding, you killed a blood demon beast, Overlord, and got the Black Scale Saddle Forging Blueprint, Dark Gold, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you got the Blood Scale Saddle Forging Blueprint, Legendary. Ding, you killed a blood demon beast, Overlord, obtained the skill Trample Advanced, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the skill War Trample Advanced. Ding, you killed a blood demon beast, Overlord, obtained the skill Charge Advanced, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the skill Wild Charge Advanced. Ding, you killed a blood demon beast, Overlord, obtained the Mount Black Scale Horse Card Leader, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the Black Scale Horse Card, Overlord. Ding, you killed a blood demon beast, Overlord, obtained the Dark Gold Equipment Black Scale Armor, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the legendary equipment Blood Scale Armor. Ding, you killed a blood demon beast, Overlord, obtained the legendary equipment Blood Clotting Blade, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the treasure equipment Blood Demon Blade. Ding, you killed a blood demon beast, Overlord, obtained. On the mountain of gold coins, Xiao Han clearly saw a skill book, and the 4 big words on it were extremely conspicuous. A few minutes ago, Gao who had just snatched away a book of wild charge, but he didn't expect that another one would be exploded now. In addition, he even exploded the war trampling that he had been coveting for a long time. This is a group attack skill book. Although after he learned it, the attack range could not be compared with the attack range of the Blood Demon Beast and the Blood Demon General. But even if it is only 10 meters in radius, it is already very good. There is also a legendary saddle blueprint, which is also something worth looking forward to. After all, with his ability, after it is made, it will not only be a legendary equipment. Xiao Han really wants to know how different the black scale saddle will be after it is worn by the purple flame thunder wing horse. Just thinking about it, he couldn't wait any longer. He bent down to pick up the wild charge, and immediately started digging through the pile of gold coins. After a while, a red long sword appeared in his sight. A treasure-level blood demon blade? While muttering softly, Xiao Han had already grabbed it in his hand and took a look at its attributes. C571 Blood Demon Warblade and War Trample. Blood Demon Blade, Treasure Level 70. Attack Limit plus 10%. Attack plus 12,000. Strength plus 6,000. Agility plus 6,000. Physical Strength plus 6,000. Defense plus 6,000. Special Skill. Rage. Consume 12,000 energy points. Let yourself enter the rage state. Physical attack increased by 100%. Penetration increased by 20%. Lasting for 20 seconds, consuming 2,000 energy points per second. Cooling down for 180 seconds. Special Skill. Blood Demon's Fury. Consume 20,000 energy points. Let yourself enter the rage state. Attack limit increased by 10%. Damage reduction increased by 10%. Life recovery speed increased by 10%. Lasting for 30 minutes, consuming 3,600 energy points per second. Cooling down for 6 hours. Special effect. Critical strike. Increase 60% critical strike rate. Special effect. Weeping blood damage caused to the target absorb 40%. Converted into health value. Special effect. Penetration ignore 20% of all defenses of the target. Such attributes appeared in front of him. Xiao Han's face flashed with joy, and he quickly threw it into his backpack, and immediately searched in the pile of gold coins. Compared to the Tiger Roaring Flame Blade, the Blood Demon Battle Blade is more than 1 level stronger. The only pity is that it has no group attack skills. But as long as it is upgraded to level 70, this equipment can at least increase his physical attack by about 30,000 points, which can completely offset this small shortcoming. What's more, now he already has war trampling. Reaching out to pick up the exposed corner of the skill book and the black scale horse brand on the side, Xiao Han immediately stood there and flipped through them. 10 seconds later, he opened the attribute panel and looked at its introduction. War trampling, LV0, 0/1000. With the mount stomping on the ground, it causes 100% physical damage to all targets within a radius of 10 meters and stuns for 1 second, consumes 15,000 energy points, and cools down for 300 seconds. Although the attack range of this skill is not as good as Tiger Roaring in the mountains, Xiao Han is not disappointed at all and even feels a little excited. Because war trampling is an upgradable skill. As long as it is upgraded to level 9, even if the attack range is not 100 meters, it should be no problem to cover the surrounding 30 meters with it as the center of the circle. It's just that the cooldown time of this skill is a little long, and it may not be easy to upgrade it to level 9. But with 100 times reward, he has already taken a big advantage. After searching in the gold coin pile for a while, Xiao Han picked up all the good things he heard in the system prompt, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no more trouble this time. Ding! But at this moment, a rapid ringing sound rang in his ears again. Xiao Han was stunned, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. At the same time, he frowned and whispered softly, "What's going on? How could someone come to me in reality?" Are there really some daring guys who dare to come to Tianshui Yaju to trouble me? But this is not right. Guohuai and Han Su are both level 4. Even if someone dares to come, it should be easy to solve. With such doubts in his heart, Xiao Han was not in a hurry to log off. Because the ringing sound in reality only rang 3 times, it meant that there was an emergency, but it was not to the extent that he had to log off immediately. But he didn't dare to be careless about the reality. Looking at the pile of gold coins with some regret, Xiao Han immediately stretched out his hand and called the purple flame thunder wing horse over. He sent a message to Wang Jun that he needed to leave, and immediately flew high into the sky. Just a moment later, he saw Zhuoshang, who was still entangled with another blood demon general a few thousand meters away. The cooperation that had been agreed upon before was also completed. And now he needed to pay the reward. If he left directly like this, there might be no chance of cooperation in the future. Although he was in this world like the end of the world, he should use all the resources he could use as much as possible to quickly make himself stronger, and even deny these 4 Peiyuan pills and 2 manifestation talismans. But it is better not to destroy a person's reputation. At least on the surface, let everyone know that he, Xiao Han, is a trustworthy person. If there was no Zhuoshang today, he would definitely not be able to kill the blood demon general by himself. Compared with the equipment that exploded, this little bit of effort is still worth it. If they can maintain this kind of relationship, they will have a basis for cooperation again in the future, and there are more than 2 blood demon generals in this place. Using the beast control technique to communicate with the purple flame thunder wing horse, Xiao Han quickly flew to the top of Zhuoshang's head and immediately shouted loudly, "There are some things in reality that this blood demon general has no time to kill. Don't resist. I'll pull you up, and let's settle the balance." The moment the voice fell, Xiao Han's left hand slowly slapped down, and an illusory dragon head immediately rushed out of his palm and swallowed Zhuoshang in one gulp. Then it pulled and flew quickly into the sky. Roar! The blood demon general lost his target and let out an angry howl. But now Xiao Han doesn't care about these. He immediately took out the Peiyuan pill and the manifestation talisman that he had prepared long ago, and, while handing it over, he said directly, "This is your reward. The quantity is correct. Hey, it's really not easy to get your Peiyuan pill." Zhuoshang excitedly took the porcelain bottle, opened it and took a look, and then said, "If there is such a good thing in the future, you must contact me again. But the blood demon general below, are you really not going to kill it? I heard from Taizong that the one you just killed exploded 2 legendary or above manifestation talismans." Hee. Xiao Han chuckled. A hint of joy appeared on his face, and continued, "I want to kill it, but I really don't have time today. Some things in reality must be dealt with now. I believe you also know the attributes of the blood demon general. It is estimated that it is not so easy for others to kill it except me. If there is another opportunity for cooperation, I will contact you." After explaining to Zhuoshang, Xiao Han found a place to put him down and then rode the purple flame thunder wing horse and galloped towards the direction of Stormwind City. After just over 10 minutes, he saw the familiar city. Fearing the power of the arrow tower and magic tower on the top of the city, he landed more than 2,000 meters away from the city gate. 3 minutes later, Xiao Han randomly found an inn and rushed in. After choosing to log off, his consciousness slowly left the game. At this time, although no one was talking, Xiao Han heard the breathing of 5 people and he quickly opened his eyes. The figures of Guohuai, Han Su, and He Danxue immediately came into view. And beside them, Jiangzhe, the lord of a city, was also there, which made his mind sink immediately, and he had a bad premonition. #C572 You are in big trouble. Seeing the serious faces of several people, although Xiao Han had some guesses, in his mind it was hard to ask directly. Such things as manifestation symbols are very tempting to everyone. Whether it is elixirs or equipment, They all play a great role in improving strength. If Jiangzhe directly asks for them, he will not be able to refuse easily. After all, this is a level 6 evolver, the strongest person in Jing'an. In addition, Guohuai and Han Su also have the strength of 4th level evolutionaries. With just an iron-eating beast, he has no right to say no. While in the game, he told Gao Hu that he had found a legendary pet.
Manifestation talisman.
But in fact it was just nonsense. The reason was just to scare the man behind them, Mr. Wang, so that he would have a little more fear in his heart when he wanted to take action against him. After all, since that guy can call in 3 teams dedicated to exploring ruins. To deal with him, he can call in 5, 10, or even 20 next time. By that time, no matter how powerful he is, he will probably be directly controlled until death. Now that there is no legendary level pet manifestation talisman in hand, it is extremely unwise to refuse directly when facing a 6th level evolver. It's just 2 manifestation talismans. There's nothing to be reluctant to part with. While taking off his gaming helmet, Xiao Han thought to himself, since I can explode 3 cards today, I can blast 5 cards tomorrow. As long as I don't get killed, sooner or later I can become a level 6 evolver. Although I don't know why Jiangzhe called him down so urgently at this point. In time, it must have something to do with the 2 manifestation talismans. He took a deep breath to calm down. At this time, the unhappiness in his eyes had disappeared. Xiao Han looked up at the people in front of him and asked with a smile, City Master Jiang, Brother Gua, why are you all here? After hearing your summons, I rushed back immediately. What happened? Why do you all look like this? You are in big trouble. Jiangzhe's face darkened and he said seriously, as for what exactly happened, we will talk about it later. No matter what I ask you for a while, I hope you can answer truthfully. This is very important to me, and it is equally important to Jing'an. I want to judge based on your answer whether you are worthy of my risking everything to protect you. Protection. Xiao Han was stunned for a moment. Although he didn't understand what it meant, he nodded immediately and said, ask me. As long as I know, I will tell you everything. First question. Did you just explode 2 manifestation symbols in the game? Jiangzhe raised a finger and said solemnly, I also heard that these 2 manifestation talismans are all legendary or above, and there is also a pet.
Manifestation talisman.
And that purple Pegasus with wings, is it really an Emperor-level mount? Can a legendary-level manifestation talisman materialize this Emperor-level mount from the game? Well, it is indeed possible. Xiao Han nodded, without denying the misunderstanding, and continued with a serious face. But it is only level 30. Now, if it manifests now, its strength should not exceed level 6. Class. I don't know how high an Emperor-level pet can be cultivated. But if it is cultivated to level 90 or 100, it should have a strength of level 7 or above. Hey, level 7. Jiangzhe said with a hint of excitement on his face. That's good. Then don't manifest it for the time being. Once Jing'an has level 7 combat power, my pressure will not be so great. There is always a level 7 mutated wolf active in the direction of Jiangqing. I have asked Kyoto several times, hoping that they can send a level 7 evolver over. But despite all the good things, they just don't agree. Looking at Jiangzhe's eyes full of resentment, Xiao Han understood somewhat, but didn't know how to persuade him. He could only say, maybe they also have their own difficulties. There's a reason for this shit. Jiangzhe curled his lips in dissatisfaction and said directly, there have been no mutant beasts attacking the city in Kyoto for several years. Even the mutant beasts above level 3 within a radius of several hundred kilometers have basically been killed. If there were only 1 or 2 level 7 evolvers over there, I wouldn't make such a request. But just on the surface, they have 5 7th level evolvers over there. What's wrong with sending 1 person over to guard Jing'an? Once that level 7 mutated wolf comes to attack the city with our current strength, It's impossible to stop it. That's true. Xiao Han nodded and said solemnly, but you don't have to worry. Too much. Don't you still have me now? You? Jiangzhe shook his head slightly and said in a serious tone. You represent the future, but I am talking about the present. At least within the next month or two, there should be no way for that purple Pegasus to reach level 90 or 100. If that level 7 mutated wolf attacks Jing'an during this period, how long? Do you think we can resist? How many of the tens of millions of ordinary people in the city can survive this? Xiao Han paused, hesitated, and continued. After all, we haven't attacked the city yet, so we don't need to worry too much. And I think that as long as you are here, even if the level 7 mutant wolf is really strong, it will not be easy for it to break through Jing'an. Hehe. You think too highly of me. Jiangzhe laughed at himself and said with a wry smile, do you think Rongzi, Kolei, and others can tie with me together? Then I can at least entangle the mutant wolf for a while. But what I want to say is that you are wrong. A level 5 evolver may be able to barely entangle a level 6, but a level 6 evolver can only hold on for 5 minutes when facing a level 7 mutant beast. Very good. Although it seems that there is only one level difference, it is a big realm. Lower, just like the 3rd and 4th levels. I understand what you mean. Xiao Han nodded, pointed at himself with a smile and continued. But you seem to have forgotten who I am. Just now, I exploded more than 2 manifestation talismans. It's just a level 7 mutant wolf. Wait for me for 2 minutes and I can give you the confidence to fight it alone. After speaking, Xiao Han said no more, and immediately picked up the helmet at hand and put it on his head again without hesitation. #C573 you bastard. After entering the game, he immediately rummaged around in his backpack, and then took out a piece of paper glowing with treasure. This is the manifestation talisman, the legendary manifestation talisman that bursts out from the blood monster. Although he didn't talk much with Jiangzhe just now, he didn't seem to have any intention of asking for the manifestation talisman, and he seemed to have gotten into some big trouble, and he wanted to risk everything to protect it. In this case, you can't be too selfish. With the legendary level talisman, now it is just a piece of legendary level equipment, in order for Jiangzhe to have the confidence to challenge the 7th level mutant wolf. Although weapons are important, they are not necessary yet. An indestructible piece of armor is what is most urgently needed. After killing Wang Man, Bai Jun, Shi Hao and others, he had more than one piece of equipment like this in his backpack. Thinking of this, Xiao Han immediately started searching in Rui's belt. And just a few seconds later, he took out a blood-red armor from his backpack. Hey, the legendary level bloodscale armor should be able to block the attacks of level 7 mutant beasts. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, but still touched the manifestation talisman and the bloody armor in his hand. Although there are other leather armors and armors in the backpack, they are all below level 60. In terms of legendary level armor, the bloodscale armor that just exploded from the blood demon beast seems to be the strongest at the moment. With this piece of equipment, City Master Jiang must have some confidence when facing the 7th level mutant beast. But if you can only defend passively, it won't work after all. After frowning and thinking for a while, Xiao Han suddenly remembered that when he killed the Blood Demon Knight, there should be an item that exploded to the diamond level to manifest the talisman. If I remember correctly, there should be 2 of them. While muttering softly, he quickly started searching in Rui's belt. After a while, a dozen talismans were taken out. The most conspicuous among them are 2 diamond manifestation talismans that can reflect light, and the rest are some dark gold and gold manifestation talismans. 14 cards can make him fully armed. With a hint of joy flashing in his eyes, Xiao Han immediately rummaged around in his Rui belt, taking out the equipment inside and touching it with the
Manifestation talisman.
It wasn't until his palms and arms were covered with tattoos that he stopped and chose to log off without any hesitation. When he opened his eyes again, Jiangzhe immediately looked over. Xiao Han could see the confusion in his eyes, and while taking off the gaming helmet, the thoughts in his heart moved one by one. Then, a bloody armor immediately appeared in the palm of his hand. What's this? Seeing an armor-like object covered with blood-colored scales appearing out of thin air in front of him, Jiangzhe immediately asked, "Could this thing be made out of a magic talisman?" "Hey, it's amazing!" Xiao Han grinned and continued, "It's called Bloodscale armor, and it's a legendary piece of equipment. Although the 7th level mutant beast is very strong, its claws should not be able to break through the defense of this equipment. With this piece of equipment, and the strength of your 6th level evolver, you should be able to contend with it for a while. Are you going to give this to me?" A look of disbelief flashed in Jiangzhe's eyes, but then he said, "But is its defense really as strong as you said? You can try it." While reaching out to hand over the blood-colored armor, Xiao Han thought again, and a red sword appeared in his hand. He continued with a smile, "This is a diamond-level weapon which should be sharper than the alloy weapon in your hand. You can use this sword to slash this armor with all your strength and see what the result will be." "Okay, let me give it a try." Jiangzhe responded, immediately took the 2 pieces of equipment in front of him and continued, "I want to see if the things shown in the game are really that strong." He took a look at the long sword in his hand, and then looked at the blood-colored armor in his hand. He was about to slash with all his strength, but a trace of hesitation flashed across his face. "Is a diamond-level sword really sharper than an alloy weapon?" While murmuring softly, Jiangzhe immediately pulled out a black dagger from his waist and slashed hard on the edge of the red sword. The moment the impact sounded, there was also a soft click sound. The black dagger suddenly lost a section, and there wasn't even a gap on the red sword. Jiangzhe's eyes bulged and he said in disbelief, "Fuck me, this thing is so sharp." "Hey, how are you feeling?" Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "Now that you have it, do you have the confidence to entangle the 7th level mutant wolf? And with the sharpness of this flaming sword, it will also give you the ability to fight back. I have also studied the video of the defenders. We are no match for mutant beasts. In many cases, it is precisely because of the weapons in our hands that we cannot break through the fur defense. If this situation can be changed, the mutant beast siege is actually not that scary." "Hey, the thing is very good." Jiangzhe, stroking the red sword in his hand, sighed softly and continued, "But it is impossible to use it to deal with the 7th level mutant wolf. The biggest difference between level 6 and level 7 is that it already has the ability to fly. With these 2 pieces of equipment, I do have the confidence to fight a level 7 mutant wolf, but it is not a fool. It will run away when it cannot win. In that case, I will be at a loss. If Chengji is level 6 now, it will be fine. If he is given these 2 pieces of equipment, he will definitely be able to entangle the level 7 mutant wolf."
Fu Kengzi, a level 5 rider.
Xiao Han muttered softly. A light flashed in his eyes and continued with a smile. "If I remember correctly, General Fu has been at level 5 for several years." "Well, why are you asking this?" Jiangzhe was stunned for a moment, then thought what happened and immediately excitedly said, "You just said that 3 materialization talismans exploded. 1 pet materialization talisman, 1 item materialization talisman, and 1... It can't be a medicine materialization talisman." "Hey, you guessed it right." Xiao Han chuckled and said with a happy face, "I just happened to be preparing to refine a kind of elixir recently, which is said to help level 5 evolvers complete a breakthrough. It's just that the materials have not been collected yet, and it will take 2 days for the time being." "You bastard. Why didn't you tell me such an important thing?" Jiangzhe stretched out his palm in a rage and was about to hit Xiao Han on the head. But thinking about it, it was not appropriate, so he quickly took it back and asked anxiously. Tell me quickly what medicinal materials are needed. I will arrange someone to collect them immediately. This matter is the most important for us Jing'an at the moment, and you can put other things aside for the time being. Well, I know this. Xiao Han nodded and asked curiously. But you just said that I got into big trouble. What's going on? C-574 aerospace vehicle. Jiang Zhe's eyes immediately showed excitement when he learned that there was a kind of elixir that could assist fifth-level evolvers to achieve breakthroughs. But when he thought about the purpose of coming here today, his expression instantly darkened again. I was still a little hesitant about handing Xiao Han over. But with the flaming sword and blood-scale armor appearing in front of him, he would no longer listen to the instructions from Kyoto. Without a 7th-level evolver standing guard, Jing'an would be in danger of being breached at any time. But even in such a dangerous situation, his application for support was still rejected. In this case, you have to rely on yourself. The defensive capabilities of the blood-scale armor have not yet been tested. But judging from the result of the collision between the flaming sword and the alloy dagger, he had the confidence to challenge the 7th-level mutant wolf alone. However, these two pieces of equipment cannot be used to their fullest effect. In his hands, be it human or beast, once you break through the 6th level, you will have the ability to fly. The difference is only the speed of flight. Although he is now a level 6 evolver, even with these two pieces of equipment, he still cannot entangle a level 7 mutant wolf. Fu Chengji, who is in Tianqing, is a level 5 reader. Even if he has not yet broken through to level 7, he still has the ability to fly. Therefore, only he is the best owner of these two pieces of equipment. With this thought in his mind, Jiang Zhe, although he was a little reluctant to part with it, handed the long sword and armor to Xiao Han again and said, with a heavy face, "These things are very good, but you should take them back. Now take the time to clean up. I will send someone to take you to Tianqing later. As for these two pieces of equipment, you can bring them to General Fu by the way." As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and a burst of white energy suddenly flew out from his fingertips and hit Jiang Xiaoyun's gaming helmet. Bite! There was a soft sound, and the call indicator light flashed immediately. At this time, Xiao Han was even more confused. Although he had heard a long time ago that Jiang Zhe's character was too idealistic and not suitable to be the leader of a city. But when I saw it today, it was an eye-opener. He couldn't understand this act of self-sacrifice for others. The flaming sword and blood-scale armor that have materialized into reality are extremely powerful and can at least increase his strength by more than 50%. This also means that he has a higher chance of surviving in this apocalyptic world. Unexpectedly, he refused to accept it and gave it to Fu Qingji. Looking at the sword and armor in front of him, Xiao Han's eyes flickered, and he thought to himself, with his temperament, if he had been placed hundreds of years ago, he would have become a saint. But fortunately, he is the lord of Jingan City. If it were anyone else, I really wouldn't dare to take out these things. While feeling somewhat fortunate, Xiao Han not only did not pick it up, but instead took out another shield and said with a smile, "I have other preparations for General Fu's armor and weapons. And don't refuse these pieces of equipment. What I want to know more now is what happened. Are you sending me to Tianqing?" "Hey!" Jiang Zhe sighed depressedly and said with a wry smile, "Before I came here, did you kill anyone in the game? It's just a game. Isn't it normal to kill someone?" Xiao Han was stunned for a moment in confusion, and then said, "As long as you enter the game, either others will kill me or I will kill others. There are only so many resources. If you don't kill people, where do you think these things come from?" "I know, but not everyone can be killed." Jiang Zhe's face darkened and he continued softly, "There's a call from Kyoto, asking me to control you. We even used aerospace vehicles and said we would take you to Kyoto. At least 10 level 6 evolvers will come together by then. Even if I don't agree, I won't be able to keep you. So, I can only send you to other places secretly. And there is General Fu over there in Tianqing. Even if they, unfortunately, find you, he can take you away directly from the air. Damn it! Are you so cruel? Xiao Han's eyes widened and he couldn't help but cursed, and then immediately asked, "Is the guy who called me named Wang?" Jiangzhe was stunned for a moment. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and asked curiously, "It is indeed Wang, but how do you know? Do you know him?" "I don't know him, but he's heard of it." After replying softly, Xiao Han narrowed his eyes slightly, and then said, "He sent 3 teams here today to steal my manifestation talisman. But I have a little bit of strength, but I killed them all. I didn't expect that if you can't beat me in the game you'll actually want to mess with me in reality. That's why I said you were in big trouble." Jiangzhe showed a wry smile and continued, "Now I finally understand why they did this. The temptation of manifesting the talisman is too great, and your acting style is too flamboyant. Hey, there's nothing you can do about it. After all, there are only so many bosses in the game. For those resources, even if you don't kill them today, you will one day. Now you'd better take the time to clean up and go to Tianqing." "Okay. That's the only way." Xiao Han didn't insist. A solemn look flashed across his face, and he immediately looked at Zhang Xiaoyun beside him. Seeing that she had taken off her gaming helmet, he immediately said, "You should have heard what we said just now. With your ability, you don't have to worry about being caught by them. And Jing'an will be relatively safer, so you should stay here." "Yeah." Zhang Xiaoyun nodded and didn't refuse, but her eyes flickered for a moment and then she immediately said, "I'll listen to you. Even if I go with you, I will only be a burden. It's better to stay in Jing'an and not cause you any trouble. You guys talk first. I'll prepare some daily necessities for you which you can use even when you get to Tianqing. Don't be so troublesome. These things should be there, it should be all there." Xiao Han waved his hand, turned to look at Jiangzhe, and asked with a smile, "How long will it take for the aerospace vehicle to reach Jing'an?" "Based on the distance, it should be at least more than 5 hours. After thinking for a while, Jiangzhe continued, "If you want to use an aerospace vehicle, the cost is very high. And in order to avoid flying mutant beasts, that thing will fly directly into outer space and then land directly above the target city." "Is that so? Let's set off in an hour." Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Such a thing suddenly happened, and I have some things to explain." #C575 Leopard Leather Armor. After sending Jiangzhe, Guohuai, Hansu and others away, the room immediately became quiet. Xiao Han had never expected to encounter such a thing. Until this moment he was still a little confused. The so-called Lord Wang actually wanted to send 10 level 6 evolvers over, and even used aerospace vehicles. Faced with this situation, he could only avoid it temporarily. Without a diamond-level pet embodiment talisman, the purple flame thunder winged horse could not be manifested. Only the iron-eating beast and Jiangzhe could not protect him. But will it really work to go to Tianqing? While muttering softly, Xiao Han did not think this was a good idea. After all, there were as many as 10 evolvers who came by aerospace vehicles. Is there not even one evolver who can fly among them? As long as there is one, even if he goes to Tianqing, he will surely not be able to escape. Forget it. Don't think too much. Let's go first. Muttering to himself, Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and murmured, "If it doesn't work, I can only materialize the fantasy heart mask. That thing can change the appearance, and he also has true energy in his body, so the special skills on the equipment can be used completely. If necessary, he can even transform into a woman. At that time, let alone 10 level 6 evolvers, even 1,000 or 10,000 would not be able to find him. And when he killed the Blood Demon General, he also exploded a treasure level item materialization talisman, which just happened to have the conditions to materialize it. Originally, he planned to materialize the flame purple gold armor with this Materialization talisman. Now, he can only delay it temporarily. If it is not the last resort, he still doesn't want to materialize the fantasy. Heart mask. After all, this is a growth-type equipment. If it is materialized like this, it is really a pity. Looking at the tattoo on his hand, Xiao Han whispered to himself, I hope those people won't be too persistent. If they can't find me, they can go back. Quickly. What did you say? Zhang Xiaoyun saw Xiao Han's lips move a few times, but no sound was heard, and hurriedly asked, I didn't hear what you just said. He. I said you are beautiful. You are lying. That's not what you said just now. Zhang Xiaoyun's face sank, and he asked worriedly, Are you worried that they will go to Tianqing? Yes, I am worried about this. Xiao Han nodded and said without hiding anything, In order to catch me to Kyoto, they have even used aerospace vehicles. If they don't find me, they will not give up easily. But you don't have to worry too much. Even if they find Tianqing City, I still have some preparations. It's not that easy to find me. That's good. Zhang Xiaoyun nodded, thought for a while, and continued. But you still need to be careful. Don't be careless. Well, I know this. Xiao Han responded. His mind moved, and a piece of leather armor appeared on his palm, and he said with a smile, This is a dark gold equipment. When I'm not around, you must always wear it. Now, I don't have any legendary talismans in my hands, so I don't have the ability to give you better ones. But after this matter is over, I will definitely find a way to get you a piece of armor above the legendary level, the kind that even special sniper rifles can't penetrate. This leather armor is very beautiful. Zhang Xiaoyun did not refuse, but took it with a smile and chuckled. Oh, it's tight leopard print. You are not honest. Don't get me wrong. Xiao Han's old face turned red, and he quickly explained, Your strength is too low. If you materialize an armor, once it is seen by others, you will definitely not be able to protect it. So I materialized a tight leather armor, and if you wear it close to your body, you won't be seen. By the way, there is this. The mind moved again, and a ring appeared on the palm of his hand.
Xiao Han
Continued to explain, This is a space ring, you take it too. Those guys from Kyoto, if they can't find me, they shouldn't go back easily. Once I go to Tianqing, I don't know how long it will take me to come back. I guess I can't live in Tianshui Yaju anymore. Having a space ring to store items will be more convenient. A ring. Zhang Xiaoyun glanced at Xiao Han and said seriously, Do you know what it means when a man gives a woman a ring? Of course I know. Xiao Han stretched out his middle finger and said with a smile, We have been husband and wife for a long time. In fact, this thing should have been bought for you a long time ago. But there are too many things, so it has been delayed. And the ring on my hand is exactly the same as the one I gave you. I will never give other women rings in this life. Really? Hearing Xiao Han say this, Zhang Xiaoyun was a little emotional. She stepped forward and hugged him, whispering, You won't lie to me.
No.
Xiao Han shook his head and said affirmatively, This separation is forced, but I can promise you, when we meet next time, no one can separate us. Well, I believe you can do it. Zhang Xiaoyun stretched out his finger and said with a smile on his face, But I want you to bring it to me personally. Of course, it's necessary. Xiao Han did not hesitate and immediately put the space ring on the extended middle finger. At the same time, a dozen porcelain bottles suddenly appeared on his palm, and he said seriously, These 10 bottles are Qi pills, which should be enough for you to practice for a while. These 2 bottles are blood-replenishing pills. These 2 bottles are muscle-building pills. This one is Yuanpei pill, and this one is Earth Spirit powder. You must take good care of yourself while I am away. Well, I understand. Sensing Xiao Han's concern, Zhang Xiaoyun collected everything that came and said regretfully, It's hard to have a stable life, but just a few days later we have to separate again. It's not easy to survive in a world full of mutant beasts. Why are they doing this? Hey, who knows this? Xiao Han sighed and said helplessly, but you don't have to worry. I will be able to come back with my own strength in a month or 2 at most. At that time we will still live here and not go anywhere. If anyone dares to say no, I will make him completely disappear from this world. Hearing what you say, I'm so looking forward to it. Jiang Xiaoyun gently pressed his face against Xiao Han's chest and said with a blushing face, but now I want to wear leopard print leather armor. Do you want to see it? #C576 leave. An hour passed in a flash, and Xiao Han walked out of the bedroom refreshed. Although the two had not been together for too long, they understood each other's feelings. After enduring for so long, they finally took the last step. After a while of lovemaking, Jiang Xiaoyun had fallen asleep a little tired. She had just saved her life, but she couldn't stand such a torment. Xiao Han was very reluctant to leave at this time, but the evolvers who came here by aerospace vehicles were all level 6 and there were 10 of them at once. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely be captured whether he wanted to or not. Once he went to Kyoto, his life and death would not be up to him. At that time, he would be completely a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. In order to avoid this situation, he had to go even if he didn't want to. Looking back at the bedroom and carefully looking at the sleeping figure. Again for a while, Xiao Han turned and walked downstairs. With the special ability to change appearance and body shape, Jiang Xiaoyun's safety did not need to be worried too much. After all, Jing'an has tens of millions of people. It is not easy to find someone who can change his appearance at any time. And now she has a space ring with a capacity of up to 10,000 cubic meters. As long as she purchases enough supplies, she will not be hungry no matter where she goes. I will come back. I will definitely come back. While whispering softly, Xiao Han's eyes became firm in an instant. He did not wake up Jiang Xiaoyun, who was sleeping soundly. After all, separation is painful, so it is better to leave silently. Outside the villa, the sky has darkened, and a military green jeep has been waiting for a long time. Xiao Han didn't hesitate, walked over directly, smiled and looked at the three people standing by the car, frowned and asked directly, "What does this mean? Do you want me to take a car to Tianqing? What else?" Guo Huai was stunned for a moment and continued, "Although Jing'an is not big, it is not small either. If you only rely on your 2 legs, you probably won't be able to leave the city at dawn. You heard what Lord Jiang said just now. The 10 evolvers in Kyoto can get here in 5 or 6 hours at most. We don't have too much time to delay here. Even if there is no time, it can't be like this." Xiao Han shook his head and said solemnly, "Since Kyoto has already planned to attack me, this situation should be expected. So Jing'an will definitely make some preparations in advance. If I go out so blatantly now, are you afraid that others don't know that I'm leaving? What should I do?" Guo Huai was stunned. His face suddenly became ugly. But then his eyes, as soon as his mind brightened, he immediately said, "Danshue, if I remember correctly, did you say yesterday that Guochang is back?" "Yes." He Danshue nodded and continued, "I don't know what happened during this period. Kolei, Rongzhe, and 2 Ninkue all went to Shurching. The troops stationed there were transferred back for various reasons. Didn't you find that because of this reason the public security in Jing'an has improved a lot during this period?" "I didn't notice that." Guo Huai frowned slightly and continued, "But recently, there are indeed many evolvers without public office who have gone to Shurching. One after another. Forget it. Let's not talk about this bad thing. It's going to rain, and my mother is going to get married. We can't keep her." After complaining a few words with a depressed face, Guo Huai turned to look at Xiao Han and immediately said, "Wait a moment. I'll contact someone who can send you out of the city quietly." As he said that, he immediately made a call. After finishing the conversation, he continued, He is nearby and will be here in about a quarter of an hour. That guy is an eagle beast man, and he can take you away directly from the sky. But the city lord wants us to escort you all the way to Tianqing, so you have to wait for us after leaving the city. That's not necessary. Xiao Han thought about it and refused. I know your good intentions, but it's really not necessary. And with my current strength, I can go to Tianqing alone. More importantly, you guys have protected me for so long. If you leave at this time, what does it mean? People with a heart can definitely guess it. So in order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, let's all stay in Jing'an. Stay in Jing'an? Guo Huai repeated, looking a little hesitant. What Xiao Han said is not unreasonable, but he can't make a decision on his own for the task directly arranged by the city lord. And although the main road to Tianqing has been cleared many times, there is no guarantee that there will be no mutant beasts above level 4. For Jing'an, the man in front of him has become a treasure, and nothing can happen to him. After thinking for a while, Guo Huai said, I can't make the decision on this matter, but there is still time. I will report to the city lord and see what he says. Okay. Tell him my idea. Xiao Han nodded, knowing that this was their style of doing things, and stood aside and waited quietly. Although the sound on the phone was not loud, it also clearly penetrated into the ear. Jiang Zhe's reply of agreement made him smile. At the same time, he thought about it, and immediately 3 weapons, 2 armors and 1 leather armor appeared on his palm. He smiled and said, Thank you for your care during this period. I'm leaving now, and I don't have anything good to give you. Although these equipment can't be compared with the blood-scale armor of the city lord, they are all gold or above equipment. With them, even if it is a level 5 mutant beast, I should be able to fight. Hey, then I won't be polite. Guo Huai did not refuse. He knew the importance of these equipment to him. Although he has been a level 4 evolver for a long time, he has killed no more than 3 level 4 mutant beasts in his own hands. The most important reason is that alloy weapons often cannot break the defense of mutant beasts, but he has seen the sharpness of the diamond-level flaming sword before. Obviously, these equipment are all gold level, but at least they are much stronger than alloy weapons, not to mention the matching armor. With excitement, Guo Huai immediately took it. Whoosh! When he was about to give it to He Danxue and Han Su, he heard a violent whistle. At the same time, a figure immediately fell from the sky. After introducing each other, Pu Guochang did not ask the reason. Picked up Xiao Han and flew directly into the sky. The dark night provided a good protection for their departure. At the window of the villa, a beautiful figure looked up at the sky, and 2 clear tears fell from the corners of her eyes. #C577Y. Is there another Xiao Han? Enduring the discomfort in his body, Zhang Xiaoyun looked at the 2 figures that had disappeared, leaning on the windowsill, whispering softly, Although we haven't been together for a long time, I know you are a good person. It's my luck to meet you in this life, but you should forget me. I know you need time to grow, and since the evolvers from Kyoto have come, they will definitely not retreat easily. I can help you deal with the trouble over there, but I can't accompany you in the future. A trace of bitterness flashed in his eyes, and Zhang Xiaoyun looked down at the people outside the villa. Seeing that they wanted to leave, he immediately shouted, Brother Guo, wait a minute. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Looking at the figure in the window, Guo Huai immediately looked up and said, If you need any help, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will never say
No.
Indeed. There is something. Wait a minute. I will come down and tell you in detail. Seeing that the shaking jeep had been turned off, Zhang Xiaoyun immediately endured the discomfort in his body, hugged the panda who was still sleeping by the bed, and immediately walked downstairs. With every step forward, her body shape and appearance would change. Significantly, her shoulders became wider, her figure became taller, her long hair became a flat head, and even the high bulge on her chest became an airport. In just 3 or 5 seconds, she completely changed into another look. Ahem! After coughing a few times and adjusting her vocal cords, Jiang Xiaoyun reached out and pushed open the big iron door of the villa and walked out. Directly. Fuck! Why is there another Xiao Han? In the jeep, Han Su's eyes suddenly widened, and he immediately looked up at the sky, shouting in disbelief. Who the hell is the one who just left? As the exclamation sounded, the three immediately opened the car door and walked down impatiently. Too much like. He Danshue looked at it carefully and said with amazement, "If I'm not mistaken, you should be Jiang Xiaoyun. I didn't expect you to be an evolver, but this ability is really special. If I hadn't seen Xiao Han leave with my own eyes just now, I believe no one would be able to tell that you are not him. But what does this mean? Why do you come out like this? Don't guess, it's what you think." Jiang Xiaoyun touched the panda's head and said with a smile, "In fact, you should all know it in your heart. Once those evolvers in Kyoto come here, they will definitely not leave without catching Xiao Han. And their style of doing things I more or less understand some. If we don't catch Xiao Han, not only will the city lord have a hard time, but you will also have a hard time. Since those people want it, let's give him one." "No, I can't do that." Guo Huai's face sank, and he said in a muffled voice, "Although this method is good, how can I explain it to Brother Xiao when he comes back? The safety of Jing'an City will depend on him in the future. If he knows that we sent you to Kyoto, what will be the consequences? Have you considered it? Whether to do this or not, we can wait and see." Jiang Xiaoyun ignored Guo Huai's refusal and continued with a smile. "What you have to do now is to take me to see the city lord. In this way, it can not only give some people with ulterior motives an illusion, but also let them know that Xiao Han is still in Jing'an. Secondly, even if you reject such a proposal, shouldn't you also seek the opinions of your superiors before making a decision? More importantly, since I have such an ability, shouldn't you also make full use of it to provide some cover for Xiao Han, who has already left? Brother Guo, I think what Sister Xiaoyun said makes sense." He Danshue was a little moved and immediately explained, "Since those people from Kyoto are here, if they can't find anyone, they will definitely not give up. With Kolei, Rongzhe, Tu Ningkue and others, it will be very troublesome to send out all the manpower to find him. Since Sister Xiaoyun's ability can transform into Xiao Han's appearance, she should also be able to transform into other people's appearance. If we are big, take her to Shurching with great fanfare, and then let her come back in a different look while we can stay there. What do you think will be the result? We can even find a way to put the blame on Rongzhe, Kolei, Tu Ningkue and others, and direct and act out a snatching drama. Isn't it interesting?" Guo Huai's eyes glared, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he said excitedly, "Hee. What on earth is your head like? But this is possible. But just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Since those guys don't know what's good for them, it's time to teach them a lesson. I believe the city lord should understand it." Looking at the panda in Jiang Xiaoyun's arms, Guo Huai immediately remembered what happened last time in the abandoned football field. Due to the sudden outburst of this little guy, Kolei and Tu Ningkue were beaten up, and it was because of this incident that they slowly withdrew from Jing'an City with their own forces, and seemed to have the intention of settling in Shurching for a long time. The strength was dispersed, and Jing'an would become very dangerous once it was attacked by mutant beasts. Even if these soldiers are not afraid of death, courage alone is not enough to survive in this apocalyptic world. No matter when, you still have to rely on your strength. If Hidanshu's idea can really be realized, then Kolei, Rongzhe, Li Feng, Tu Ningkue and others will be skinned alive even if they don't die. Those people who came from Kyoto are all level 6 evolvers, and they can't tolerate such fooling. If you can use the help of others to disintegrate the biggest cancer in Jing'an City, it may be a happy thing. Thinking this in his heart, Guohuai no longer insisted and said seriously, I can take you to see the city lord, but you have to give up the idea of going to Kyoto. This kind of thing really can't be done, otherwise Xiao Han will get angry. He has a legendary pet materialization talisman in his hand. If he is really forced into a corner, he might directly materialize the Emperor-level purple Flame Thunder Winged Horse. By that time, he will be the strongest person in Jing'an, and we can't stop him.
Legendary Pet Materialization Talisman.
Jiang Xiaoyun repeated softly with a hint of joy in his eyes, and said with a smile, Don't worry, I know what to do. I don't want to go to Kyoto unless it's absolutely necessary. Don't be stunned. Take me to see the city lord quickly and then go to Shurching. And try to delay as much time as possible. #C578 Leave the city safely. 100 meters above the ground, Xiao Han hugged Park Guochang tightly, looking down at the increasingly distant lights below and the villa that was gradually becoming invisible. With concern in his heart, of course he didn't want to leave. But that guy surnamed Wang actually sent 10 level 6 evolvers at once. Would definitely be impossible not to leave. As long as I escape this disaster today, none of you will have an easy time. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and Xiao Han whispered something in his heart. At the same time, with a thought, the true energy in his abdomen quickly flowed to his ears. At the same time, there were bursts of voices coming from 1,000 meters away, reaching his ears. Boss, the situation here is a bit strange. Xiao Han did not take Guohuai's car, and seemed to have refused their request to be escorted. Instead, he left alone. But I looked for a long time, but I didn't see him at the exit of Tianshui. Yaju. When I turned my attention back to Xiao Han's residence, he returned inexplicably and was even escorted into a jeep by Guohuai and others. Okay, I'll continue to monitor here. Hearing such a voice, Xiao Han's expression changed, and he immediately understood that Jiang Xiaoyun should have turned into his appearance and was escorted into the car. Standing hundreds of meters in the air, even though he was very anxious, he did not dare to make any drastic moves. Although Park Guochang is a 4th-level beast transformer, it is still very difficult to fly with one person. If they struggled, they might both fall, so I had to gently tug on his clothes and shout urgently, Stop! Don't go over there. I am a hearing evolver, and there is also a guy who can fly in that direction. Let's not leave the city for now. He may have discovered us. Let's go back and study other ways to leave the city. Oh, don't be too sensitive. Park Guochang chuckled and said calmly, I know who the guy you are talking about is. But he probably didn't notice us, otherwise he would have come over. My glasses have a thermal imaging function. Only military evolvers of level 4 or above have a small amount of equipment. Don't talk now. I will send you out of the city quietly. I know, but can you go back first? Unable to persuade Park Guochang to go back, Xiao Han's face suddenly turned ugly, and he simply said directly, I suddenly remembered that I still have some things to deal with, so I won't leave the city for the time being. No matter what happens, I can't go back at this time. Remembering the Lord's instructions, Park Guochang adjusted his flight direction slightly and continued in a deep voice. There is nothing more important now than sending you out of the city safely. If there's anything important, just call me back. Whether it's Brother Guo or the city lord, they will find a way to help you solve it properly. Oh, there's also a phone. Xiao Han's eyes lit up. He immediately took out his phone and dialed Jiang Xiaoyun's number. After she was connected, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and immediately asked urgently, What do you want to do? How did you become like me and be escorted into the car by Brother Guo? Hey, how did you know? Sitting in the jeep, Jiang Xiaoyun was a little confused, and then asked, I heard Dan Shui said that you flew directly from the sky. How did you know that? I was being escorted into the car. Don't worry about how I know it. Just tell me what you want to do? Hee. You're already worried about me before I leave? Jiang Xiaoyun curled his lips with a smile on his face and continued, Don't worry. I'm not stupid, and I won't do stupid things. I just think that since I have this ability, I should share some of the pressure with you. Actually, I want to go to Shurching in the shape of you, lure all those people from Kyoto there, and then come back in the shape of someone else. But Brother Gui disagrees and insists on asking the city lord for instructions. Don't lie to me. Is it really just like this? Xiao Han still didn't believe it and warned with a solemn face. I have told you before, I have a way to prevent them from finding me. Don't take any more risks for me. I can handle this myself. And your injury is not completely healed yet. Find a place to hide safely. We'll be back in a week at most. It's just 10 6th level evolvers. It really pisses me off. I'll make sure they never come back. Hee. I know you are powerful. Jiang Xiaoyun chuckled and continued. But if the purple flame thunder wing horse is manifested in such a short period of time, can it still have the strength of level 7? Don't worry about me. You can stay in Tiancheng for a while. Okay. I can't tell you more. There are a lot of tales behind the car. If there are 1 or 2 hearing evolvers like you inside, it will be troublesome. Listen to me. Don't be in a hurry to reveal the purple flame thunder wing horse equipment. It may be Jing'an's only 7th level combat power. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy signal from the phone, Xiao Han showed a wry smile on his face. The warning just now was probably in vain. After getting along with each other for this period of time, he knew that, although Jiang Xiaoyun seemed weak, he was very assertive in doing things. Things that have been decided will certainly not be changed easily. Fortunately, she has the ability to change her appearance and body shape. If she wants to avoid it, no one should be able to find her. Although it is a bit dangerous to go to Shurching with the protection of Han Su, Guohuai and others, safety should be guaranteed. And when he left, he had already given them the equipment that appeared in the game. With gold-level armor and weapons, even if they encounter a level 5 evolver, they will have the strength to fight, and there is even a possibility of counterattack. Moreover, if the level 6 Jiangxia has not been dealt with, Kolei, Rongzhe, Tu Ningkue and others who are in Shurching should not dare to tear their faces directly. Just give me some cover, it shouldn't be a problem. Muttering softly, Xiao Han could only put this matter aside temporarily and concentrate on listening to the movements around him. At this time it was silent all around, not even a flying bird. Those people were only monitoring Tianshui Yaju. After all, according to inertial thinking, everyone naturally thought that if they wanted to leave Jing'an within 6 hours, there was only one way, which was to take a car. But who would have thought that he would actually leave from the air? What's more, Jiang Xiaoyun turned into his appearance, which attracted most of the attention. Time passed slowly. After flying for more than half an hour, Park Guochang finally began to descend breathlessly. As the altitude dropped rapidly, Jing'an City gradually disappeared. C579 out in the wilderness. There was a dense forest in front of him. Because of the night, it looked a little more scary. You could even hear low roars coming from the distance. I didn't expect that it would be really difficult to bring someone up to heaven. Taking a deep breath, Park Guochang said with a tired face, Brother, I can only send you here. Even if I could fly, I wouldn't dare do it in the wild. A team is responsible for clearing out the mutated beasts leading to Tiancheng every month, but they can only target those on the ground. It's more than 200 kilometers here, so you still have to be more careful. Yes, I will. Xiao Han responded and said with a smile, Thank you so much, Brother Park, for today. Otherwise it would not be so easy to leave the city. Hey, you're welcome. Park Guochang waved his hand and continued with a smile. You may not know that Han Su is my cousin. In fact, I have to thank you. If it weren't for that Peiyuan pill, he wouldn't have been able to break through to level for so easily. It's because I have other tasks and I really can't spare the time. Otherwise, I really want to send you directly to Tianqing. It's okay, your business is important. Xiao Han waved his hand and said with a smile, although my strength is not very good, I have always been very capable of seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune. Although it is a bit dangerous to go to Tianqing alone, I also want to give it a try. In today's world, for people like you and me, fighting against mutant beasts is inevitable. Now is the right time. I can take this opportunity to practice. As long as you have confidence. Park Guochang nodded and continued, I won't talk to you anymore. Be cautious when things happen and don't panic. Actually, many mutant beasts bully the weak and fear the strong. Well, Brother Gua told me. Xiao Han replied, his palm immediately turned up, and a porcelain bottle and a yellow long bow immediately appeared in his hand. Handing the two things to Pu Guochang, he said with a smile, the Peiyuan pill is temporarily gone, so I can't give it to you. But this is a rejuvenation pill. It should improve the strength much more than the beast core. And this bow, I also embodied it from the game. It's a piece of golden equipment. I think it's just right for you to use. Hey, how embarrassing. Park Guochang's eyes immediately lit up, and he looked a little excited. He smiled and continued, I'm just sending you out of the city. Why do you need such an expensive gift? It's nothing, just take it. Xiao Han once again handed the thing in his hand forward and said with a smile, if you feel embarrassed, please help me take care of Dingy more. After leaving this time, I don't know when I will be back. If those guys from Kyoto can't find me, I don't know if they will take it out on them. It is indeed possible. Pu Guochang took the porcelain vase and long bow and said in a deep voice, well, I still have a basement in my house. During this period, I can only aggrieve him. After explaining some things, Xiao Han watched Pu Guochang flap his wings and disappeared from sight in an instant. I left in such a hurry this time that I even forgot to tell Ding Yi. Fortunately, although the world has changed, satellites in the sky can still continue to work, so mobile phones can continue to be used. Call him and tell him the same thing. While muttering softly, Xiao Han took out his phone again. Beep, beep, beep. But before the call was dialed, a rapid ringing sound rang in his ears. He quickly took a look and found that it was by Xiaoxing's number, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. An hour ago, when he went online to display the equipment, he had already asked him to help him purchase skill books. After killing the Blood Demon Knight for several hours, although not many high-level manifestation talismans were exploded, the number of gold manifestation talismans exceeded 3 digits. And there are as many as 33 skill manifestation talismans alone. For such a long time, he only manifested the Shadowless Step when he killed the Charming Queen. Now in the wild, this skill alone is not enough. I don't know how many skill books he found for me. While muttering in his heart, Xiao Han immediately swiped the screen of his mobile phone, and the voice inside also came out. What's going on now? Have you escaped from the city? Because time is tight, I have only received 3 skill books for the time being. Wantong Intermediary has also offered a high price to buy it, but as you know, skill books are rarely sold, and he only has 2 more than me. This is already very good. Xiao Han showed a hint of joy on his face and said with a smile, I have already left the city, and it is not safe in the wild, so I won't talk to you more. I'll find a safe place to go online now. You go to Fuman Building in the west of the city and wait for me. Also, let's summarize the skill books in the hands of Wantong Intermediary. With my current situation, I don't know when the next one will go online. Okay, I'll go now. Just be careful. After only chatting with Bai Xiaoxing for a few words, Xiao Han quickly hung up the phone and called Ding Yi at the same time. But he didn't answer it, and he was probably still in the game. Faced with this situation, there was no choice but to stuff the phone into the space ring and take out the lava armor-breaking gun with his backhand. At the same time, his mind moved again, and a blue-gray armor also appeared. The legendary Bloodscale armor had been given to Jiangxia. Now this armor is dark gold, and its defense ability will certainly be much weaker. But with his current strength, it is almost enough. Mutant beasts below level 4, whether with teeth or claws, should not be able to break the protection of dark gold armor. If you are unlucky and encounter mutant beasts above level 4, you can just wait to die. Even if you are wearing legendary armor that claw slapped over and you don't even need to break the defense of the armor, you can directly shock him to death. After putting on the armor that just materialized, Xiao Han's face relaxed a little. After all, it is still very dangerous to be alone in the wilderness. With the protection of dark gold armor, it can be more or less safe. See if you can find a cave or something, and materialize the skills first. Muttering softly, he immediately identified the direction and ran towards Tianqing at a very fast speed. At the same time, Gao Hu, with a large group of followers, and Zhang Xiaoyun, pretending to be Xiao Han, came to a cement building in the west of the city, and said softly, "The city lord is inside. Let's go in. I remind you again, don't think about going to Kyoto for Xiao Han. You know the temper of the city lord more or less. If you bring it up in front of him, I can't guarantee what the final result will be. Maybe you want to go to Shurching to cover for Xiao Han, but you will be rejected." #C580 being attacked. After getting off the jeep and looking at the scratched 2-story building in front of him, Zhang Xiaoyun had a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although I had heard about Jiangxia's character for a long time, I still didn't expect that he would live in this place. Surprised. Looking at Zhang Xiaoyun with a look of surprise on his face, Guohuai explained with a smile, "Every time mutant beasts attack the city, 8 times out of 10 they start from here. The lord of the city has been living here for a long time for the convenience of defending the city. Almost 60% of our military's evolvers live here. Even their families have moved here to strengthen their determination to defend. It's great to have you in Jingon," Zhang Xiaoyun said with emotion and continued with a serious face. "It is precisely because of your persistence that we can protect the tens of millions of people in the city. As soldiers, this is what we should do." Guohuai shook his head with a smile on his face and said solemnly, "I just don't know how long we can keep guard. Although the strength of the brothers is constantly getting stronger, compared with the mutant beasts they are far behind. Every time we defend the city, it becomes more difficult than before. If the 7th level mutant wolf that captured Jiangqing comes over, we won't be able to defend it no matter what. We can all count on Xiao Han now." "I know." Zhang Xiaoyun nodded and continued, "It is precisely because of this that I want to pretend to be him and go to Kyoto. Even if it's for Jingen, he can't leave here. I don't want to see the tragedy of Jiangqing again." The Emperor level purple Flame Thunder Winghorse also needs time to grow. If it were to materialize now, it would not have the combat power of level 7. "What you said makes sense, but I can't make the decision on this matter." Guohuai waved his hand and said with a serious face, "The lord of the city is inside. Go and talk to him yourself." "Let's forget it." Zhang Xiaoyun shook his head and continued to count. "I also know a little about his character, and I will definitely not agree. Now I have given up on this idea, as long as I can go to Shurching. Let's find a way to disrupt the attention of those in Kyoto and buy more time. For Xiao Han, it's best if you have figured it out." A smile flashed in Guohuai's eyes and he continued, "Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to your husband when he comes back. Don't be stunned, hurry in. If it's just a trip to Stone City, I'm sure the city lord will agree. Brother Han and I will personally escort you there." "Okay, I'm going in." Zhang Xiaoyun nodded, looked carefully again, and walked over to the small building covered with claw marks in front of him. Outside Jingon City, Xiao Han ran wildly for more than an hour, but he didn't even see a rock, let alone a cave. Bai Shaoxing should be impatient. Muttering in his mind, he understood that it would be impossible to find a cave in a short time. It's completely dark now. Because of the presence of mutant beasts, lighting tools must not be used at will. Even though there was moonlight in the sky, it was only a crescent moon, so the visibility was still less than 5 meters, making it even more difficult to find a suitable hiding place. We can't go on like this. We must enter the game now. While muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately mobilized more Jinqi and let it flow to the meridians around his ears. As his hearing instantly improved several times, more sounds poured into his ears. There is the sound of leaves blowing in the breeze, the sound of flying insects flapping their wings, and the sound of wild beasts screaming and running. There should be no powerful mutant beasts within 1,000 meters. Listening to these voices, Xiao Han frowned and whispered in a low voice, and, at the same time thought to himself, in just 1 minute, I can reveal the skill book. As long as you go faster, you shouldn't be in danger. More than an hour had passed, and he could not let Bai Shaoxing wait endlessly like this. Moreover, it may not be safe to go to Tianqing. So if conditions permit, he actually still wants to stay in the wild for a while. In this way, even if those people from Kyoto came, they could only stare. It was just a bit of a rush to come out. Although the space ring was big enough, the only things prepared were food and water. Wanting to rest at night is not that easy to solve. Even though he now has level 3 strength, he can't stay awake forever. Forget it. Let's show off the skills first. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han flipped his palm and the light blue gaming helmet was immediately taken out. Ouch! But before he could put it on his head, a wolf howled in the distance. Although the distance is still quite far, if it is a mutant beast, the distance of 1,000 meters will only take 10 or 20 seconds. Without determining whether the wolf howl came from an ordinary beast or a mutant beast, he could only stop what he was doing and look solemnly towards the direction of the sound. Roar. Suddenly, another roar came, and Xiao Han's eyes immediately lit up, and he whispered with some surprise, "The wolf should be hunting, and he shouldn't come here during this period of time." With such a guess, he immediately looked around. Seeing a big tree with a diameter of more than 60 centimeters not far away, I ran over and hugged the trunk without any hesitation and started climbing. Soon, he sat astride a tree branch 10 meters above the ground. He listened carefully to the surrounding movements again and felt that there should be no danger for a while, so Xiao Han immediately put on the game helmet. A familiar feeling came and consciousness quickly entered the game. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the familiar box. Worried about accidents in reality, Xiao Han immediately got up and opened the wooden door. When he saw Bai Shaoxing, he hurriedly shouted, "Quick! Give me the skill book. I'm alone in the wild and can't stay here for too long. If you have anything, you can call me directly. I definitely don't have time to play games recently." I called, but there is no signal. Bai Shaoxing took out the skill book and handed it over and said anxiously, "But I sent you a message. When there is a signal, you should receive it." No signal. Xiao Han was stunned for a moment. When he took the skill book, he immediately remembered that his mobile phone had been thrown into the space ring. Presumably because they were in different spaces, all signals were blocked. But this has no effect on him. When he needs to use it, he just needs to take it out of the space ring. But at this time, he has no time to explain anything. He immediately flips his hand and takes out a stack of materialization talismans and sticks them one by one on the skill book in his hand. Cough. But at this moment he couldn't help coughing, and a feeling of chest tightness came. Even his legs seemed to be imprisoned by something, and he couldn't move at all. Oh no, I was attacked. This sudden state made Xiao Han dare not delay at all, and he immediately chose to log off. #C581 Desperate Counterattack. The consciousness was out of the game and the feeling of chest tightness became stronger, and there was also severe pain in the legs. Crunch! The dark gold armor on his body also made a harsh metal friction sound. It seemed that there was a force that was constantly squeezing it. And it was precisely because of this reason that the chest would continue to feel stuffy. At this time, Xiao Han didn't even have time to think about what was going on. The true energy in his abdomen immediately flowed into the meridians of his legs and arms. "Open it for me." While roaring, he also opened his eyes. A bloody mouth full of fishy smell just hung above his head, and the white teeth reflected the cold light under the moonlight. At this time, it was biting towards his head quickly. Fuck! Why is it this thing? Although he had used all his strength, he still couldn't break free from the python's entanglement, and the dark gold armor was strangled and crackling. Seeing that it seemed to want to swallow him whole, Xiao Han showed a trace of anxiety on his face. Now that he was entangled, the possibility of breaking free was very low. With the power embodied by this python, it must not be just an ordinary beast. So it must be a mutant beast. "No, I can't die here." While growling, Xiao Han immediately mobilized more true energy to strengthen the strength of his legs and arms. Although he knew it was futile, he didn't want to give up. For him, the good days have just begun. Even a few hours ago, he touched Zhang Xiaoyun with great vigor and promised that he would be able to return safely. If he died here, how could he be willing? "Calm down. Don't be anxious. There must be a way." Although he was struggling to break free, the gap in strength was still too big compared to the python entangled with him. Although the lava-splitting armor gun was in his hand, he couldn't move at all, and it was even more impossible to use it to attack the python entangled with him. Faced with this situation, Xiao Han could only force himself to calm down, his head turning quickly. Hiss! 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 At this time, feeling the fierce resistance of the prey, the bloody mouth of the python suddenly retracted. And the next second, the power wrapped around the body suddenly increased a lot. Crunch! A harsh metal friction sound rang out, and the arms that had been slightly freed were squeezed back without any resistance. Fuck! This is at least a level 3 mutant beast. Feeling this tyrannical force, Xiao Han suddenly felt powerless in his heart, and his face instantly became ugly. Awoo! At the same time, the howling of wolves continued to come from 1,000 meters away. "Lure that wolf over here. I wonder if there is a chance to escape." Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han was about to shout, but his chest was so oppressed that he couldn't even breathe. Even if he shouted, it couldn't be heard 1,000 meters away. Another idea just popped up in his mind, and he had no time to use it, so he had to give it up helplessly, which made him very frustrated. "It would be great if I had a dagger." Although his strength was not as good as the python wrapped around him, Xiao Han still did not give up and was still trying his best to resist. In fact, as long as he had a dagger, he still had hope of escaping. After all, the lava-splitting armor gun could not be used, but if it was only a dagger of more than 10 centimeters long, it should still be able to be used in a small range. And this would also allow him to cause some damage to the python. But this time, a lot of equipment was materialized from the game, including knives, bows, swords, and shields, but there was no dagger needed. "No, there is no dagger, but I have a space ring." Holding the lava-splitting armor gun in his right hand, Xiao Han's eyes immediately lit up, and his mind immediately moved. The next second, the nearly 2-meter-long red spear suddenly disappeared. The idea that came to him was realized, and a hint of ecstasy immediately appeared on his face, and his right hand squeezed into the gap between the python's body. A cold touch came from the hard scales, and his mind moved again. Puff! The next second, a red spear suddenly pierced through the python's body, and a bloody smell instantly spread from the tip of his nose. Hiss! 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 As the roar came, Xiao Han could clearly feel that the python wrapped around his body suddenly stiffened. Then, a stronger force immediately acted on him. And at this moment the bloody mouth with a diameter of more than 50 centimeters bit his head without hesitation. Fuck! If you want to eat me, you have to see if you have such hard teeth. While roaring in a low voice, Xiao Han's mind moved immediately, and the lava, armor-splitting spear that pierced the python disappeared instantly. Seeing the bloody mouth approaching quickly, he did not dare to take it lightly. The experiment just now has confirmed his thoughts, and now he only needs to put his right hand in a suitable position. Then, there is a possibility of killing it. Success or failure depends on this one move. While muttering in his heart, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a cold light. The same time, he calculated the direction and tried his best to move his right hand to his chest. At this time, he breathed a sigh of relief. While grasping his hand, he also vaguely aimed the direction of the tiger's mouth at the head of the python. Hiss! 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 The body was pierced by the lava armor-splitting gun, and the python screamed in pain. At this time, Xiao Han's mind moved slightly, and the red spear that was put into the space ring appeared in his hand again without any warning. Puff! The sound of the sharp weapon piercing the flesh sounded, and at the same time, a light click sound was heard. The red lava armor-splitting gun pierced the snake's body and its head effortlessly. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's face showed a touch of ecstasy. At this time, he could clearly feel that the snake body tightly wrapped around him was not as strong as before. It should not be dead yet. While muttering softly, Xiao Han's thoughts flashed twice in his mind. The red lava armor-splitting gun appeared again immediately after it disappeared, and the interval was less than half a second. Because the speed was too fast, the python wrapped around his body didn't even have time to react. Not only was the snake body pierced again, but the sound of bone breaking with a click sound also followed. Hey, let's see if you're still alive. Feeling the force on his body reduced a little, Xiao Han's thoughts flashed twice again at high speed. Poof! Crack! As the two thoughts of putting away and taking out kept flashing in his mind, the bloody smell at the tip of his nose became stronger and stronger. The python's head was also poked into a hornet's nest in less than 10 seconds. #C582 charge. Bang! The snake lost its power and slid down from the tree trunk, hitting the ground heavily with a dull sound. Huh! It's too damn dangerous. Only then did Xiao Han breathe a sigh of relief, and while taking off his gaming helmet, he also slid down from the tree. Under the faint moonlight, he could see the python on the ground clearly. Even though its head had been pierced into a hornet's nest and it was completely dead, the snake body, as thick as a washbasin, was still wriggling reflexively, and the iron-gray scales under the moonlight reflected a faint glow, as if they had extremely strong defensive power. Holding the lava armor-splitting gun in his hand, Xiao Han whispered to himself, "Fortunately, I have materialized a spiritual weapon. No matter how strong your defense is, it is useless in front of me. But this wilderness is more dangerous than you think. I have already carefully explored it, but in less than a minute I was almost eaten alive. If this is the case, we must go to Tianqing." Frowning and thinking for a while, Xiao Han realized that he would definitely not be able to survive in the wild for a long time alone. After all, it is not safe on the tree, so even if you dig a hole underground, the situation will not be much better. Without anyone watching the night, not only can you not enter the game, but you can also not get enough rest. In this way, he can't hold on for too long. Alas, it's still not enough without strength. Said with some emotion, Xiao Han knew that he had no choice, so he could only sigh helplessly, turned his eyes to the twitching python, and whispered, "This thing should be a level 3 mutant beast." Thinking so in his heart, he pointed the spear in his hand at the snake's head, and stabbed it. Crack! The sound of bone breaking sounded, and Xiao Han easily pierced it without even exerting any strength. At this time, his arm also took advantage of the situation and cut the snake's head in half. Stretching out the spear and fiddling with it a few times, he soon saw a fist-sized round bead rolling out of it. It's so big. Is this guy about to be promoted? Picking up the beast core on the ground, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and at the same time he had a vague guess in his heart. In fact, with his current strength, ordinary level 3 mutant beasts should be easily dealt with. It is precisely for this reason that he refused the escort of Han Su, Guohuai, and others and planned to go to Tianqing alone. But just a few hours later, reality slapped him hard. In order to save my life, it seems that I have to refine the Liang pill as soon as possible. Xiao Han muttered softly and turned to look in the direction of Tianqing. Through Wang Jun's previous narration, he had more or less understood Fu Chengji and knew that he had irreconcilable contradictions with Ko Lei, Rong Zhe, Tu Ningkue and others. According to the logic that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, the two of them should have some common language. But this alone is not enough. Strength is the root of everything. After all, the 10 level 6 evolvers from Kyoto are not something that a level 5 minder can deal with. However, if they can be upgraded to level 6, the situation may be different. Although the gap in quantity is still large, he is a level 5 blacksmith and can forge dark gold equipment. If top-level materials are used, it is very likely that legendary or even legendary equipment can be forged even if the level is crossed. Moreover, the increase in strength of tailor-made equipment is completely different. At that time, even if he couldn't fight 10-to-1 as a minder, he could fly, so he didn't need to deal with 10 level 6 evolvers at the same time. And it's impossible for all the guys coming from Kyoto to fly. So it's crucial to refine the Liang pill that can help the level 5 evolvers to complete the breakthrough in a short time. The city lord has helped collect materials, and it should be possible to start refining pills soon. Thinking of this, although Xiao Han wanted to enter the game quickly, it was too dangerous in the wilderness, so he could only put it aside for the time being. Looking down at the snake corpse on the ground that was no longer twitching, his eyes moved slightly and he whispered softly, "Such a big guy should be enough for me to eat for a while. Although the pills for cultivation are already sufficient, it is more or less beneficial to eat the flesh and blood of mutant beasts for 3 meals a day. Moreover, this python is a level 3 mutant beast and the effect on improving strength will be stronger." Thinking of this, Xiao Han didn't hesitate and immediately reached out and touched the snake corpse. The space ring has a capacity of 10,000 cubic meters, so it was easy to store the more than 10-meter-long python corpse. It was not until this time that Xiao Han had time to look at his palm. Although the moonlight was very weak, the 2 words "charge" on the tattoo were still very clear in front of him. Next to charge, there were some Chinese characters such as flash, block, breeze step, etc. Never mind. Let's learn a few skills first. Muttering softly, Xiao Han's mind immediately moved, and at the same time as the tattoo on his palm disappeared, a stream of air immediately flowed through the meridians of his legs. Having had such an experience once, he did not hesitate and immediately sat cross-legged and felt it carefully. As time went by, the feeling of qi became weaker and weaker, but Xiao Han did not show any disappointment on his face. Instead, a hint of joy emerged. The route of the charge was very simple, and he easily memorized it all. "What effect will it have if I use the charge in reality?" Xiao Han said with a little excitement, and immediately pulled the qi in his abdomen along the route of the qi he had just memorized. As more and more qi was mobilized, he immediately felt that there was an explosive force brewing in the muscles of his calves and thighs, and this force even stimulated his legs to feel a slight sting. At this time, Xiao Han also understood a little. Charge is an explosive skill. Once the qi enters the related meridians, this skill must be used immediately. Otherwise, it should cause some damage to the meridians. With this judgment, he no longer hesitated, and immediately kicked the ground. With both feet, randomly chose a direction, and rushed out directly. Bang! The moment his feet left the ground, A dull sound was heard, and Xiao Han had already rushed out 10 meters away, and the time he used was even less than half a second. Fuck! This skill is too strong. While muttering softly, Xiao Han's eyes also flashed with a gleam of thought, and then the true energy in his abdomen once again flowed into the tendons of his legs. #C583 The light will finally come. Bang! A dull sound was heard again, and a slightly thin figure instantly rushed out, more than 10 meters away. Hey, I didn't expect that the skills that are materialized in reality have no cooling time. After using the charge skill twice in a row, the interval between them was even less than 2 seconds, which immediately made Xiao Han's face show a touch of ecstasy. At this time, there are still 7 tattoos on the palm. Although he has not learned it yet, he can be sure that the skills represented by these 7 tattoos should also have no cooling time. But he doesn't know whether this charge skill will knock the target unconscious like in the game. It seems that I have to find some mutant beasts to try it later. While muttering softly, Xiao Han's mind moved again, and a stream of air appeared in his body again, flowing quickly in his tendons. The skill book is not so easy to get, so he dare not be careless and immediately concentrate on feeling it. Time passed slowly, and the tattoos on the palm disappeared one by one. As he learned more and more skills, Xiao Han's face was not very good, and he even had a little frustration. Fuck, what level of skill is flash attack? I didn't even learn it. Thinking of the complicated route of practicing, his brows furrowed deeply. Although he was very unwilling, he had no choice. Fortunately, he learned all the remaining skills without leaving a single one. But what was depressing was that although he learned 7 skills in a row, there were not many that he could really use. For example, Rock Guard. This is a defensive skill that can provide a shield for a designated target. But after materializing in reality, even if the skill has been learned, there is no way to summon the shield. There is also Block, a skill that can increase defense. When he used it according to the route of the true Qi, the toughness of the skin seemed to have increased a little. But when facing the attack of mutant beasts, such a little defense is not enough. Such skills are completely useless, not as practical as the armor he materialized. Humph, just a few skill materialization talismans. I still have a lot anyway. With a cold snort, Xiao Han comforted himself while looking northwest, the direction where the wolf howl came from. If it wasn't for the materialization of skills just now, he wouldn't have been entangled by the iron-scaled python. With the lava-splitting armor gun, it's not difficult to kill it. With the sharpness of the spiritual equipment, you don't even need to use force to easily pierce a transparent hole in its body. Now, it's time to practice and see how these skills work. He 8 mutant wolves. Although they were thousands of meters apart, Xiao Han still heard the sound coming from there and also judged the number of mutant wolves. Now, it's different from 2 years ago. When Linchuan City was broken, thousands of ordinary people became food for mutant beasts, and he could only flee aimlessly with the large army. Even because of cowardice, he lost his most important parents on the way to escape. Now, with the lava-splitting armor gun and the more powerful true energy in his body, it's time to take revenge. Damn mutant beasts. One day I will kill all of you. After saying this in his heart, Xiao Han said nothing more and ran straight to the direction where the wolf howled. Jing'an City. Looking at Jiang Xiaoyun, who looked determined, Jiang's eyes flashed with surprise, and he said in a deep voice, "It's true that a tiger father has no dog daughter. Brother Jiang has a daughter like you, and he has no regrets in this life. But have you thought about it? Do you really want to do this? It's easy for me to cooperate with you, but once I start, I can't stop. Otherwise, you should know what the consequences will be." "I know." Jiang Xiaoyun nodded and continued, "This plan seems extremely dangerous, but as long as every step is correct, it is not very dangerous. And if it succeeds, as long as you can hold on for a month or two, Jing'an should become the safest place in the world. This is not only you, but also my father's greatest pursuit in this life. And to achieve this goal, some necessary sacrifices are inevitable. If it can be exchanged for permanent peace, it is worth it. Well, okay. Jiang Zhe sighed and continued. I have already asked people to prepare the supplies you want. However, how can you take all the things away? I can take out 10 large military trucks and send them all to searching for you. But that's too blatant. Oh, I have my own way. Jiang Xiaoyun flipped his palm, and 2 porcelain bottles immediately appeared. He smiled softly and said, this bottle contains 2 Peiyuan pills, and this bottle contains 2 Dilling pills. I can't use them anyway, so I'll leave them all to you. You should also keep this recorder. It's better not to give it to Xiao Han, unless it's absolutely necessary. Oh, I know. Jiang Zhe took the recorder from Jiang Xiaoyun and sighed helplessly, saying with a sad face, if possible, it's better not to take the last step. If I'm not mistaken, the ring on your hand should be a space ring with storage function. Xiao Han is so generous to you, which makes me feel a little uneasy. After that kid knows about this, he will probably get mad. Once that emperor-level pet is materialized, its strength cannot be underestimated. If he runs to Kyoto because of this, I can't stop him. It shouldn't be. Jiang Xiaoyun hesitated and said uncertainly, he is a more rational person. He should know that it is useless to go to Kyoto with only the purple flame thunder wing horse. Oh, I'm afraid he will be irrational at that time. Jiang Zhe sighed helplessly and continued, but for the tens of millions of people in Jing'an, this is the only way now. Living in such a fucked up world, I have no other choice. Now I can only wrong you. I hope today's decision can bring a good result. Don't worry. Jiang Xiaoyun touched the ring on his finger and said with a smile, even if there is darkness in front of us, we will eventually usher in light. With a group of people like you, one day in the future the world will definitely return to what it was 10 years ago. There will be no more famine, and everyone can eat their fill. There are no mutant beasts in the wild either, so you can accompany your loved ones to travel around the famous mountains and rivers. #C584 The Foothold. What is this place? Chasing several second-level mutant wolves, Xiao Han stood on the edge of a city with ruins all in front of him. Even the buildings made of reinforced concrete have collapsed. After taking out the mobile phone inside the space ring, 2 soft beeps of Didi were heard immediately. After discovering that it was a message from by Xiaosheng, he did not rush to look at it, but quickly opened the location. I didn't expect this place to be the former Anliang County. After muttering softly, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and even the 2 mutated wolves that were left were too lazy to chase. This is a small county town that has no city wall protection and was abandoned a long time ago. Without human intervention, weeds and trees have grown so luxuriantly that it has become a paradise for wild beasts. Even standing on the edge of the city, you can hear all kinds of sounds coming from inside. There should be no level for mutant beasts in this place. Although he was a little worried, Xiao Han only hesitated for a moment, then raised his feet and ran towards the abandoned small county town. While running, he raised his head and looked thousands of meters away. Although the light shed by the moon is very sparse, the square black shadow can still be vaguely seen. That building must have at least 15 floors. After speaking softly, Xiao Han thought to himself, if there are no accidents, that side should be the county center. In fact, when he saw the city, he immediately had a bold idea. Although Anliang County is not big, it still has a lot of schools, hospitals, hotels, banks, and other institutions. According to urban planning, the county center is a densely populated area and there will be at least 2 to 3 bank branches. Although this small county town has been abandoned for a long time, many of the reinforced concrete buildings are in dilapidated condition. But in fact, there are still some buildings that are still very protective. even after hundreds of years of wind and rain erosion. And such a place can also be used as a temporary foothold. Before you have absolute strength, even going to Tianqing is actually very dangerous. But if you can hide in such a small county without any human habitation, and hide quietly for a month or two, it would be a good way. The bank vault should be very safe. Thinking excitedly in his heart, the smile on Xiao Han's face became stronger, and his running speed became faster and faster. Roar! The sudden sound of footsteps caused the nearby mutant beasts to let out deep roars, and even a few disturbed mutant cows rushed over. Of course, Xiao Han would not show any mercy towards this kind of reckless provocation. As they rushed over, the lava armor-breaking gun in their hands was already aimed at the largest mutated cow at the front and stabbed it with one shot. Puff! The hard cowhide could not block the attack of the spiritual weapon at all, and even the skull was penetrated with a click. A level 3 mutated cow was killed almost instantly in one encounter. However, at this time, Xiao Han did not dare to take it lightly. He immediately charged and moved 7 or 8 meters to the left, avoiding a dozen mutated cattle running wildly behind him. Then he stamped his feet on the ground and immediately chased after him. Puff! With the lava armor-breaking gun capable of cutting through gold and jade, the battle immediately became easier. In less than 30 seconds, more than a dozen mutated cattle were killed. Hey, the beef must taste good. While digging out the beast core, Xiao Han also put all the corpses on the ground into the space ring and continued running towards the center of the county. Soon, he found the 10-story building and quickly searched around it. Although 10 years have passed, some shop signs are still there, but they are covered with dust and have become dilapidated. But it was precisely because of these broken signs that he could easily find his target. This should be the Agricultural Bank of China, right? After muttering softly, Xiao Han looked at a few incomplete Chinese characters not far away and walked over. Although Anliang County is not a big city, the bank occupies a large area. The area of the front hall alone exceeds 100 square meters. However, Xiao Han only took a moment to look at it, then shot open the iron gate blocking the way and walked directly to the back. The legendary bank vault was quickly found. It's just that at this time it is tightly closed and it should be impossible to open it through normal means. Hey! From the looks of it, it should be safe inside. Holding the lava armor gun in his hand, Xiao Han didn't hesitate too much. He aimed directly at the crack of the door and plunged it in. Then the true energy immediately poured into his arms, and he suddenly pulled down. Click! Even though the door in front of him was made of special steel, it still couldn't stop the chopping of the spiritual weapon. The crack in the door, which was only as thick as a hair, instantly expanded to 2 centimeters. At this time, the treasury door was only lightly pulled, and Xiao Han smelled a musty smell, but he didn't care and walked in. The space inside is not large, probably less than 50 square meters, and there is almost nothing. This is an abandoned city. Everyone had already evacuated before it was captured by the mutant beasts. There was no unexpected gain, and Xiao Han was not disappointed. It was already good to have such a foothold. After cleaning the inside a bit, he quickly closed the vault door and prepared to enter the game, but his brows furrowed slightly. How can I close the door that is pulled outward? In such a closed space, as long as the iron door with a thickness of more than 20 centimeters is closed, there should be no need to worry about encountering
danger.
But he had just destroyed the structure of the vault door and there was no way to lock it completely. If it was pushed inward, some stones could be moved to the back of the door. In this way, even if it cannot be locked, it cannot be opened from the outside. What should I do now? Should I give up here? After finally finding a relatively safe place in the wild, Xiao Han did not want to give up just like that. He frowned and thought while looking at the metal door. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he immediately closed the steel door. And the lava-cracking gun in his hand did not hesitate to aim at the door 30 centimeters above the ground and inserted it diagonally. Click! A crisp sound rang out, and at the same time as the spirit weapon spear pierced into the iron door, it also pierced deeply into the concrete structure below. Hey, this should be enough. After artificially making a latch, Xiao Han immediately kicked the vault door fiercely. Bang! With a collision sound, the door, which was more than 20 centimeters thick, shook, but it was still tightly closed. Seeing such a result, a hint of joy immediately appeared on his face, and at the same time he immediately took out the game helmet and lay directly on the ground. #C585 enter the game again. Entering the game again, Xiao Han looked at the familiar box and by Xiaoxing, who had not left, and a smile appeared in his eyes. It would be very dangerous to enter the game at any place in the wild. But fortunately he has found a relatively safe place to stay, so he should be able to play the game with peace of mind for the time being. The thickness of the vault door is more than 20 centimeters, and even mutant beasts above level 4 will find it difficult to break it. And the reinforced concrete walls around it are more than 50 centimeters, and some high-strength steel mesh was even added when it was poured. After the steel door is closed, there should be no need to worry about safety issues. Looking at by Xiaoxing, who looked worried, Xiao Han smiled and said, "Heh, I scared you just now, but I've given you all the skill books. Why are you still here? It's okay anyway, so I'm not in a hurry to leave." Taking a deep breath, seeing that Xiao Han was fine, by Xiaoxing finally felt relieved and said solemnly, "I've asked someone to check the situation. You told me. But just like I said before, nothing has been found for the time being. Because it's about the 6th level evolver, even if I have a lot of money in my hand, I don't know who to find to buy the information. So this time, I may not be able to help you. It's okay. I thought about this a long time ago." Xiao Han nodded and continued, "Fortunately, I have left the city and found a relatively safe place to stay. As long as you are careful, they should not be able to find me. Now, you continue to help me by skill books, and I only want high-level skill books, preferably skill books that increase movement speed or attack power. Don't worry about this." Bai Xiaoxing responded and continued, "I have arranged it, but you also know that people who sell skill books are really rare. Hee. That's because your bid is not high enough." Xiao Han chuckled. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and said in a gloomy voice, "I don't believe that no one will be tempted to exchange a gold embodiment talisman for a high-level skill book. Wait a minute, help me spread this news. In addition to the gold embodiment talisman, there are also dark gold level embodiment talismans that can be exchanged for skill books, but they require yellow-level skill books." While speaking, Xiao Han took out a handful of materialization talismans and stuffed them directly into Bai Xiaoxing's hand, and continued in a deep voice, "These are 30 gold-level potion materialization talismans. You take them for now. If it's not enough, send me a message. I still have a lot of such materialization talismans. Shouldn't be a big problem to exchange them for 30 or 50 advanced skill books." This, Bai Xiaoxing held the materialization talisman in his hand, and couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and said reluctantly, "I know you want to improve your strength quickly, but there is no need to do this. Strength improvement is not achieved overnight. Even if you have learned those advanced skills, you still have no resistance when facing a level 6 evolver. These materialization talismans can be used to materialize Peiyuan Dan. Are you really willing to give them up? Hee. What's there to be reluctant about?" Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "I acquired skills not because of those level 6 evolvers. And these gold-level potion materialization talismans are not expensive in my opinion. You and Wantong Agent can take 5 of these 30 gold materialization talismans each as your reward." "Okay." Bai Xiaoxing's face flashed with joy, and he immediately said, "Since you have decided, I will not say anything more. If there is nothing else, I will arrange it now and try to exchange them for skill books in the shortest time possible. Well, then go quickly. Xiao Han did not try to stop him. Seeing Bai Shaoxing leave quickly, he frowned and sat in the box to think. Although he had found a place to stay for the time being, the crisis still existed. The 10 level 6 evolvers were not so easy to deal with. And even if there was a way to deal with these people, there were still more powerful level 7 evolvers behind them. As long as the aerospace vehicle was still there, his crisis would always exist. If he could get a pet manifestation talisman above diamond and a purple flame, thunder-winged horse with level 7 combat power, he could have an equal dialogue with Kyoto qualification. But judging from the explosion rate during this period, this possibility may be less than 10%. So now it is still a bit far to think about this problem. At present, the most urgent thing for him to solve is the problem of survival. In the wild, hiding in the bank vault is a good idea, but if someone really finds this place, it is still easy to be discovered. After all, wherever he walks, there will be traces of human destruction. After looking in the Rui belt for a while, Xiao Han took out a piece of transparent glass and whispered to himself, "This piece of meteorite crystal, even the Abyss Blood Emperor cannot destroy it. If I use it to build a small room that can accommodate me, even a level 7 mutant beast can't do anything to it. And with its hardness, whether it is a treasure or a higher level spiritual weapon, it should not be able to leave the slightest trace on it." Thinking excitedly, Xiao Han continued in a low voice with excitement on his face. "There are not enough meteorite crystals, but I can try with other materials first. It shouldn't be too difficult to forge a small coffin-like room. Once it succeeds, I will have a safe place to stay no matter where I am in the wild. And when I was in the Red Rock mine, I dug up a lot of rare ores. Now it's time to convert them into combat power." With this idea, Xiao Han no longer hesitated. At the moment of rushing out of the box, he did not forget to use the shape-shifting stunt. While changing his appearance, he also made his height shorter. There are also blacksmith shops in the west of the city, and there are quite a few of them. In less than 5 minutes, he rented a furnace and a studio. In Jing'an City, Jiang Xiaoyun spent more than an hour and finally emptied half of the warehouse. When he came out, there were more than a dozen identical military trucks waiting. With an order, these trucks immediately drove out of the camp. Some were heading south, some were heading east, and some were heading north. But each military truck was heading in a different direction. The only thing they had in common was that they were all heading out of the city. #C586 Accurate Positioning. In the near-Earth orbit, a silver-gray aircraft with a length of more than 100 meters was flying at a very fast speed. The flames from its tail drew a long white cloud belt in the sky. Inside the aircraft, a charming beauty wearing a tight leather jacket and leather pants was shaking the slender tail on her buttocks and walking in a rather elegant catwalk. The blade in her hand was like a naughty elf, flashing rapidly at her fingertips. On both sides of it, there were also 8 or 9 figures standing or sitting and chatting, all with a relaxed look on their faces. "I say, can you please stop shaking? I feel a little dizzy." A burly man sitting on the left side of the aisle shouted. "There is only one level 6 person in Jing'an, Jiang Shengmu. What are you so upset about? With that guy's temper, any one of us can easily complete the task. I really don't know what Lord Wang is thinking. He sent all of us here just to catch one person. Hehe. Do you think this mission is easy?" Bai Ling grinned and continued, "You heard what the Lord said just now. Not only did Jiang Zhe not help us catch Xiao Han, he even arranged more than a dozen cars to cover him out of the city. Although we have arranged eyes in Jing'an a long time ago, you should be very clear about the abilities of those people. It may be okay to keep an eye on the city, but once you leave the city, those guys will be useless. Tisk, why bother?" Qing Biao curled his lips and said disdainfully, "With the temper of Jiang Shengmu, the good guy, I only need to kill a few hundred ordinary people, and he will surrender obediently. I advise you not to do this. Bai Ling's face darkened, and she continued, if you do this, you will not only get no reward after you go back, but you may also be severely punished. And this method seems simple and quick, but it is not guaranteed to succeed. If Jiangzhe does not surrender, the consequences of your arbitrary massacre of ordinary people will not be so easy to cover up. Humph! What if it can't be covered up? Qing Biao snorted coldly and said, disdainfully, could it be that he can kill me? I could pin him to the ground and beat him up 3 years ago, and I can still do it now. If he doesn't know what's good for him, I don't mind helping him loosen his muscles and let him know that the world is completely different from before. Whatever you want. Bai Ling shook her head and sneered. If you are beaten by him at that time, don't expect me to help you. For this mission, she always had a feeling that it would not be so smooth. Moreover, this time they had a total of 10 level 6 evolvers. In fact, even if things went wrong, they could still use their strength to crush the opponent. But for some reason, I had this feeling in my heart. In fact, even if Jiangzhe divided his troops into more than a dozen groups to cover Xiao Han's escape from Jing'an City, he still had to enter the city in the end. After all, this world is already the world of mutant beasts, and it is very dangerous in the wild. And within a radius of 500 kilometers in Jing'an, there are only 3 cities that have not been conquered. Their populations are all less than 500,000, so it is not difficult to screen them all, and it will not take more than 3 days at most. If they act separately, the speed will be faster. Hey, this damn sixth sense, I hope I think too much. Sighing softly, Bai Ling saw that everyone else looked calm and did not seem to worry about this mission. She could only walk back to her position and sit down. Crunch! But at this moment, the door of the cab was opened, and a middle-aged man walked out from inside, saying with a serious face, we are almost in. Tiancheng, Qing Biao, get ready. And Gao Qiu, you go down with him. Before finding Xiao Han, you two must stay there for me. Boss Nye, can you change someone? Qing Biao frowned and said reluctantly, I am returning home in glory. What's the matter with you leaving me in Tiancheng? Halfway. Humph. Why did I arrange it like this? Don't you know it? Nye Yen snorted coldly and said in a deep voice without giving in. We didn't come here this time for you to come back and show off. No matter what you think, you have to wait until you catch Xiao Han. If you do something weird to me before that, which affects the completion of the mission, don't blame me for being ruthless at that time. Thinking of the scene in front of him, seeing the abnormal strength of the man, Qing Biao shrank his head and said with embarrassment, how could it be, am I the kind of person who doesn't know the seriousness of the matter? Humph, it's better if you say so. Nye Yen replied and immediately turned his gaze to Gao Qiu on the side, and continued, after going to Tiancheng, if time permits, you can go to Anliang County to take a look. What are you going there for? Gao Qiu was a little puzzled and said doubtfully, if I remember correctly, small county like Anliang was abandoned 7 or 8 years ago. Yes, it has indeed been abandoned. Nye Yen nodded and said softly, but I just received a message from Lord Wang, and Xiao Han's mobile phone signal appeared there. Although the time was short, it was still accurately located. It's not easy to find him in Jing'an without Jiangzhe's cooperation, so we can't miss any clues. Okay, I got it. Gao Qiu nodded quickly and promised earnestly, I will go there as soon as the screening is over. No, you must go right away. Nye Yen shook his head and interrupted. Although the screening is important, Qing Biao can also do it. The reason why I arranged 2 people to go to Tiancheng is precisely because of this consideration. If Anliang is late, with the destructive power of those mutant beasts, perhaps all clues will disappear in one battle. For us, the most important thing is to first find out the area where Xiao Han may be, so that the search will be much simpler. Okay. Gao Qiu nodded and responded and continued, "Then I will go and prepare first, and call me if there is anything." Then he said no more and turned to walk to the back of the aircraft. As a layer of titanium alloy partition was slowly opened, a small plane less than 5 meters long appeared in front of him. Qing Biao and Gao Qiu did not hesitate and went in directly. The next second, as the partition slowly closed, the small plane quickly slid along the track inside the aircraft towards the open hatch at the rear. #C587 visitors from Kyoto. A red light flashed across the sky above the quiet Anliang County, like a short but brilliant meteor. 10 seconds later, the night sky suddenly lit up without warning. Then, a huge parachute pulled by a figure holding a strong flashlight slowly fell from the sky. Roar! Ah! Moo! Because of the strong light, the quiet Anliang County suddenly became agitated, and the angry roars of wild beasts and mutant beasts came one after another. After cutting the rope, Gao Qiu's face flashed a trace of thought, and he whispered to himself, "Although this small county is not big, it has a lot of mutant beasts. Not only are there mutant wolves and mutant cows, there is even a third level, mutant bear. If you want to survive in this abandoned county full of mutant beasts, you must have at least a 4th-level evolver to lead the team." Thinking so in his heart, Gao Qiu has already looked to the left front. In that place, more than a dozen round green fluorescents have appeared in sight, and even a low roar can be heard. Humph! A group of level 2 little things dare to come here. While snorting coldly, the strong light flashlight in his hand has already shone over, and more than a dozen mutant wolves also instantly appeared in the strong light. A woo! A low and alert roar sounded, but Gao Qiu didn't care, and rushed up with a move. While running, his figure also changed rapidly. Originally less than 1.8 meters tall, with a click, it quickly expanded to 2.2 meters, and the dark yellow skin completely turned black, and even 2 horns grew on the head. This is a bison beast, and the black skin has extremely strong defense. Moo! While roaring, the sound waves spread far and wide. Woo! 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 More than a dozen level 2 mutant wolves were immediately stunned by this power, and fled to the distance with low sobs. But at this time it was obviously a little late. Gao Qiu, who had transformed into a wild bull, crossed a distance of more than 10 meters in one step and instantly caught up with the wolves that turned around and wanted to escape. Bang! While kicking one away, a black iron rod appeared in his hand. Crack! In less than a minute, more than a dozen mutant wolves were killed. The ruined Anliang County was quiet again, and the wild beasts and mutant beasts that were attracted by the strong light just now all fled far away. In a flash they all hid. Under the survival of the fittest, their sense of danger is extremely keen. Humph! You are really looking for death. With a cold snort, the horns on Gao Qiu's head gradually became smaller and finally completely retracted into his head, and the skin on his body slowly returned to normal. Holding a strong flashlight, he looked around. As for the dozen or so second-level mutant wolves that had just been killed, he didn't even take a look at them. After all, there was no need to kill them all, so there was no need to waste time. The most important thing now is to determine whether the target of this mission has appeared in this place. Hey, what's going on? Under the strong light, Gao Qiu saw a eucalyptus tree cut in half more than 10 meters away, and the cut was as smooth as a mirror. The leaves of the eucalyptus tree had not even withered yet, and it was obviously cut not long ago. It seems that someone did come to this place today. While muttering softly, Gao Qiu quickly waved the strong light flashlight and searched carefully around. After a while, more traces of human destruction were found. The dried black blood, the vines cut by the sharp weapon, and the several brand new holes on the concrete floor. Something is wrong. It seems that only one person has been here. After searching for traces nearby, Gao Qiu frowned and whispered, "If Xiao Han is here, it doesn't make sense that he is alone. He has been an evolver for less than 20 days. Any mutant wolf can kill him. But why does his cell phone signal appear here? And the time of appearance is only a few dozen seconds. Could it be that someone took Xiao Han's phone and deliberately appeared here? With such a guess in mind, Gao Qiu immediately took out his mobile phone and sent out a text message with his judgment. Jing'an City. A silver-gray aircraft with a triangular shape slowly landed on a long, abandoned apron. As the cabin safety door was opened, several figures slowly walked out from inside. As the uncrowned king of Jing'an, Jiangzhe did not welcome their arrival. But he could not stop them, and he still had to maintain some face. Seeing that Nie Yen was already walking towards this side, he no longer hesitated and immediately walked over with Ko Lei, Li Feng, Rongzhe, and Tu Ningkue beside him. "Ha ha, Brother Jiang. It's been a long time since we last met." A loud laugh sounded. Nie Yen stretched out his hand and shook hands with Jiangzhe and continued, "I haven't been to Jing'an for many years. I must not leave until I get drunk tonight. Hey, I have prepared the wine and food." Knowing the purpose of these people, Jiangzhe forced a smile on his face and said with a heavy face, "But today I may not be able to accompany you." The mutant beasts over in Shurching seem to have some unusual movements again. I have to go over and check it out quickly. But fortunately Brother Ko, Brother Rong, Brother Li, and Brother Tu are all here. They will entertain Brother Nie on my behalf. Is it so urgent? Although he knew that what Jiangzhe said was all nonsense, Nie Yen still pretended to be worried and said solemnly, "But we must not be careless about the mutant beasts. Does Shurching have enough troops to deal with it? My brothers are all quite strong. Why don't you let him go with you?" "Not for the time being." Jiangzhe shook his head and rejected such kindness. He said in a deep voice, "It's just some unusual movements. It hasn't developed to the point of attacking the city. I'm sorry that I can't help you welcome you today. How can I let you go to Shurching right after getting off the plane?" "Brother Li, Brother Rong." Jiangzhe turned his head to look at Ko Lei and others beside him and continued, "You are free, so I'll leave it to you to entertain Brother Nie." After arranging these things, he apologized to Nie Yen again and walked directly to the military jeep beside him. As he left, Tu Ningkue whispered, "There are unusual movements of mutant beasts near Shurching. How come I didn't know about this?" "Humph. Do you even need to ask?"
Rongzhe snorted coldly.
Seeing Nie Yan's face darken instantly, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. He flattered, "Master Nie, we have prepared the wine and food. Look! #C588 Darkness under the lamp. There's no rush for this." Nie Yen waved his hand and said gloomily, "I told you to keep an eye on Xiao Han. If Jiangzhe doesn't cooperate, then just capture him." "But what's going on now? Not to mention that he didn't catch him, he even lost me. He's just a level 6 evolver. Why scare you like this? I've said before that it only takes a few hours. I will deal with Jiangzhe myself and won't let him touch a hair on your head."
Master Nie.
Rongzhe's face froze, and he quickly explained, "We also want to do it, but we really don't dare. After you said hello, we immediately returned from Shurching. If there was really a chance to catch Xiao Han, we would have done it directly. How could we just watch? He left the city." "Humph, don't dare." Nie Yen snorted coldly and continued, "Fu Changji is still in Tiancheng, and you 4 level 5 dare not attack a level 6. That's not the case." Ko Lei's face froze, and he explained with a wry smile, "If it was just Jiangzhe, even if he was a level 6 evolver, we would dare to attack. Anyway, it's not the first time he can't bear to kill us. But you may not know that there is a panda next to Xiao Han, which is said to be materialized from the game. Although that thing is only level 5 combat power, it is more terrifying than Jiangzhe. When Xiao Han came out, we actually wanted to take action, but after seeing the panda, we had to give up." "The panda that materialized in the game?" Yen frowned and asked in confusion. What's going on? Please explain it to me clearly. It's not very accurate to say it's level 5. A trace of fear flashed across Tu Ningkue's face, and he continued, at the beginning, that thing had a strength of about level 3. But later, I don't know what happened, the black and white hair suddenly turned black. At this time, its strength not only soared to level 5, but also mastered a very powerful ability. Even if Brother Ko and I joined forces, we are not its opponent. Is it really that powerful? Yen was a little unconvinced, but still asked, what kind of ability is it? You are so afraid of it. How should I put it? Ko Lei was silent for a moment, and then continued, if we describe it in the language of the novel, it should be said to be a gravity field. After the panda completely turns black, a white light circle with a diameter of about 20 meters will appear under its feet. As long as you stand within the range of the light circle, a huge suction force will surge from the ground, and even if you want to move a step, it will become very difficult. Out of 100%, you can only exert 30% at most. It is precisely because of this that we dare not act easily after seeing Xiao Han holding the panda. Gravity field? Yen repeated softly, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. If the materialized panda really has this ability, even they, the 6th level evolvers, need to be careful. If one is not careful, it is possible to capsize in this small ditch. Fortunately, this news has been known in advance, and the range of the gravity field is not large, so it is actually very simple to deal with it. Hey, it's in the game. With a cold grin, Yen immediately became interested in the panda. But now Xiao Han must be found first. If there is no trace of him, it is impossible to find the panda, so he said in a deep voice, let the past be the past. Since Xiao Han has already run away, I don't want to hold you responsible. But now, immediately send all the manpower out, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find him for me. That's no problem. Our manpower has been summoned. But
Rongse hesitated
for a moment and still said, but I always feel that Xiao Han should be in Jing'an. What do you mean? Yen was stunned and asked hurriedly. It was you who said that Jiangzhe covered Xiao Han out of the city, and it was you who said that Xiao Han was still in Jing'an. Which one is true? Are you fooling me? No, how dare I? Rongze hurriedly shook his head and explained. Although we lost Xiao Han, we still found something. What is the discovery? Yen, his face darkened, and he said in a cold voice, hurry up and tell me. Don't keep me in suspense. We don't know where Xiao Han is yet, but the panda is in searching. Seeing Yen's impatience, Rongze immediately explained, at first we thought that no matter where Xiao Han went, he would definitely take the panda with him. After all, it's his pet, and it can save his life at a critical moment. So we think that as long as we keep an eye on the panda, we are actually keeping an eye on Xiao Han, and there is no need to pay attention to those trucks that distract our attention. So what? Yen's eyes flashed, revealing a hint of surprise, and then asked, you found the panda, but didn't find Xiao Han? Yeah. Ko Lei nodded and added, we scanned those trucks with a large thermal imaging device when they just came out of the barracks. Although that thing can't find Xiao Han, it can easily distinguish pandas based on their size. So our attention was all focused on that truck. But I didn't expect that this guess was wrong. The panda did appear in searching, but there was no trace of Xiao Han there.
No.
Yen's eyes sank, and he immediately asked, how did you determine it? In such a short time? Since the mutant beasts in searching didn't move, why did Jiangzhe find such a lame excuse to go there? It's not clear, but Xiao Han is definitely not in searching.
Rongse replied
confidently. In searching, we have an invisible evolver who has long been lurking at their place of residence. A total of 8 people got off the truck heading to searching. We have all the information about these 8 people. The guy leading them is Jiang's top general, Guohuai, a level 4 evolver. So, Xiao Han is still in Jing'an? Nie Yen smiled and said, could it be that? They think the most dangerous place is the safest place. I think so. Rongzhe hesitated for a moment and continued. After all, it is easy to overlook the dark under the lamp. What's more, Jing'an has a population of more than 20 million. Even if they know that Xiao Han is here, it is not an easy task to find him. C589 golden scale armor with blazing flames. After learning the news, although Nie Yen was still unsure, he immediately asked Ko Lei, Rongzhe, and Tu Ningkue to arrange people to conduct a carpet search. After all, they were planning to do so, and at present the possibility that Xiao Han was still in Jing'an was the highest. Even if he was not found, there was actually no loss. Moreover, Jiangzhe went to Shicheng, which made it easier for them to act. At this time, Xiao Han, who was hiding in the vault, finally heard the long-awaited system prompt in his ears after dozens of failures. Ding, you successfully forged a silver equipment fine iron coffin, triggering 100 times reward, and you get a dark gold equipment black iron coffin. Looking at the 2-meter-long and 50-centimeter-wide iron lump in front of him, Xiao Han couldn't help showing a hint of joy on his face. There was no blueprint for making this thing, so failure was natural. But he never expected that he would fail 38 times in a row and spend more than 10 hours in the blacksmith shop before he could make this black iron coffin. Hey, with the strength of the black iron coffin, it can at least withstand the attack of a level 4 mutant beast. When Xiao Han was making this life-saving equipment, he specially added materials, and its thickness exceeded 20 centimeters. And there is a slot inside this thing, so it cannot be opened from the outside. More importantly, the strength of black iron is definitely much higher than that of steel, so its protective ability is definitely stronger than that of a vault. Unfortunately, all the item materialization talismans have been used up. Muttering softly, Xiao Han put the black iron coffin into his backpack, and took out a few red scales from it, squinting his eyes and said, it doesn't matter if it's used up, I can go and explode again. But before that, I have to get some better equipment. The sealing technique is still cooling down. With the current damage reduction and defense, it's not that easy to kill the Blood Demon General. More importantly, I have to find a way to embed the 4 flame crystals into the equipment. As he said this, Xiao Han's actions did not hesitate at all, and the scales, pinched by his fingertips, were immediately thrown into the furnace. This is the scale of the red flame-cracked armor beast. After the 100-fold reward, it has become a 9th-level material. In theory, it can be forged into treasure equipment. Although he does not have the corresponding drawings yet, the probability of failure will be very high if he uses this high-level material to forge equipment. But there are more than 1,000 such scales in the backpack, so he doesn't mind wasting some. More importantly, he has a higher level one, so such a loss is completely within his tolerance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bellows were pulled quickly, allowing the coke in the furnace to burn, completely releasing scorching heat and also causing the scales to slowly turn red. Yang, yang, yang. The rapid knocking sound continued, and time passed by every second. I don't know how long it has passed, and I don't know how many times he has failed. Xiao Han finally heard the familiar system prompt again. Ding, you have successfully created the Diamond Equipment Earth Fire Armor, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you have obtained the legendary equipment, Red Flame Earth Fire Armor. Ding, you have successfully created the Earth Fire Armor, and you have gained 1 proficiency point, triggering a 100-fold reward and gaining 100 proficiency points. Listening to such a system prompt, although he was a little excited, he was more disappointed. He had not slept for 20 hours in a row, and more than 800 level 9 scales had been used, but only 1 legendary armor was created. Fortunately, it finally succeeded, and the probability of failure in the next forging will not be so high. Time is very tight. Even if there are some losses, I can't care so much. While muttering softly, Xiao Han had another handful of scales in his hand, but these scales were a little different from the previous ones. They were bigger and redder in color. This is a level 11 material, the scales of the lava-cracked armored beast. In theory, this thing can be used to create artifact equipment. However, Xiao Han knew clearly that with his current ability, even if he had this top-level material, he would definitely not be able to create it. But it doesn't matter if the expectations are not high, there will be no disappointment. Level 11 materials, even if the equipment created is only legendary or legendary level, it is a big profit for him. With a 100-fold increase in rewards, it is certain that you can get a treasure or spiritual weapon, and the special effect of damage reduction usually appears on armor. The legendary Shenin red gold armor has a damage reduction of up to 18,000 points. If it is a treasure level equipment, it should not be less than 30,000 points. In addition to armor, he can also use it to make a hat. He can even replace the red wing feathers with scales and use the red wing cloak as a template to create a treasure level cloak. Humph. Do you really think I'm made of mud? With a cold light flashing in his eyes, Xiao Han immediately threw the scales in his hand into the furnace and quickly pulled the bellows. The guy surnamed Wang has no martial ethics. He can't beat him in the game, but he actually wants to capture him to Kyoto. This is his only weakness. However, although it seems dangerous at the moment, it is not unsolvable. As long as a pet manifestation talisman above diamond explodes, all problems will be solved immediately. He even has the ability to make those guys from Kyoto never come back. Wait, see how I kill you. Muttering softly, Xiao Han pulled the bellows faster to make the coke inside burn more fully. As time passed, the sound of ding-dong-dong continued to echo in the blacksmith shop. Although he had not slept for more than 20 hours, he was still extremely excited. The scales of the lava-cracked armor beast gradually turned into armor in his hands. Until a certain moment, the system prompt sounded again. Xiao Han stopped his action and said excitedly, "Hey, I guessed right. It is indeed a spiritual weapon." Touching the dark red armor on the anvil, he looked over with shining eyes. Flame gold scale armor, spiritual weapon level 60, HP limit plus 10%, HP plus 420,000, defense plus 10,000, stamina plus 10,000, strength plus 10,000, agility plus 10,000. Special skill, Overlord passive skill, 30% chance to trigger Overlord. Status: the moment you use the skill, immune to all control effects and reduce damage by 30%. Special skill, rejuvenation active skill, 50% HP is restored the moment you use the skill, and 10% is restored per second in the remaining 10 seconds, consuming 20,000 energy points, 300 seconds cooldown. Special effect, toughness, reducing the controlled time by 20%. Special effect, damage immunity: when attacked, the damage received is reduced by 15%. Special effect, fire armor: when receiving physical damage, 50% chance to rebound fire damage, causing 30,000 fire damage to the target. Hashtag C590 Dark Flames and Sky-Splitting Spear. After making such a spiritual weapon armor, Xiao Han equipped it immediately, without any hesitation. The next second, his health value instantly soared from 410,000 to 840,000. Hey, if I also make a spiritual weapon helmet and cloak, wouldn't my health be over 1,000,000 immediately? Thinking of this, he even wanted to go to the tailor shop immediately. But now there are more important things to do. He took out a red crystal and his eyes flashed. He whispered, "A flame crystal can increase 20,000 points of fire attribute damage. If all 4 crystals can be inlaid, the attack can reach about 260,000. In this way, even if the seal has not cooled down, the Blood Demon General can be killed. And those elite Blood Demon Knights must be killed more so that more materialization talismans will explode." Looking at the flame gold scale armor, the groove that has been reserved on the chest, although he didn't know if it would succeed, Xiao Han still reached out and stuffed it in. Click. A slight friction sound was heard, and the crystal was forced in.
Xiao Han's
Eyes lit up, and he immediately looked at the properties of the fiery gold. Scale armor again. Ah! It seems that it still doesn't work. Although the flame crystal was embedded, it was not displayed on the equipment's properties. He knew very well what this meant. Since this didn't work, there was no need to embed the remaining flame crystals. With 80,000 less attack points, it's not that easy to kill the blood demon. General.
Xiao Han muttered softly. Fråvning deeply.
Those level 6 evolvers from Kyoto should be in Jingen now. If he wants to survive this crisis with his own strength, it depends on whether he can get a pet embodiment of diamond or above from the blood demon. General. But the failure of embedding made his plan impossible to proceed. The blood ancestor blessing of the blood demon general is a perverted skill that can restore 2.2 million health points per second. If his damage per second cannot exceed this value, it is almost impossible to kill him. No, I can find help. Turning his hand to take out the angry dragon scepter from his backpack, Xiao Han instantly thought of the Tang Dynasty Emperor Taizong, but a tangled look appeared on his face. This is a level 60 equipment, and among the mages with whom he has a good relationship, only he has reached this level. But although they have cooperated once, their mutual trust is not that strong. So whether to give him this legendary level of Angry Horn Scepter is something worth thinking about. Wait, I will make some more equipment and try to arm Long Jing and Wang Jun first. Muttering softly, Xiao Han flipped his hand and took out another white tooth, squinting his eyes and said, "This is also a level 9 material. It should be possible to forge it into a legendary equipment. Teeth are different from scales. Even if the earth-fire-cracked armored beast is killed, there are only a few dozen of them." Originally, he didn't want to use this rare top-level material in a short time. But now he can't take care of so much. Others have already fought to the doorstep and finding a way to improve. Strength is the most important thing. Even if these top-grade materials may not be enough for him to successfully create a piece of equipment, he still has to do it. Opening the attribute panel, Xiao Han looked at the weapon drawings he had learned and whispered, "There is no way to forge a tooth into a blue light sword. Looking at its shape, it should be more suitable for forging into a long spear. And in the drawings I have learned, the iron spear can be used as a template. Try to forge it." With such a thought in mind, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately threw the tooth in his hand into the furnace. Whoosh! 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 The whistling sound of the wind sounded. The bellows was pulled at a very fast speed, and the temperature around it immediately rose, but Xiao Han seemed to feel nothing. At this time, although he had not slept for more than 20 hours, his spirit was still very excited, and even seemed to have entered a strange state. The knocking sound of the hammer seemed to have a strange rhythm. Yang! 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 The knocking sound continued to sound. Not only did it not feel harsh, but it even made people feel a kind of blood boiling. Time passed slowly. I don't know if it was 10 minutes or an hour. After thousands of times of forging, the white tooth finally turned into a spear shaft about 1.5 meters long. At this time, Xiao Han turned his palm and took out a golden claw. It was thrown into the furnace in a flash. After it was burned red by the high temperature, the ding-ding-dang-dang knocking sound echoed in the blacksmith shop again. Time passed slowly, and a spear with a golden spearhead was finally forged. But at this time, Xiao Han didn't even take a look at it, just threw it aside, took out another white tooth, and immediately threw it into the furnace. Yang! 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 The knocking sound continued. One golden spear after another was forged. And then it was abandoned. Some were thrown to the ground and immediately broke into 2 pieces. Some clicked and pierced deeply into the bluestone ground, leaving only less than 30 centimeters of the spear tail shaking. Although there were not many such spears, there were probably about half of them. Crack! Suddenly, Another crisp sound came from the ground, and the hard bluestone ground was pierced by a golden spear again. At the same time, Xiao Han flipped his palm and took out another dark golden claw. This claw not only looked bigger, but also had a stronger metallic texture, and it could even be seen reflecting a faint glow. Xiao Han, who was in a state of ecstasy, did not seem to feel any difference. Even the 11th level lava-cracked armored beast claw was thrown into the furnace without hesitation. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour, until an hour and a half later, the dark golden claw finally turned dark red, and Xiao Han immediately took it out. Yang! 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 The strange rhythmic knocking sound rang again, and Xiao Han's arm wielding. The hammer kept rising, falling, rising again and falling again, until a certain moment, the system prompt finally rang in his ears. Ding, you have successfully created the treasure equipment fiery purple gold spear, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you have obtained the immortal equipment dark flame sky-splitting spear. Ding, you have successfully created the fiery purple gold spear, gaining 1 proficiency point, triggering a 100-fold reward, and gaining 100 proficiency points. Hearing this, Xiao Han's face immediately showed a touch of ecstasy. But before he had time to look at the attributes of this equipment, his body softened and he fell directly. #C591 Tianqing. Tianqing, District 4. A dozen adult men with ferocious faces were banging on the door of a villa, while shouting loudly, "People inside, listen up, open the door for me, quickly." Someone reported that Xiao Han was hiding inside. "If you don't open the door, I will smash it. I advise you to be sensible and don't fight to the end for a completely unrelated person. If we take action, we will all be punished as harboring the crime." On the 3rd floor of the villa, 7 or 8 figures stood on the balcony, looking out with gloomy faces. As the unbridled roars continued, someone finally couldn't help it and shouted, angrily, "Brother Lei, how about we fight with him? That guy Qing Biao is obviously trying to make money through this. I can't bear this going on. Those bastards Bobcat and Flower Crab now dare to act rampant in front of me. Just give me 10 seconds and I'll crush their balls." "Pinching your sister?" Redhay's eyes widened and he couldn't help scolding. "I also want to fight. But tell me, what are you going to fight for? Qing Biao is a level 6 evolver. Even if you want to die by riding a horse, don't drag me with you. What are you afraid of? It's just death." Wu Yong roared angrily, shouting, with a look of displeasure on his face. "Even when fighting mutant beasts, I have never felt so aggrieved. That guy Fu Chengji is also a coward, and he can't even hide it. Let's not wait for him to come over. Even if we can't defeat Qingbiao, the Bobcat and Flower Crab will not be easily destroyed." "Shut up, shut up." Redhay's eyes flashed fiercely, and he said in a deep voice, "No matter how unhappy you are, you must endure it. If you want to kill those bastards Hua Crab and Shan Mao, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, but not now. Ashang, go over and open the door. We don't want anything here. Don't give them an excuse to do anything." Outside the villa, Huaxia took a few steps back, walked to Qing Biao, and said with a flattering look on his face, "Sir, I have found out everything. In our Tianqing, although Redhay is not the richest, he can at least be ranked among the top 5. It's a pity that Li Long can't be found. I heard that his name in perfect world is Kuang Long, and he is very close to Xiao Han. If we can find him, we can make a lot of money just by forcing him to hand over the equipment in the game." "Crazy Dragon?" Qing Biao frowned and suddenly felt that the name sounded familiar. After thinking for a moment, he immediately asked, "The Crazy Dragon you are talking about must be the boss of the Kuanglong Guild." "Yes, that's him." Huaxia nodded quickly and continued with bright eyes, "If there are no accidents, he should still have Peiyuan pill in his hand. If this kind of elixir can be realized, it can even allow a 3rd level evolver to be directly promoted to the 4th level. More than a month ago, Li Long failed to break through the level 4 bottleneck. Many people know this, but just the day before you came, he successfully broke through. And I also heard that there are several third-level evolvers in Jing'an who successfully broke through to the 4th level because they took a Peiyuan pill. Damn it! Why didn't you tell me earlier? Qing Biao cursed angrily and said, with an angry look on his face, I'll give you 1 day to find him or you'll D. Tiansheng District 1. 1-1-1-2-1-1-2-3-4. The loud chants spread clearly and majestically to the surroundings, and groups of soldiers were running with sweat on their backs. More than 100 meters high in the sky, a figure held a telescope and looked towards the 4th area with a gloomy face. Why? After a while, he sighed with a depressed expression, controlled the flying board under his feet and slowly landed. At this moment, a woman whose mere glance would make people have criminal impulses immediately stepped forward to meet her. No, it should be said to be a man. The airport on his chest and the raised Adam's apple can clearly indicate his gender. General Fu, how is the situation over there? Hey, what else can we do? Fu Chengji sighed and continued. Whoever is targeted by him can escape. You were smart enough to come directly to me. But considering Qing Biao's character, since he dares to amass money so unscrupulously, you can't escape even if you come to me. That guy is not afraid of me, so you have to be mentally prepared. I know. Li Long nodded and continued. I also heard some about him from others. At this point, even if I can't escape, I will admit that it is nothing more than the loss of some external possessions. As long as I can save my life with my current strength, I can make back all the losses very quickly. Ha! It's best if you can figure it out. Fu Chengji chuckled and continued. If Qing Biao was the only one, I would still have the confidence to fight with him. But Gao Qiu is also here, and that guy is stronger than him. Even if I take action, I won't be able to change anything. It may even cause some bad changes. You don't need to explain, I understand. Li Long replied with a depressed face. It's just that the current situation is really uncomfortable. For a few manifestation talismans, they came here with such a big fanfare to arrest people. But there must be something wrong with these guys' brains. Xiao Han has a legendary pet materialization talisman. If he is pushed into a corner once the Emperor-level purple flame thunder winged horse is materialized, they will all die. It's not that easy. Fu Chengji shook his head and didn't explain anything further. Thinking of the city lord's instructions, he couldn't help but look towards Jing'an. He was a little relieved, but also a little worried. It has been 2 days and Xiao Han, who should have appeared here, seems to have disappeared and can't be contacted at all. But fortunately he didn't come, otherwise the trouble would be even greater. Among the 10 level 6 evolvers who came this time, 3 of them have the ability to fly. Once they know that Xiao Han appears in Tiansheng, they will appear here in no more than 6 hours. At that time he can only watch helplessly, without any way. You should still be alive. While whispering softly, Fu Chengji thought to himself, if you have the ability to survive alone in the wild, it's better not to come to Tiansheng. Li Long, come out. While thinking this in his heart, suddenly a roar came from outside the barracks. Then a burly guy kicked open the heavy iron door at the entrance of the barracks and walked in directly. #C592 guarantee the completion of the task. Hello? The user you are calling is not in the service area. Please call again. Later. The voice coming from the mobile phone made Guo Huai's gloomy face become more solemn, and he said with worry, General, I still can't contact you. Is something going to happen to Xiao Han? Probably not. Zhang Zhe frowned and looked in the direction of Tiancheng, remained silent for a moment and continued, if I guess correctly, he also has a space ring in his hand. If a cell phone is put in, there must be no signal. Since Xiao Han dares to go to Tiansheng alone, he must be somewhat confident. Let's wait with peace of mind. How is Jiang Xiaoyun over there? Is everything going well? Well, everything that should be prepared has been prepared. Guohuai nodded and said softly, but do we really have to do this? Although this plan is perfect, as long as there is one step that does not follow the route we set, she will bear great risks. I have been in contact with Xiao Han for a while, and I have some understanding of him. That guy still attaches great importance to friendship. If he comes back and discovers that Jiang Xiaoyun's sacrifice was caused by us, this will not be a good thing for Jing'an. Hey, do you think I want to do this? Jiang Zhe sighed and said in a deep voice, if you have a choice, do you think I am willing to do this? But we don't have time. It's better for Jiang Xiaoyun to die alone than for more than 20 million people in Jing'an to be killed by beasts. If Xiao Han can't accept it, the worst I can do is give him my life. No matter what, Jing'an cannot be captured like Jiangqing. We are inland and backed by the Qinling Mountains. There is no way out. What does this mean? Guohuai's expression changed and he asked quickly, is the 7th level mutant wolf from the north coming? Yes. Jiang Zhe nodded in response and said with a heavy face, you should know very well that since Jiangcheng was captured, I have been sending people to pay attention to the information over there. The group of mutated beasts in the north are now showing signs of gathering, and they are still slowly moving southward, and our Jing'an happens to be on their southward route. You and I both know what this means, right? So now I will try my best to keep these 10 6th level evolvers in Jing'an. If necessary, I will forcibly destroy the aerospace vehicle. But even so, the possibility of guarding Jing'an is not high. Guohuai frowned and continued with a solemn face. They are only 6th level evolvers. Even if there are as many as 10, they are not the 7th level ones. The opponent of the mutant wolf, and the number of those mutant beasts is as high as 1 million, and the number of level 6 alone is more than can be counted on 2 hands. The only way we want to survive this crisis is to ask for help from Kyoto. As long as we can kill the 7th level mutant wolf, all crises will be solved. Do you think I don't want to do this? Jiang Zhe's face darkened and he said, angrily, but the reply from Kyoto to me is that there are no extra 7th level evolvers for deployment. Even if I am willing to offer Xiao Han my hands, they are still unwilling. In short, in one sentence, no one is qualified to mobilize any 7th level evolvers before the mutant beasts actually attack the city. F***CK. Guohuai cursed angrily and shouted angrily. By that time, even if they send a 7th level evolver over, it will already be too late. But what can we do? We have no choice. Jiang Zhe said in a low voice and continued. At least now that we have these 10 6th level evolvers, we can persist longer. And Xiao Han has already said that he has prepared weapons above legendary for General Fu. This gives us the capital to hurt the 7th level mutant wolf. If everything goes well, it is not impossible to save Jing'an. Well, that's all we can do now. After thinking about the whole plan again, Guohuai could no longer say a word to refute. Even if Xiao Han gets angry when he comes back, they won't care so much. What's more, if everything goes well, the risk Jiang Xiaoyun will bear will not be too great and maybe he will be fine. And even if something unexpected happens, this plan must go on. Compared with the safety of the people of a city, the sacrifice of a certain person is no longer that important, no matter who this person is. Hey, I hope everything goes well. After muttering softly, Guohuai sighed and said in a deep voice, what we guessed before was right. Our camp is indeed being targeted. At first, I thought Rongze and the others were concerned about your existence, and didn't dare to be too presumptuous. But I'm overthinking it. Dan Shui said that the small warning device he placed near his residence has been touched by others, even in more than one place. I took people to search around but found nothing. However, Jiang Xiaoyun discovered it with a thermal imaging camera.
Thermal imaging camera?
Jiangzhe was stunned for a moment and then said, I would have forgotten it if you didn't tell me. This thing is indeed among the supplies I prepared for her. In that case, that guy should have the ability to become invisible. By the way, after you found out about the monitor, you didn't just act stupidly, right? Hey, of course not. Guohuai grinned and said excitedly, if we don't find him, it may have a great impact on the subsequent plan. But now that we know it, he is no longer a threat. And as the executor of the plan, Zhang Xiaoyun is more inclined to keep him and provide false information to the outside world. Hee. This is part of the plan. Zhang Zhe showed a hint of joy on his face and said with a little excitement, I was originally worried about how to get the news to Nie Yen and others. Now it's easier. Just when I was dozing off, someone kindly gave me a pillow. You go and arrange to send out the false news that Xiao Han is in Jing'an, Puka district, and let Zhang Xiaoyun appear once in the neighboring Chongning district 5 days later. Remember, you must ensure safety before you appear there. Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Guohuai tightened his abdomen and raised his hips and saluted with excitement. C593 The attributes of the immortal weapon. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Han opened his bloodshot eyes and slowly sat up from the concrete floor. Gulp, gulp. A strong feeling of hunger came over him, and he frowned and whispered, Oh my God, how long have I slept? Why am I so hungry? It has been a long time since he experienced this feeling. Xiao Han did not bother to enter the game to check the properties of the immortal equipment, and took out the corpse of the third-level python he had killed before. Swish! Pulling out the lava-cracking armor gun inserted in the door of the vault, he casually cut off a piece of more than 10 pounds of snake meat and walked out directly. At the same time, a ground spirit pill was thrown into his mouth. The feeling of hunger was slightly relieved, and Xiao Han immediately found some dead branches to make a fire and put the barbecue grill in the space ring. On it, as soon as the sliced snake meat was put on, it made a sizzling sound. A moment later, a unique aroma of barbecue wafted out. However, Xiao Han was anxious to make the immortal weapon he had made before, so he had no intention to seriously tinker with these foods. After eating 2 kilograms of python meat, he returned to the vault again. Using the lava-cracking gun in his hand as a bolt, he put it into the round hole that had been pierced in the iron door of the vault again, and Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the ground. Although he had forged an immortal weapon, he was eager to know the properties of this equipment, but he did not enter the game immediately. Until now, his head was still dizzy. Although the things in the game were very important, the practice in reality could not be delayed at all. After taking a Earth Spirit pill and 2 kilograms of level 3 mutant beast meat, he could already feel that the effect of this practice would be far better than before. After exhaling lightly and adjusting his state, Xiao Han immediately mobilized the true qi in his abdomen and circulated it in the meridians. Slowly, the true qi in the meridians began to fill up, and even the qi in the abdomen felt a little bloated. What's going on? Is he going to break through? Muttering to himself, Xiao Han didn't understand what was going on. He just broke through the 3rd level not long ago. Logically speaking, even if he had sufficient cultivation resources, he shouldn't have broken through in such a short time. If he could break through to the 4th level like this, Han Su wouldn't have been stuck at the 3rd level for so long. And there are many people like him in Jing'an and Tianqing. Feeling the swelling in his abdomen and meridians, Xiao Han didn't understand what was going on for a while, but he didn't mean to stop at all, and the true qi continued to run in the meridians. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. Time passed by, and as the skills continued to run, the swelling feeling became stronger and stronger. However, Xiao Han found that both the meridians and the sea of qi had strong toughness. During this period of time, he not only didn't feel any discomfort, but he could feel that the true qi in his body seemed to be more concentrated. And this also gave Xiao Han some ideas in his mind. If you want to break through to become a 4th-level warrior, don't you have to liquefy all the true chi in your body? There are many novels about warrior training on the internet. Although I know that those things are all written by the authors, they should still be the same in principle. After all, in his current condition, his body obviously can no longer accommodate more true chi. And if you want to continue to improve your strength, you can only compress the true chi in your body and eventually transform the quantitative change into qualitative change. But this process will not be so easy. Hey, I'm really looking forward to it. Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han continued to circulate the true chi in his body until he completed 12 cycles. Then he exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. At this time, he could clearly feel that the feeling of fullness of true chi in his abdomen was at least 20% more than before. After this practice, the feeling of dizziness has disappeared, and he is much more awake than before. Now is also the time to see what the attributes of that immortal spear are. Thinking excitedly in his heart, Xiao Han did not hesitate and immediately put on the light blue game helmet. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar anvil appeared in front of him, and the stove beside him had gone out. However, Xiao Han could feel a cold touch in his hand, and he immediately looked down. A long spear with a dark golden tip was tightly grasped in his hand. Is this the dark flame sky-splitting spear? While muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately looked at its attributes. Impatiently, dark flame sky-splitting spear, immortal weapon level 65, physical attack. Limit plus 20%, physical attack plus 48,000, strength plus 24,000, stamina plus 24,000, agility plus 24,000, energy plus 24,000, defense plus 24,000. Special 1. Sweep the enemy, causes 120% physical damage to all targets within 10 meters ahead, consumes 10,000 energy points, cooldown 10 seconds. Special 2. Dark Flame, consumes 50,000 energy points, summons Dark Flame, makes the weapon attach 100,000 fire damage, consumes 10,000 energy points for each second. Special skill. Skybreaking attack, ignores all defenses of the target 100%. Chance to launch a critical attack on the target, and 100% chance to destroy all equipment touched, consumes 100,000 energy points, cools down for 240 hours, hitting a target with immortal armor, the probability of triggering a critical attack is reduced to 50%, hitting a target with artifact armor, the probability of triggering a critical attack is 10%. Special effect. Penetration, ignores 30% of all defenses of the target. Special effect. Critical hit, increases the critical hit rate by 70%. Special effect. Endless, increases the critical hit effect by 70%. Special effect. Severe injury, the weapon penetrates the target 100% of the target is seriously injured, and loses 0.1% of health per second. Hashtag C594 Equestrianism. Looking at this introduction, Xiao Han couldn't help but stare, and the joy on his face could not be suppressed. Fuck! This immortal weapon is too abnormal. Physical attack was directly increased by 48,000 points, and 24,000 points of strength, according to the 1.6 times growth of the warrior book, is another 38,400 points of attack. Counting the 20% physical attack limit, a total of more than 96,000 points can be increased. This piece of equipment alone is higher than the attack added by his full body. Equipment. Hey! I'll be so abnormal if I put on this equipment, Xiao Han said excitedly, and immediately equipped the dark flame sky-splitting spear. He couldn't wait to open the attribute panel, and then exclaimed, "Fuck! The physical attack is over 190,000. If I eat another piece of fried fiery flame thunder wing tiger whip, wouldn't it be possible to add another 120,000 physical attack? And the critical hit rate has increased by 20%, reaching 120%. As long as the Explosion-free special effect is less than 20%. A critical hit will occur 100% of the time. More importantly, the critical hit effect has exceeded 100%. This shot will also cause explosive damage. Xiao Han didn't know what language to use to describe such an equipment with explosive damage. The 4 special effects are all for increasing damage. And the 3 special skills are not simple either. They are really practical, especially the group attack skill sweeping the thousands of troops, which has a cooling time of only 10 seconds. As for the remaining 2 skills, they are also extremely awesome. The first is the Dark Flame, which will have 100,000 points of fire attribute. Damage after being summoned. This kind of damage completely ignores the 2 special effects of damage. Reduction and damage immunity, unless you have equipment with fire resistance. But what makes him depressed is that he can't use this skill. Because in order to summon the Dark Flame, the energy must be more than 50,000 points, and although his equipment is very good, it is only more than 40,000. Now, it is not difficult to achieve with some effort. After all, there are still some scales of the lava-cracked armored beast in the Rui belt which can fully support him to create a helmet and cloak of the spiritual weapon level. But the skill of the sky-splitting strike made him a little helpless. The energy consumption of up to 100,000 points in an instant is not something that can be done in a short period of time. Perhaps the skill can only be used when all the equipment is replaced with spiritual weapons. What a pity. It is a 100% fatal blow. In fact, when Xiao Han saw the skill just now, he even wanted to use it on the Blood Demon General. After all, this is a warrior mass-produced by the Blood Clan, and there should be no equipment of the fairy weapon and artifact level on him. Then once the sky-splitting strike is used, it will definitely kill him instantly. It's just that the energy required makes him completely helpless.
No.
Thinking a little depressed, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he muttered, "Since there are dishes like fried flaming thunderwing tiger, whips that increase attack, there must be dishes that increase energy. It's a pity to leave such a powerful skill unused. Let Bai Shaosheng and Wantong think of a way to see if they can help me find a recipe for this energy-increasing state." Having said this, Xiao Han immediately sent a message to each of them, and then looked at the forging table in front of him and whispered, With my current strength, if I find some helpers, I should be able to kill the Blood Demon General. The real threat is still there, I have to quickly explode more materialization talismans. And it has been almost 2 days since I killed the Blood Demon General last time, and the sealing technique has long been cooled down. In another day, I will go to the Demon Sealing Tower with Lu Yen. As for the helmet and cloak, I can only put them aside for the time being and talk about them in a few days. Having made a decision in his heart, Xiao Han no longer hesitated, and immediately went through the formalities and walked out of the blacksmith shop. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, a quick ring rang in his ear. He looked down and found that it was Bai Shaosheng. After answering the call, he asked directly, "Why have you found the recipe?" No. How could it be so fast?" The voice in his ear was obviously stunned for a moment, and then immediately said, "I just want to tell you that the matter of exchanging the embodiment talisman for the skill book has been figured out. There are 11 books in total. When you have time, come and get them. I'm still in Fumanlu where we met before. I won't leave in a short time. If you have something to do, don't worry too much. Hee, I'm nearby." Looking up at the sign 100 meters away, Xiao Han chuckled and walked straight over there. Although it has been 2 days since the last meeting, he has not left the west of the city because of the equipment forging. Since he has decided to go to the city ruins deep in the Dead Tomb, it is just the right time to get the skill book. After learning it, it can at least increase his strength by 30% to 50%, and it will be easier to deal with the Blood Demon Knight. 11 high-level skill books shouldn't be too bad. Muttering excitedly, Xiao Han trotted into Fumanlu. After seeing Bai Xiaoxing, he didn't say anything polite to him. He took the skill books and left directly. There was no time for him to waste here. In the past 2 days, many of those blood demon knights should have been killed. If they continue to delay like this, they might be cleared out soon. Xiao Han trotted out of the city without paying attention to the surprised eyes of the surrounding players and directly summoned the purple flame thunder wing horse. After a brief communication, it flew to the depths of the undead cemetery. Sitting on the horse, Xiao Han opened his backpack and looked at the 11 skill books in it one by one. Oh my god! Why is there horse control? Looking at the book with a black cover, he hesitated for a moment but still took it out and read it carefully. #C595 coordinates. Xiao Han learned all the 11 skill books in less than 3 minutes. In addition to the special skill of horsemanship, there are also other skills, such as charging, slamming, and demon-breaking slashing. Although they have learned it, the improvement in strength is not obvious, because the attack points increased by these skills are actually only 10,000 to 20,000 points. Compared with his current physical attack, it is not even a little bit behind. The biggest effect of these skills is actually that they have a chance to trigger the hegemonic state when he uses them. Hey, it seems that even if the tools are now talismans, it is difficult to change them to the best skills.
Xiao Han said depressedly.
He clearly understood why this was happening. He was still a little disappointed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, skill books and equipment are different. Awesome skills can be used. For a long time, anyone with a normal mind would generally not take it out. Fortunately, it was not without gains. He only tried the horse control skills that Bai Xiaoxing received, and his cooperation with the purple flame thunder wing horse became even more tacit. How to pull the reins in your hands and how much strength to use to pull are all very particular. Although he has the ability to control spirits and can easily communicate with the mount on his crotch, there is a cooling time. More importantly, there will be some delay in speech control. The control of the horse by the reins is immediate, although it has little effect on him at the moment. When masters compete with each other, the slightest difference can be the difference between life and death. Therefore, horsemanship is still very useful to him. It's a pity that when I killed the blood monster, I forgot to pull off its scales. Otherwise, the black scale saddle would have been forged, and the cooperation would have been even better. With this in mind, Xiao Han followed the introduction in horse control gently, clamped the horse's belly with his legs, and the purple flame thunder wing horse immediately used the thunder wings to attack. Whoosh! Amidst the whistling sound, it flew towards the direction of the demon ceiling tower at extremely high speed. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, there was a rapid ringing sound in his ears. Xiao Han looked at the friend list with some doubts and found that it was Wushang, so he immediately connected the call. Immediately afterwards, a slightly excited voice came from the microphone. Brother Hanxiao, I heard that you came to the cemetery of the dead. Do you want to continue to cooperate? After you went offline, Xing Kai and others wanted to touch your people, so I had a direct fight with them. If you still have plans to cooperate, don't forget me. By the way, Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty was personally killed by Xing Kai for this matter, and even exploded a legendary ring. That's really unlucky. Xiao Han replied and continued. But from what you mean, it seems like you haven't fought before. Hey! That bastard learned to be invisible. Wushang sighed and said depressedly, if my damage reduction hadn't been too high, I might have been killed by him. After the 6th level evolvers learn to be invisible, they are really difficult to deal with. I fought against him 3 times, and I was always beaten and suppressed. Didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Having said this, Xiao Han also remembered the first battle with Xing Kai in the Dark Forest. Even though his equipment and attributes were completely crushed, he was almost killed. The fighting consciousness and fighting skills of a 6th level evolver are far beyond what an evolver like him, who is not even a 4th level, can compare with. Fortunately, after killing the red-eyed flaming tiger, not only did the roaring tiger flaming knife explode, but the purple fire thunder ring also exploded. With these two pieces of equipment, he relied most heavily on killing Xingkai. Repeatedly. "Oh, invisible!" With a chuckle, Xiao Han immediately said, "Where is that guy? Send him the coordinates first, and I'll go over and have a look soon. Since he dares to attack my people, he must bear the corresponding price. I really thought that after learning how to be invisible I would be unable to do anything to him. Today I am going to let him know that the people in the Magic City will always be able to shrink in front of me." "Hee, I like this." Xueshang laughed and then said, "In that case I'll hang up first, and I'll send you the coordinate information in a moment." "Well, hurry up. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. After hanging up the call, a cold look flashed across Xiao Han's face. "Now that those people in Kyoto have made me afraid to go back home, I have an evil fire in my heart that has nowhere to vent." Now that someone was on the gun, he didn't mind killing a few more. Moreover, even if he killed Xingkai, Peng Lei, and Yun Yu 10 times or 100 times, he would not feel any burden in his heart. Bite. At this time, there was a soft sound in his ears. Xiao Han glanced at the message sent by Xueshang and whispered to himself, "Oh, it's pretty awesome. It's almost pushing into the demon ceiling tower." Although the number of blood demon knights was in the tens of thousands, more than 90% of them were eliminated in 2 days. There are now less than 3,000 of them left, and they will all be killed in a few hours. But according to Xueshang, all 3 blood demon generals are here. Although several large guilds united to try to kill him, the abnormal recovery effect and the war trampling of the group's attack range of 100 meters could only make them give up. "Hey, why are there only 3 bosses? Where did the blood demon priest go?" After taking another look at the message sent by Xueshang, Xiao Han frowned and felt a faint doubt in his heart. Back when they were in the demon ceiling tower, the Abyss Blood Emperor had created a total of 5 Overlord-level bosses. He killed a blood demon general last time, so there should be 4 left. But I don't know if Xueshang forgot, or if they only saw 3 unkillable blood demon generals. Is that blood demon priest still in the demon ceiling tower? With this thought in mind, Xiao Han squeezed his legs against the horse's belly and immediately flew quickly towards the direction of the demon ceiling tower. #C596 Spirit Weapon Spear. In less than a quarter of an hour, a man and a horse flew to the location marked on the information. Strange. Why is there no one? Looking around, although some large guilds around can be seen besieging and killing the Blood Demon Knight, several guilds in the Magic City are not in this place. Even the Sun, Moon, and Wind Cloud guilds are not nearby. Moreover, the area below is a blank area occupied by no one. There are 2 or 3 guilds in the distance, approaching this place cautiously. Obviously, there were people here before, but they should have just retreated not long ago. It seems that Xingkai knows that I am coming. Failed to find a target to vent his evil fire, Xiao Han was more or less depressed, but there was nothing he could do. After all, when he left the city, his action of summoning the purple flame Thunder Wing Horse was still a bit high profile. Xingkai got the information that he was coming and took all the members to evacuate this place, which was also a wise decision. Forget it. Let's kill a few bosses first. Muttering softly, Xiao Han did not try to find Xingkai and flew directly to the location of the Tang Dynasty Guild and the Rock Guild. The real crisis has not been resolved yet, and he can't waste too much time to vent his evil fire. Although this city has been abandoned a long time ago, it occupies a large area at all. Looking down from a high altitude, there is no way to see the edge at a glance. It is not an easy task to find those who have been hiding in such a place. So this matter can only be put aside for the time being. Ha! With his legs lightly clamped on the horse's belly, Xiao Han didn't even need to tell him to do so. The purple flame Thunder Wing Horse flapped its wings and flew out quickly. In less than a minute, he saw Zhuashang standing on the roof, waving to the sky. Beside him were Long Jing, Wang Jun, Luo Xiaofei, Cheng Meng and other core members of the veteran guild. It seems that they have also completed the job transfer task. Muttering to himself, Xiao Han showed a hint of joy on his face, and the reins in his hand also shook, and the purple flame thunder-winged horse immediately flapped its wings and rushed to the sky above the stone house. Although it was still more than 20 meters above the ground, he jumped down. Without hesitation. Bang! The moment he landed, a 5-digit damage value immediately floated above his head. Fuck! Am I dazzled? Screams rang out, and Zhuashang shouted in disbelief. You lost 50,000 health points, but your health bar seems to be full to me. Hee hee. Why are you so surprised? Xiao Han chuckled and continued. Isn't this a very normal thing for me? After changing into the spiritual weapon level flaming gold scale armor, his health value has soared to 840,000. The loss of 50,000 health points is completely irrelevant to him. Ignoring the surprise in Zhuashang's eyes, Xiao Han looked at Wang Jun, Long Jing, Cheng Meng and others beside him, and asked with a smile, How are you? Have you completed the job transfer? Yeah. Wang Jun nodded, his face a little heavy, glanced at the people around him, and asked with a worried look, How are you? Are you safe outside? What do you think? Xiao Han patted his chest and said with a smile, If it's not safe, how could I be here? That's good. I feel relieved when I hear you say that.
Wang Yun exhaled
Lightly and said in a deep voice, No matter where you are, you have to be careful. In the early morning of the day before yesterday, our community was suddenly surrounded, and I didn't know that such a big thing had happened. But fortunately, I heard from the brother on duty that Guohuai had taken you away from Tianshui Yaju 2 hours in advance. But my sister-in-law, Ding Yi and Yi Xiaoxiao disappeared inexplicably. Don't worry, I have arranged for them. Thinking of Park Guochang, Xiao Han understood why they disappeared suddenly. Although Wang Jun is trustworthy, it is hard to say whether Cheng Meng, Zhua Shang and Emperor Taizong of Tang Dynasty are trustworthy. So the fewer people know about Ding Yi and Yi Xiaoxiao, the better. Taking out the Xianin red gold armor, Xiao Han smiled and continued. I was away for the past 2 days, and you were bullied by Xing Kai. Take this equipment and match it with the Earth Shield. As he was talking, Xiao Han suddenly found that the equipment on Wang Jun was completely different from when he left. Just looking at the appearance, it can be judged that they should all be below gold. And it's not just him, Long Jing, Wan, Luo Xiaofei and others are all like this. Could it be Xing Kai who did it? But that doesn't make sense. Xiao Han's eyes narrowed, and he asked in a deep voice, Where is your Earth Shield? And what happened to this equipment? Ah! Wang Jun sighed depressedly and said helplessly, Tianshui Yaju was surrounded, and the order in Jing'an is far worse than before. How could we keep those top-quality equipment in our hands? If it weren't for the fact that those guys in the Evolutionary Alliance were more or less afraid of the City Lord, we might not be able to save our lives. Forget it. It's gone. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he comforted softly. One day, I will make them kneel down and beg you to take back the stolen equipment. But now I can't give you this legendary armor. Turning his eyes to Cheng Meng on the side, Xiao Han knew that he was not from Jing'an, so he was not affected by this incident. And in the last battle, this guy was indeed quite capable, so he said directly, We will kill the Blood Demon General later, you can take this equipment. Hey, then I won't be polite. Knowing that the armor in Xiao Han's hand was a legendary equipment, Cheng Meng was not polite at all. The moment he stretched out his hand to take it, he put it on his body directly, and at the same time he couldn't wait to look at the properties of the Xianin red gold armor. But at this time, Xiao Han's voice rang in his ears again. By the way, I have another gun. The properties are also very good. You can use it too. After taking the red spear handed to him, Cheng Meng felt a little doubtful. The sword he is using now is a legendary equipment. Xiao Han was actually very clear about this because this sword was given to him by him, but he still handed over the spear. Obviously, in his eyes, the properties of the spear should be far better than the Liang armor-breaking sword. This spear, could it be a legendary weapon? Thinking so in his heart, Cheng Meng immediately looked at the properties of the spear in his hand, then his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Fuck! This is actually a spiritual weapon. #C597 this move again." What do you mean, this is a spiritual weapon? Cheng Meng's exclamation immediately attracted the attention of everyone around him, and they all said in a hurry, "Is it true or false? I must have seen it wrong." Looking at Cheng Meng's confused look, I think I must have read it right. But how is this possible? If you want to explode spiritual weapon level equipment, you must at least be an emperor level boss. Hey, it might not be possible for others, but if this person is Han Xiao, that's not necessarily the case. The people standing on the roof all looked at the figure holding the spear expectantly. It was obvious that they wanted to see the properties of the spiritual weapon. Being watched by so many people, Cheng Meng also regretted shouting that way. This is a piece of spiritual equipment with 2 special abilities. Of course, he doesn't want to show its attributes in front of everyone. But Wang Jun, Long Jing, Luo Xiaofei and others around him were also watching eagerly. These are the core members of the Veterans Guild. Their relationship with Xiao Han is far beyond what an outsider like him can compare with, so they have to care about it. After hesitating for a moment, Cheng Meng looked at Xiao Han and said, "Boss, look at this. Don't ask me, you can figure it out yourself." Xiao Han understood what Cheng Meng meant and said directly, "As long as you don't betray the Veterans Guild, this equipment will always belong to you. You can make your own decision whether you want to show your attributes or not. In the battle with the Blood Demon Knight later, you and the others must try to hold off one of them." "I understand." Cheng Meng nodded and said seriously, "No matter where I go in this life, I will be a member of the Veterans Guild and I will never betray you. And with this piece of equipment, it's not too difficult for me to hold down a Blood Demon General. As for the attributes, let some people take a look. Don't ever think of going against our Veterans Guild in the future." The moment the voice fell, the properties of Anyun's purple gold gun were also displayed in front of everyone. Anyen purple gold gun, spiritual weapon level 55, upper limit of attack plus 10%, physical attack plus 18,000, strength plus 9,000, stamina plus 9,000, agility plus 9,000, energy plus 9,000. Special skill Sweep, causing 80% physical damage to all targets within 5 meters in front, consuming 2,000 energy points, cooling down for 15 seconds. Special skill Lai Yen, additional 20,000 points of fire damage. Each time it hits the target, a layer of flame mark is superimposed. 3 layers of marks trigger an explosion effect, causing 200,000 points of fire damage to the target. At the same time, a burning effect is attached and health is lost every second. 2,000 points. Special effect Penetration, ignoring 20% of all defense of the target. Special effect Critical hit, increase critical hit rate by 60%. Special effect Endless, increase critical hit effect by 60%. The attributes of this spiritual weapon spear are almost the weakened version of the Dark Flame Sky-Splitting Spear, except that it lacks the sky-splitting blow. But even so, it didn't stop Washang, Wang Jun, Luo Xiaofei and others from widening their eyes. Damn it, this spiritual weapon spear not only has group attack skills, but also the increased physical attack points of this piece of equipment are at least 30,000 points. It's really annoying. The attributes added by my equipment are not as good as this one. Fortunately, our boss has the foresight to become allies with the veterans. Guild in the future. We no longer have to face these guys who can kill me instantly with one shot. Amidst the exclamation, Xiao Han raised his hand and took out another spear, and said with a smile, Brother Zhua, I am going to kill all the remaining 3 blood demon generals today. You use this gun first. It should be stronger than the weapon in your hand. We still have to pay according to the last reward. As long as we successfully kill a blood demon general, we will receive 6 golden manifestation talismans and 6 yuan enhancing pills. Okay, no problem. Zhuashang agreed directly without thinking. At the same time, he took the spear handed over by Xiao Han without any politeness and said with a smile, Isn't this spear also a spiritual weapon? If that's the case, I'll have to consider whether I want to follow you in the future. I can easily take out 2 spiritual weapon spears. If I continue to fight against you, it will be no different from seeking death. But I think this shouldn't be possible, said with a smile on his face. Zhuashang couldn't wait to look at the attributes of the spear in his hand, and then said in shock, Holy shit, how is this possible? It's another spiritual weapon spear, and it even has the same name. Although the sound was not loud, it shocked everyone else around him. Taizong of the Tang dynasty, who was standing not far away, had an even more wonderful expression. After a while he said in shock, Brother Hanshao, these 2 spears were probably made by you yourself. Heh, what do you think? Xiao Han did not answer directly. He took out the angry dragon staff with his backhand and said with a smile, The recovery effect of General Blood Demon is too abnormal. You should use this staff first. Isn't this also a spiritual weapon? Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty was a little stunned, but he quickly took the staff that was handed over to him. After taking a look at the properties, impatiently he breathed lightly and said, Fortunately, this one is not a spiritual weapon. Oh, how can there be so many spiritual weapons? Xiao Han shook his head and chuckled and continued, The best equipment is not just cabbage in the field. You can get it if you want it. I'll lend you this equipment first. Cooperate with Cheng Meng to hold back a blood demon general as much as possible. I can come to help you in 2 minutes at most. We must kill all the remaining 3 emperor bosses today. If it's just a few minutes, it should be no problem. Tang Taizong, equipped with the angry dragon scepter, smiled and said, But you have to come quickly, otherwise no one can bear it except Zhuashang. Well, don't worry. Xiao Han nodded and responded, then looked at Wang Jun, Long Jing, Luo Xiaofei, and others on the side. There are still many top-grade equipment in the backpack, and there are 7 treasure-level spears alone, but they cannot be used by them. Otherwise, even if they are taken back after use, those guys in the Evolutionary Alliance will not give up. Seeing that the faces of several people were not good, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment and still said, Don't be too anxious, it will not take more than a month at most. I can roar. Before he finished speaking, he heard several roars coming from 1,000 meters away. His face suddenly changed and he shouted hurriedly, Fuck this trick again. Quick, everyone disperse immediately. I don't know which bastard actually led the remaining 3 blood demon generals here. #C598 done. Damn it. It must be that bastard Xingkai. He likes to play this trick. Taizong of the Tang dynasty roared angrily and shouted quickly, Li Jing, arrange for someone to retreat quickly. New. At the edge of the roof, a player holding a black sword immediately replied, and jumped directly. At this time, Zhuashang's face had become very ugly, but he did not arrange for people to retreat, but shouted loudly, No, we can't retreat. Since General Blood Demon has been lured here, those people from the demon city should also be nearby. I can stop one of them. Brother Han is more powerful than me. I should be able to kill one in 2 minutes at most. If we retreat now, our casualties will be very heavy. Don't think that I am so powerful. Xiao Han quickly interrupted. I said 2 minutes when no one interfered. Now that Xing Kai has taken action, will he watch from the sidelines? I think it's better to retreat quickly before they come, or follow my method, and give them a hard blow. What do you mean? Zuoshang was stunned. A look of interest flashed across his face, and he asked expectantly, If you have any plans, you can tell me directly. I don't have a plan, but I have some ideas. Xiao Han paused for a moment and continued. As you know, before coming here, I went to find those people in Magic City. But those guys were smarter and had already evacuated before I went. Now, we need some players to lure them out. As long as those players in the Magic City dare to come out, I am 80% sure that they will all die here. If we do it, we will still make a profit even if we die together. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Zuoshang's face, and he immediately looked at Taizong of the Tang dynasty on the side and asked directly, What about you? Are you willing to play ruthless games with me? Hey! Taizong of the Tang dynasty grinned. A cold light flashed across his face, and then said, Since Brother Han Xiao is sure, what reason do I have to refuse? Just tell me what to do. I won't run away today. Even if I die here today, those bastards in the Magic City will have to pay a heavy price. Hey, you have courage. Xiao Han praised him and said coldly, But as for how to do it, you can decide for yourself. I just need to find a way to lure all those guys from the Magic City out to me. As for how to destroy them, you don't need to worry about them. They are just a bunch of chickens and dogs. There is no need for any plan. Hee. I feel relieved with your words. A hint of joy flashed on Zuoshang's face, and he immediately greeted, Brothers, fight out with me and find those guys in the Demon City. After the Blood Demon General is lured here, no one is allowed to attack it. I would like to see if there is no war and trampling, whether Xing Kai and those people from the Demon City will personally come out and take action. Following Zuoshang's repeated roars, all the players from the Rock Guild gathered together. On the other side, the players from Datong Guild also made the same move. In just a moment, the players from the 2 guilds formed a battle formation and moved directly to the northwest. Chirp. At the same time, a neighing sound sounded, and Xiao Han had already climbed onto the purple flame thunder wing horse and quickly flew to a height of 100 meters. A few hundred meters away, the archer named Li Zhe was leading 2 blood demon generals towards this side. In another direction not far away, an unknown player was doing the same thing. Huh. That's really interesting. Looking at the 2 fast-running figures, Xiao Hanin snorted and said softly, The first time I called Chimo, I was pretty smart twice, but the third time I did it, do I really think everyone else is a fool? If the same method is used repeatedly, this person must have the brain to go clubbing. Since you want to play, I will play with you today. I hope you won't regret it then. The moment he finished speaking, Xiao Han did not pay attention to the 3 blood demon generals running towards him, but turned his attention to the demon ceiling tower 1,000 meters away. Then he pinched the horse's belly with his legs and flew directly over there. The purple flame thunder wing horse was very fast, and in less than a minute, it had already landed on the top of the tower that was 100 meters high. The hole where the meteorite crystal was pried out in order to escape was still there. The Blood Emperor of the Abyss is probably not out of trouble yet. Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han immediately looked inside, but then his eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaimed, Damn it, why is the Abyss Blood Emperor missing? And how come there are so many blood demon priests? What are they doing? Roar. At the same time that Xiao Han climbed to the top of the demon ceiling tower, General Blood Demon also rushed into the crowd, waving the blood-colored spear in his hand at high speed, killing one person instantly every time it fell. But even so, no player looked back at it. Everyone moved steadily towards the northwest. Gradually, some players finally appeared on their way forward, blocking the path. path of Pancher and Datong guild players with a smile on their faces. Oh, what a pity! Among the crowd blocking the road, a player with a dagger in his hand walked out slowly and said with a teasing smile, "You are so embarrassed to compliment others' stinky feet, but Han Xiao doesn't pay attention to you at all. So what? I don't care." Although his way was blocked, Zhuoshang said, fearlessly, "No matter how smelly his feet are, they are better than scum like you. Zhuoshang, you are looking for death." The angry roar sounded, but Zhuoshang didn't care at all and still said, calmly, "I want to die, but can you kill me? If you have the guts, you can stay and fight me to the death. But I think you don't dare because you are a coward without balls who can only bully ordinary people without strength. Hashtag C599 Frost Arrow Rain. Kill. After a disagreement, of course there was only one way to go, which was to fight. Even though the road ahead was blocked and there was a blood demon general behind him slaughtering people wantonly, Zhuoshang was not afraid at all because of Xiao Han's promise. And most of the players of the two guilds did not understand why their bosses did this. It was obviously a disadvantage to fight like this. But the boss had already taken the lead and rushed forward, so how could they retreat? They could only bite the bullet and follow him. Brothers, kill these sons of bitches for me. Even if there was no cold owl, none of the men in our rock guild were soft eggs. Killing one is enough, and killing two is profitable. Kill, brothers, follow me. Amid the roars, the Tang Dynasty Emperor Taizong held the wrathful dragon scepter in his hand and shouted at the same time, "All magicians pay attention, 6 o'clock direction, fireball volley." The next second, the moment the voice fell, hundreds of fireballs were immediately summoned. The players who appeared here were all core members of the two guilds, and they had a high level of tacit understanding in cooperation. The sky was full of fireballs, whistling towards the players of the magic city. Almost at the same time, orange-red fireballs rose up in the crowd on the opposite side. Bang! 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 The volleys of fireballs collided with each other, emitting sparks all over the sky, and at least 30% of them were directly disintegrated. But the remaining ones still smashed into the crowd. Minus 21,586. Minus 9,658. Minus 15,874. The sky was full of red damage values, and the players at the front fell down in a row in an instant. At this time, no one noticed that the Tang Dynasty Emperor Taizong in the back had raised the angry dragon scepter in his hand. He showed an excited look on his face, and then shouted loudly, "Frost Arrow." Then, at this time, the second wave of magic was still brewing, and the knight player in front had already collided with the Magic City player on the opposite side. Bang! 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 No one retreated a step, and fiercely swung their weapons at each other's heads. Suddenly, crystal ice arrows appeared in the air without any warning. They hovered above the players of the Magic City, not only emitting a biting cold, but also reflecting colorful light under the sun. But this light was not so friendly. Whoosh! 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 Just when the players were still wondering where the light came from, the sky, full of ice arrows, had already whistled down. Puff! 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 The dense ice arrows easily pierced into the bodies of the Magic City players, bringing out 5-digit damage values. More than 90% of the players were killed in seconds before they even had time to react. The rest of them were soon frozen in place and could not move. Almost in just an instant, a huge no-man's land with a radius of 30 meters was cleared. Kill! At this time, the knights and warriors in the front row also became excited, rushed into the gap without hesitation, and started to kill with all their strength. A few hundred meters away, more than a dozen players stood on the roof, looking solemnly at the battle happening in the distance. At the same time, more players from all directions kept rushing here. Seeing the battle over there suddenly became fierce, someone in the stone house finally couldn't help but whispered, "President Han, are we just going to watch? Han Xiao has been getting close to the Tang Dynasty Guild recently. If we don't take some action, he won't think of us even if there are benefits in the future." "I know." Han nodded solemnly and said in a deep voice, "But it's really risky to help now. The players in the Magic City are simple. With our strength we can easily defeat them. But the trouble is, what about the 3 blood demon generals? The war trample with an effective attack range of up to 100 meters can kill us all in an instant. What's there to be afraid of? It's nothing more than dying once."
Bao Fenri
frowned and said directly, "If you are afraid, then I will go by myself. I have already inquired clearly. Among those who were besieged there are at least 20 players from the veteran guild." And hold Han Xiao tightly compared with the thigh of the enemy. "What is this? Little loss? Last time we ran away cleanly, but in the end we didn't get any benefits. Do you want to do the same this time? You are right, we can't go on like this." Zi Yuan pointed to the front and said seriously, "I believe you all saw the rain of arrows just now. The group attack with a diameter of almost 30 meters killed everyone almost instantly. And before the appearance of Han Xiao, Emperor Taizong of the Tang Dynasty did not have this ability. Look at the blood-colored spear in Zhushang's hand, which actually made his damage to the target soar to more than 60,000 points. Fuck. If you didn't say it, I wouldn't have noticed it."
Bao Fenri
exclaimed, his eyes shining, and shouted. "If I remember correctly, his previous physical attack was probably only about 30,000. It's just a change of a spear, and it has doubled directly. What kind of weapon is that? It can't be a treasure. Fuck. Is there something wrong with my eyes? Why do I see that blood-colored spear? And it seems like there is more than one." "You are not mistaken." Lan Xiaodia's face changed, and she said with envy, "That guy is Cheng Meng, a core member of the veteran guild. It seems that the blood-colored spear should be given to him by Han Xiao. But what level of weapon is this? The attack power is too abnormal. #C600 Golem High Priest." Through the gap on the top of the tower, Xiao Han saw that there were nearly 10,000 blood demon priests in the demon ceiling tower, chanting with their heads down. The bloody figure in the place where the Abyss Blood Emperor was originally imprisoned had disappeared. Only a blood pool with a diameter of more than 5 meters was left in the original place, and wisps of blood mist were constantly drifting out of it. Above it there was a familiar bloody figure. "What are they doing?" With a slight frown, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he immediately looked at the center of the blood pool, the Black Demon Priest who was originally created by the Abyss Blood Emperor. At this time, a set of data immediately appeared in the corner of his eyes. Blood Demon High Priest, Emperor level 95, HP plus 150 million, magic attack plus 260,000, physical defense plus 120,000, magic defense plus 300,000. Skill 1. Dark Fireball, deals an additional 120,000 magic damage to the target, 1 second cooldown. Skill 2. Dark Corrosion, releases highly corrosive black magic energy, causing all targets within a radius of 1,000 meters to have their physical defense reduced by 80% and their magic defense reduced by 80%. Skill 3. Blood Ancestor's Wrath, releases the blood demon energy in the body, infecting the surrounding area. All living creatures within 5,000 meters will have their blood extracted at a rate of 1% per second for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 12 hours. Skill. Death Summoning, at the cost of one's own death, resurrect all vampires within a radius of 50,000 meters. Introduction. The transformed Blood Demon High Priest has extremely powerful magic attack power and is the most loyal guardian of the Abyss Blood Clan. The Blood Demon Stone contained in his body allows him to have a certain chance of resurrecting even if he is killed. Such data appeared in front of him. Xiao Han couldn't help but take a breath, his eyes full of disbelief. The first two skills, there is nothing to say, they can be completely ignored. But the third skill is a little perverted. The effective attack range of the Blood Ancestor's Wrath is actually a terrifying 5 kilometers. Hey, isn't this a bit too big? Muttering softly, Xiao Han hesitated, not knowing whether he should continue to follow his own ideas. After all, he didn't care about the Blood Demon General and came here directly thinking about finding the Blood Demon Priest. Because this is a mage, its group killing power is definitely stronger than that of the Blood Demon General. Since those guys have done this again and again, can he do it this way once? The Blood Demon High Priest in front of him completely meets his requirements, but the attack range is a bit too wide, which makes him a little bit unbearable. Once this guy is taken out and thrown into the battlefield where the two sides are fighting, not to mention the players of the 3 guilds of Magic City, Rock, and Datong, other nearby guilds may also suffer. 5 kilometers. Although this distance seems not large, if you really count it, it accounts for at least 1/5 of the city. And this place is right in the center of the city. The remaining thousands of elite Blood Demon Knights are almost all within a 5-kilometer range. If you really want to do this, you may kill all the players who appear in this place without leaving a single one. The percentage of blood loss is quite fierce. Touching his chin and whispering, Xiao Han knew clearly that even if he was affected by the wrath of the Blood Ancestor, he would definitely not survive. It would be even more difficult for others to survive. But just thinking about it made him a little excited, and at the same time, a wicked smile appeared in the corner of his eyes. Damn it! Since it wasn't me who did it, let you all die. With such a decision in mind, Xiao Han looked at the Blood Demon High Priest, floating in the center of the blood pool, and immediately stretched his left hand downward. Roar! A roar sounded, and an illusory dragon head suddenly appeared from his palm, and went straight to the blood pool below. The tower is 100 meters high, and the maximum attack distance of the dragon catching hand is exactly 100 meters. The moment the dragon head rushed out, it expanded rapidly. In less than a second, it turned into a 100-meter dragon and swallowed the Blood Demon High Priest in one bite. Roar! The moment he was swallowed, a roar sounded immediately, and the buzzing, chanting sound stopped immediately. Thousands of Blood Demon Priests all looked over with bloodshot eyes. The Blood Demon High Priest in the dragon's mouth was struggling violently, as if he wanted to break free. Unfortunately, the dragon catching hand has a very strong imprisonment ability. Once swallowed by it, the energy in the body cannot be used in a short period of time, and it is even more impossible to use skills. For such a weak priest, the possibility of breaking free from it with only physical strength is almost infinitely close to zero. Hey, I caught you, and you still want to run? With a whisper of excitement, Xiao Han suddenly retracted his left hand and pulled the Blood Demon High Priest straight to the top of the tower. Roar! This action instantly angered all the Blood Demon Priests. The chanting sounded again, and the black fireballs in the sky were summoned out at the same time, swarming towards the gap. However, Xiao Han didn't care about it, and had no intention of avoiding it. Although those fireballs looked scary, for him they couldn't even break his defense, so there was no need to care. Bang! 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 In the sky full of fire, some fireballs hit him, and more fireballs hit the demon ceiling tower. In such an attack, Xiao Han didn't even blink, and grabbed the Blood Demon High Priest's neck and pulled him out of the gap. Hey, it's really exciting. Thinking about the possible consequences of the Blood Ancestor's anger, Xiao Han couldn't help laughing, and immediately jumped on the horse and flew straight in the direction he came from.